Dingyuan and Zhenyuan, commissioned in 1885 and 1886 after 5 years of construction at AG Weser in Bremen, were the most powerful warships in East Asia at their commissioning, the centerpiece of Li Hongzhang's Beiyang Fleet modernization program. Each displaced 7,670 tons, carried 4 305 Mittelkrupp guns, and was protected by 356 km compound steel belt armor that no Japanese warship of the period could penetrate at standard battle ranges. At the Battle of the Yellow Sea on September 17, 1894, Dingyuan was hit over 200 times. Her fire control system failed repeatedly. The 305mm guns fired at a rate limited by ammunition handling procedures that training had not made automatic. Dingyuan was scuttled when Japanese land forces captured the harbour's shore batteries. Zhenyuan was captured intact and incorporated into the Imperial Japanese Navy. The ships that were supposed to secure China's maritime power became Japanese property. The Zhiyuan, Jingyuan, and Laiyuan class protected cruisers, commissioned between 1887 and 1888, were built at Armstrong Whitworth in Britain and Vulcan Shipyard in Germany, their purchase reflecting pragmatic sourcing of the best available foreign technology. At the Yellow Sea on September 17, 1894, Captain Deng Shichang commanded Zhiyuan in a charge directly toward the Japanese cruiser Yoshino after his ship had been heavily damaged. Deng ordered Zhiyuan to ram Yoshino at full speed rather than surrender. Zhiyuan was struck by a torpedo and sank before closing the range. Deng was offered a life ring by survivors. He refused it. He drowned with 245 of his crew. Deng Shichang became the most celebrated martyr of the Sino-Japanese War. Building ships good enough that Deng's choice is never necessary again is one way to read 140 years of Chinese naval history. The Zhiyuan, Jingyuan, and Laiyuan class protected cruisers, commissioned between 1887 and 1888, were built at Armstrong Whitworth in Britain and Vulcan Shipyard in Germany, their purchase reflecting pragmatic sourcing of the best available foreign technology. At the Yellow Sea on September 17, 1894, Captain Deng Shichang commanded Zhiyuan in a charge directly toward the Japanese cruiser Yoshino after his ship had been heavily damaged. Deng ordered Zhiyuan to ram Yoshino at full speed rather than surrender. Zhiyuan was struck by a torpedo and sank before closing the range. Deng was offered a life ring by survivors. He refused it. He drowned with 245 of his crew. Deng Shichang became the most celebrated martyr of the Sino-Japanese War. Building ships good enough that Deng's choice is never necessary again is one way to read 140 years of Chinese naval history. Zhouhe, commissioned in 1913 as the Republic of China's first purpose-ordered warship, built at Armstrong Whitworth, represented both the continuity and the instability of Chinese naval development in the early Republic. The Republic of China's Navy was never a unified national force during the warlord period from 1916 to 1928. Ships nominally under the Navy Ministry in Beijing were effectively controlled by whoever held Beijing. Zhouhe was blockaded, transferred between factions, and participated in actions against Chinese rivals more than against foreign threats. Zhao He was captured at Shanghai during the Japanese offensive in 1937, operated under Japanese control, and was returned to the Republic of China government at Japan's 1945 surrender. The ship that had served the Republic since its founding came back 32 years later. The Ninghai and Pinghai, commissioned in 1932 and 1936, the Republic of China Navy's most modern capital combatants at the outbreak of the Second Sino-Japanese War, were both sunk by Japanese naval aircraft on September 23, 1937, in the Yangtze River. The air attack that destroyed them took less than 90 minutes. Both ships had been at sea for less than a year from commissioning when they were lost. Ninghai was built in Japan by the Harima shipyard because Japanese yards offered superior quality and competitive pricing. The ship most responsible for providing the Republic's naval credibility was manufactured by the nation against which that credibility was most urgently required. Both ships were refloated by the Japanese Navy, commissioned into the IJN, and subsequently sunk by American submarines in 1944. Republican China never commissioned another cruiser-class combatant in its mainland phase. The Chongqing, formerly HMS Aurora, transferred to the Republic of China Navy in May 1948, became the most operationally significant warship in the Chinese Civil War's naval dimension when her crew mutinied and defected to the communist side on February 25, 1949. The defection of a 5,070-ton modern cruiser armed with 6 152-meter guns and capable of 32 knots shifted the naval balance of the Civil War in a single night. The Republic of China government responded by committing its air assets to destroying the cruiser. Chongqing was hit by bombing attacks in April 1949 and sank in Tanggu Harbor. She was refloated in 1951 but too damaged for economical repair and was scrapped. The Chongqing incident demonstrated that the Republic of China's naval forces were politically compromised beyond their tactical capabilities. The Anshan-class 4 vessels transferred from the Soviet Navy in 1954 and 1955 as the first destroyer-caliber warships operated by the People's Liberation Army Navy represented both the foundation and the dependency that would define early plan development. The Soviet withdrawal in 1960 left the plan with 4 aging destroyers, partial technical documentation, and no source of spare parts or expert guidance. The Chinese engineers and crews who had been training under Soviet supervision had to extrapolate from what they had learned and what they could reverse engineer. Anshan served until 1992, 38 years after transfer, a longevity achieved through improvised maintenance that testified to the ingenuity of the crews who kept her operational after the institutional support ended. The Luda class, Type 051, 17 ships commissioned between 1971 and 1991, China's first domestically designed and built guided missile destroyer, was the plan's primary surface combatant for 2 decades, and the hull on which Chinese shipbuilders learned to produce complex warships at scale without Soviet assistance. The HY-2 Silkworm anti-ship missiles were derived from the Soviet P-15 Termit, studied, copied, and improved through a process that established the model of technology absorption that Chinese defense industry would apply across every subsequent program. Several Luda-class ships were upgraded with French Crotelet naval SAMs in the 1980s, under the brief period of Sino-Western technology cooperation. This was terminated by the 1989 arms embargo following Tiananmen. The Jianghu class, Type 0053H, 32 ships built across 5 subvariants between 1975 and 1989, the most produced Chinese warship class of the Cold War era, served as the plan's primary frigate force through China's maritime expansion in the South and East China Seas. Jianghu-class ships were exported to Egypt, Thailand, Bangladesh and Myanmar, the first significant Chinese warship exports that established China as a credible arms supplier to developing nations unable to afford Western systems. Several Jianghu variants remain in service with export operators, their operational careers extending to 40-plus years from original construction. The Luhu class, Type 052, two ships, Harbin and Qingdao, commissioned in 1994 and 1996, represented China's first genuine attempt to produce a modern guided missile destroyer incorporating Western technology. The GE LM2500 gas turbines were imported before the 1989 embargo and provided Chinese engineers with direct experience of Western propulsion standards. The integration challenge, making French sonar, American engines, Italian gun systems and Chinese missiles function as a coordinated combat system, was the real developmental achievement. Only two Luhu-class ships were built. The class served as the direct developmental ancestor of the Type 52B and 052C destroyers that incorporated domestically developed systems. The Sovremeny class, four ships purchased from Russia in two batches commissioned in 1999, 2000, 2005 and 2006, were acquired specifically to address the strategic lesson of the Third Taiwan Strait Crisis of 1995 and 1996, when two U.S. carrier battle groups entered the strait and the plan lacked any weapon capable of threatening them. The SS-N-22 Sunburn supersonic anti-ship missile, travelling at Mach 2.1 over 120 kilometres, was assessed as capable of defeating the Aegis combat systems defending American carrier groups. By the time the last Sovremeny was commissioned in 2006, China was already building comparable or superior domestic systems. The Sovremeny accelerated a process it did not originate. The Luhai class, Type Survive 1B, a single ship, Shenzhen, commissioned in 1999, was a one-off transitional design at 6,600 tons standard displacement. The largest Chinese-built surface combatant at its commissioning and the first Chinese destroyer designed with two helicopter spots. Only one Luhai was built because the design was recognized as a transitional iteration rather than a production-ready standard. The plan's willingness to commission single-ship classes and one-off test beds reflected an institutional philosophy that prioritized developmental learning over procurement efficiency. Shenzhen established that China was willing to build ships of the size and complexity previously associated only with American and Soviet naval programs. The Luoyang series, Type 052B, 052C and 052D, commissioned between 2004 and the present, with 25 or more Type 052D units alone, constitutes the most consequential destroyer production program of the 21st century. The Type 052D is China's Aegis equivalent, and China is building them faster than the United States builds comparable DDG-51 Flight 3 variants. The 052C introduced the Type 346 AESA phased array radar, China's first domestically developed active electronically scanned array for surface ships. The production rate of the Aero 52D, averaging 3 to 4 commissioning per year at peak, exceeded anything the Western world had produced in destroyer-class ships since the height of the Cold War. Liaoning, commissioned September 25, 2012, the former Soviet carrier Varyag, purchased from Ukraine in 1998 for $25 million, took 14 years from purchase to commissioning as China's first operational aircraft carrier. Liaoning's primary operational function has been as a training carrier, generating the carrier aviation doctrines, procedures, and aircrew experience that China had never possessed. One carrier is a demonstration, two carriers are a fleet. The South Sea Fleet's permanent carrier presence that Liaoning enables changes the operational environment for every navy operating in the Western Pacific. Shandong, commissioned December 17, 2019, the first carrier entirely designed by Chinese engineers, advanced on the Liaoning template with an enlarged hull, increased aircraft capacity of approximately 40 J-15B fighters, and improved aviation facilities. The decision to retain ski jump rather than implement catapult launch on the Type 002 ensured the ship would be operational and effective on schedule rather than delayed by developmental risk. Shandong's commissioning established China's carrier force as a permanent rather than experimental capability. Fujian launched June 17, 2022, conducting sea trials from May 2024, is China's first supercarrier-class vessel and the first carrier outside the United States Navy to use electromagnetic catapult launch systems. The three EMALS catapults were developed entirely by Chinese engineers after American sanctions made direct technology transfer impossible. At an estimated 80,000 plus tons full load and approximately 320 meters length, Fujian is broadly comparable to the Gerald R. Ford class in dimensions. The carrier that a 1995 Taiwan Strait crisis made strategically necessary took 27 years from that crisis to sea trials. China's fourth carrier is already under construction. The Type 055 Renhai class 8 ships commissioned between 2020 and 2024, classified by the US Navy as a cruiser due to its 12,000-ton displacement, is the largest surface combatant built by any navy in the world outside of aircraft carriers and American Ticonderoga-class cruisers. The 112-cell Universal VLS system can carry any combination of surface-to-air, anti-ship, anti-submarine and land attack missiles, 8 Type 055 ships in 4 years. The United States has 22 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, none built since 1994, all being retired under budget pressure. China is building the ships that America is decommissioning. The strategic implication is not about individual ship performance. It is about trajectory. In 1954, the foundations of China's modern undersea power were laid not by domestic innovation but by Soviet hand-me-downs. The Type 031 Whiskey class began with 4 hulls transferred directly from the Soviet Union, followed by 13 license-built copies constructed at the Jiangnan shipyard in Shanghai. This marked the true birth of the People's Liberation Army Navy's operational submarine force. Derived from advanced German Type 21 U-boat technology captured at the end of World War II, the Whiskey class handed Beijing a genuine Cold War asset. Measuring 76 meters long, packed with 6 lethal torpedo tubes, and capable of plunging to depths of 200 meters, it was a formidable platform for an emerging power. Initially, Soviet technical advisors and rigorous training programs guided the Chinese crews. Engineers even dismantled the transferred boats piece by piece, mapping out the secrets of their construction. But in 1960, the geopolitical landscape fractured. The abrupt Sino-Soviet split terminated all Moscow-backed technical assistance overnight, leaving Chinese engineers stranded mid-production with incomplete blueprints. Yet the yards kept building. The continuation of the Whiskey-class program proved that the initial knowledge transfer had succeeded, leaving behind a resilient, self-sustaining foundation for China's future fleet. By 1962, China was ready to mass-produce its undersea backbone, the Type 033 Romeo class. Over more than 2 decades, a staggering 84 vessels rolled out of the Wuchang, Jiangnan, and Huludao shipyards. This massive undertaking represented the largest production run of any Romeo-class variant outside of the Soviet Union itself. serving as the absolute spine of the plan's submarine strength for nearly 30 years. However, this historic production run was forced to span the chaos of the Cultural Revolution. It was a turbulent era when China's defense industrial base was fractured by severe political purges that removed experienced engineers and technical experts. While the shipyards desperately continued to build submarines, quality control plummeted. The technology gap separating China's fleet from the cutting-edge vessels of the Soviet Union and the United States widened from years to decades. Yet, despite these structural setbacks, the Romeo class achieved significant international reach. Several Type 033 submarines were exported to allies like Egypt, North Korea, and Algeria. This critical step established a vital pattern of Chinese foreign military sales that laid the groundwork for the highly capable submarine exports China manages on the global stage today. Launched from the Huludao shipyard in 1966, the Type 031G was a lone wolf with a monumental mission. A single vessel designated Hull 200, it stands as China's only conventionally powered ballistic missile submarine. It was never intended for traditional combat patrols. Instead, Hull 200 was purpose-built as a high-stakes development platform for the JL-1 submarine-launched ballistic missile, the weapon destined to arm the future Xia-class nuclear strategic deterrent. After years of meticulous engineering adjustments, Hull 200 made history on October 12, 1982. Submerged deep within the cold waters of the Bohai Sea, it successfully executed China's first-ever underwater ballistic missile launch. This milestone arrived 24 years after the Soviet Union's pioneering SLBM test, highlighting the steep evolutionary climb China faced. Yet, the ultimate success of the JL-1 test validated decades of domestic military sacrifice. Rather than fading into retirement after achieving its primary objective, Hull 200 proved remarkably durable. It continued serving as the primary test platform for advanced iterations of the JL missile family throughout the 1980s and 1990s, cementing its legacy as the ultimate crucible for China's modern sea-based nuclear triad. In 1974, the Type 035 Ming class emerged to carry the crushing weight of a nation isolated. 21 of these vessels were constructed at the Wuchang shipyard between 1974 and 2000, spanning 3 distinct sub-variants. As China's very first domestically designed submarine, the Ming class was born out of sheer necessity following the Sino-Soviet split. Chinese engineers had to build a modern boat from scratch, without Soviet blueprints, without foreign advisors, and with a technical workforce heavily fractured by the political chaos of the Cultural Revolution. Despite these hurdles, the design evolved, culminating in the advanced G variant, which introduced wire-guided torpedoes and the ability to fire lethal YJ-82 anti-ship cruise missiles directly from underwater torpedo tubes. However, the class's defining legacy would be written in tragedy. In April 2003, the catastrophic loss of Hull 361 and its entire crew sent shockwaves through the highest levels of Chinese military leadership. This haunting disaster exposed deep operational vulnerabilities, serving as a catalytic turning point. It accelerated the rapid retirement of the aging Ming-class fleet and directly catalyzed the emergency funding and procurement of the advanced, air-independent propulsion UN-class submarines that replaced them. Commissioned in 1974, the Type 091 Han class announced China's grand entry into the elite nuclear club. 5 hulls were constructed between 1974 and 1990, making China the first nation outside the United States, the Soviet Union, the United Kingdom, and France to field nuclear-powered attack submarines. Chairman Mao Zedong had personally ignited the high-stakes program back in 1958, famously declaring that China would build nuclear submarines even if it took 10,000 years. Ultimately, it took 16. But strategic independence came with severe technical compromises. By international standards, the Han-class boats were acoustically loud, glowing brightly on Western sonar arrays. Worse, the crude reactor shielding was highly inadequate, exposing crews to elevated, dangerous radiation doses during extended deployments. Their operational history was equally volatile. In 2004, a Han-class submarine breached Japanese territorial waters near Okinawa, triggering a massive international incident. It marked the first acknowledged incursion by a Chinese nuclear submarine into a foreign nation's sovereign waters. The aggressive maneuver sparked furious protests from Tokyo and forced a rare, formal diplomatic apology from Beijing, exposing both the growing boldness and the tactical friction of China's early nuclear fleet. In the high-stakes arena of strategic nuclear deterrence, the Type 092 Xia class represents a complex chapter of symbolic triumph and mechanical disappointment. A single hull numbered 406, launched at Huludao in 1981 and commissioned in 1983, it stood as China's very first nuclear-powered ballistic missile submarine. It was a monumental engineering milestone, yet it proved to be a strategic inadequacy. The Xia was armed with 12 JL-1 submarine-launched ballistic missiles, but their operational range was limited to approximately 1,700 kilometers. While capable of striking regional targets across East Asia, the platform fell dangerously short of providing a true, global-range nuclear deterrent against major superpowers. Crucially, Hull 406 was never verified to have conducted a single operational deterrent patrol beyond China's heavily protected coastal waters. For a vessel whose entire military purpose was to project extended nuclear retaliation capability deep at sea, this was a crippling operational limitation. The Xia class ultimately failed its primary deployment mission. However, this failure became a vital educational tool for Chinese naval architects, clearly defining the exact engineering breakthroughs, structural requirements, and extended range parameters that the subsequent Type 094 Jin class desperately needed to achieve. In the mid-1990s, China turned to its former rival to secure an immediate, lethal upgrade. The purchase of 12 Russian-built Type 636 Kilo class submarines, 4 baseline models delivered by 1997 and 8 improved variants by 2006, handed the plan the quietest conventional hulls in the world. NATO dubbed the Kilo the Black Hole due to its uncanny ability to vanish from Western passive sonar networks. This multi-billion-dollar acquisition was triggered by the strategic shock of the 1995 Third Taiwan Strait Crisis, when American aircraft carrier strike groups sailed defiantly into the strait, and China possessed no submarine capable of targeting them at range. The Kilos changed the equation overnight, arriving armed with advanced Club S anti-ship cruise missiles boasting a lethal 300-kilometer range. Suddenly, the plan could hold enemy surface fleets at bay far beyond their traditional weapon envelopes. Beyond providing an instant tactical deterrent, the Kilo fleet served as a masterclass for Chinese shipbuilders. It delivered a comprehensive, hands-on education in advanced acoustic quieting, cutting-edge combat fire control, and modern weapons integration, fundamentally transforming how China designed its own domestic submarines moving into the 21st century. Commissioned between 1999 and 2004, the 13 submarines of the Type 039 Song class marked China's first attempt to design an undersea warrior entirely from scratch since the Sino-Soviet split. It was a massive leap towards self-reliance, but one that revealed just how painful true engineering independence could be. The lead vessel, Hull 320, was launched in 1994 but languished through 5 agonizing years of trials, systemic failures, and extensive design modifications before it was deemed fit for active service. Once perfected, the Song class became a genuine threat. Armed with YJ-82 anti-ship cruise missiles, it fundamentally altered the tactical calculations for foreign surface fleets operating inside the critical First Island chain. The class achieved legendary status in October 2006 during naval exercises near Okinawa. A lone Song submarine evaded an entire American carrier strike group, quietly breaching the defensive perimeter to surface well within torpedo range of the USS Kitty Hawk. The shocking incident stunned Western military analysts. The Song class had triumphantly proven China's new conventional submarine doctrine in the real world, laying the exact operational blueprint that the incoming Yuan class would soon refine to perfection. Entering service in 2006, the Type 039 A and B Yuan class represents the ultimate evolution of China's conventional undersea fleet. With over 20 hulls commissioned and production steadily continuing, it stands as the world's most heavily produced air-independent propulsion submarine family. Utilizing advanced Stirling cycle AIP technology, reverse-engineered from Swedish Kockums designs, these ultra-quiet hunters can remain submerged for weeks without snorkeling. Operating on AIP, a Yuan-class boat generates acoustic signatures so low they fall completely below the detection thresholds of passive sonar systems, forcing adversaries to use active sonar, which instantly compromises the searching vessel's own position. The relentless pace of production, averaging roughly 2 hulls per year out of the Wuchang shipyard, signals that this cutting-edge technology has successfully transitioned from an experimental project to a standardized assembly line. Furthermore, later variants are armed with lethal YJ-18 anti-ship and land attack cruise missiles, pushing their effective strike range out to an unprecedented 540 kilometers. A wolfpack of 20 such stealth submarines is no longer a localized defensive force, it is a lethal, long-range, sea-denial weapon designed to lock down contested oceanic corridors. Launched in 2006 to finally replace the aging Han class, the Type 093 Shang-class nuclear attack submarine was designed to project Chinese power into the deep ocean. 6 vessels were built, including 4 baseline models and 2 heavily modernized 093A variants. While the Shang class represented a massive leap forward for the plan, it ultimately fell short of closing the vast acoustic performance gap with contemporary American Virginia-class attack submarines. Western sonar analysts estimate that the Shang's acoustic signature is roughly comparable to a 1980s-era Soviet Victor III, representing a frustrating 30-year technological lag against its primary potential adversary. To address this, the improved 093A variant introduced crucial upgrades, including advanced hull acoustic dampening systems and a dedicated vertical launch system capable of firing YJ-18 cruise missiles, operating a small fleet of 6 Shang-class submarines against the United States Navy's massive force of over 50 attack submarines, does not represent tactical parity. However, the Shang class was never meant to fight alone. It provides a highly lethal, long-range undersea contribution to the comprehensive, multi-domain anti-access and area denial architecture China has built across the Western Pacific. Reaching operational status around 2010, the Type 094 Jin class represents the true realization of China's continuous nuclear deterrent at sea. 6 of these massive submarines roam the oceans, combining baseline models and enhanced 094A variants. Each hull is packed with 12 JL-2 submarine-launched ballistic missiles boasting an operational range exceeding 7,200 kilometers. This strategic reach changes the global balance of power. A Jin-class submarine operating within the protected bastions of the South China Sea can strike targets across the continental United States without ever crossing the first island chain. In 2015, the US Department of Defense confirmed that the Jin class had conducted the first successful extended strategic deterrent patrol in Chinese history, finally fulfilling the mission the ill-fated Xia class missed 32 years prior. The platform continues to evolve aggressively. The next-generation JL-3 missile, which features an estimated range exceeding 9,000 kilometers and carries multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles, is now actively entering service on the upgraded 094A hulls. This weapon upgrade ensures that China's second strike nuclear capability remains highly survivable, lethal, and permanently on watch beneath the waves. Sliding into the water around 2022, the Type 039C is the newest, most sophisticated evolution of the Yuan-class family. It represents the pinnacle of China's conventional submarine philosophy, a doctrine focused on continuous, incremental upgrades rather than waiting for risky, full-scale redesigns. Open-source acoustic intelligence gathered from recent planned fleet exercises indicates that the Type 039C features dramatically improved quieting performance over all its predecessors. Speculation also surrounds the integration of cutting-edge lithium-ion battery technology, a breakthrough that would simultaneously boost the submarine's underwater sprint speeds and massively extend its overall AIP endurance. Tellingly, China continues to build the conventional Type 039C alongside its highly advanced Type 095 nuclear attack submarine program. This simultaneous production reflects a deliberate, dual-track naval doctrine. The plan values conventional stealth submarines for their unparalleled acoustic advantages in tricky, shallow-water coastal environments like the Taiwan Strait, while reserving nuclear-powered assets for long-range, deep-ocean endurance missions. Far from being rivals for funding, these two distinct submarine classes are designed to operate as perfect tactical complements, forming an impenetrable wall of undersea denial. Designated by NATO as the Sui class, the Type 095 nuclear attack submarine represents Beijing's premier weapon for closing the historical acoustic gap. With 2 to 4 hulls already in active service or conducting advanced sea trials, this program targets the noise vulnerabilities that plagued every prior generation of Chinese nuclear hulls. The US Office of Naval Intelligence has officially assessed the Type 095 as a massive leap forward in acoustic quieting over the older Shang class. This breakthrough moves China's nuclear signature significantly closer to contemporary Western and Russian acoustic standards, threatening to upend long-standing American undersea dominance. Beyond its stealth, the Type 095 introduces unprecedented offensive versatility. Equipped with advanced vertical launch cells, it is the first Chinese attack submarine capable of executing independent cruise missile strikes against distant land targets at strategic ranges. This multi-mission capability means the Type 095 can hunt enemy submarines, destroy surface groups, and strike deep inland simultaneously. It is no longer just a defensive escort for a domestic aircraft carrier strike group. It has evolved into an apex predator, a sovereign, long-range power projection platform capable of altering regional geopolitics. Currently taking shape inside the massive fabrication halls of the Huludao shipyard, the Type 096 Tang class represents the upcoming crown jewel of China's strategic arsenal. Expected to achieve initial operational capability between 2025 and 2027, this next-generation nuclear ballistic missile submarine is projected to carry between 16 and 24 JL-3 missiles, each armed with multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. To put that in perspective, a single Tang-class submarine at sea will deploy more raw strategic nuclear warheads than the entire historical Xia-class program was ever designed to field. Armed with the 9,000-kilometer range JL-3, the Type 096 can launch devastating strikes against the continental United States while remaining safely tucked inside the heavily fortified bastions of the South China Sea. Shorter, protected patrol routes mean minimal exposure to American anti-submarine networks, dramatically increasing hull survivability. With the Tang class, China's historic nuclear posture is undergoing a profound transformation, moving away from a minimal deterrent toward a terrifying capability for assured destruction. This platform ensures Beijing can comfortably absorb a massive nuclear-first strike and still deliver an unacceptable, devastating retaliatory blow from the shadows of the deep. The Type 052C altered the balance between the People's Liberation Army Navy and its regional competitors. For the first time, China fielded an indigenous destroyer capable of providing modern fleet area air defense through a combination of phased array radar and vertically launched missiles. The capability had existed previously only in limited or imported form. 6 ships entered service. Their defining feature was the Type 346 radar system. 4 fixed active electronically scanned array faces provided continuous surveillance without relying upon rotating search radars. Combined with HHQ-9 surface-to-air missiles carried in vertical launch cells, the destroyers could detect, track, and engage multiple targets across substantial distances. The technological challenge extended beyond hardware. Radar processing, missile guidance, combat system integration, and command software required simultaneous maturity. Any weakness could compromise the entire architecture. Development difficulties occurred. Integration delays were reported. The program nevertheless succeeded. Other capabilities remained comparatively conventional. Anti-ship missiles, helicopter facilities, and anti-submarine systems supported multi-role operations, but air defense clearly dominated design priorities. The Type 052C represented China's equivalent transition into the era of networked air defense destroyers. It transformed the plan from a force reliant on point defense escorts into one capable of constructing layered defensive formations, future classes would refine the concept. The breakthrough occurred here. The Type 052D transformed a successful concept into a mature operational system. If the Type 052C proved China could build an advanced air defense destroyer, the Type 052D demonstrated it could mass-produce one. The most important improvement involved the adoption of a universal vertical launch system. Previous Chinese launch arrangements imposed restrictions on missile compatibility. The new architecture allowed a wider range of weapons to be carried within the same launch cells. Surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-submarine rockets, and land attack weapons could be mixed according to mission requirements. Radar performance improved through refinements to the Type 346 series. Electronic warfare capability expanded. Combat system software matured. Reduced signature shaping enhanced survivability. The destroyers emerged as genuinely multi-role combatants rather than specialized air defense platforms. Production rates became strategically significant. More than 24 ships entered service, providing the plan with a large force of modern destroyers able to operate across multiple theaters simultaneously. Numbers mattered. Fleet architecture depends upon sustained presence as much as individual capability. International comparisons frequently described the class as China's answer to leading Western destroyer designs. Such comparisons remained imperfect. Different doctrines produced different priorities. What remained undeniable was scale. The Type 052D established serial production of advanced destroyers on a level previously unseen in Chinese naval history. The Type 052DL appeared superficially similar to earlier Type 052D destroyers. Closer examination revealed an important shift in operational priorities. Aviation capability received greater emphasis. The hull was slightly lengthened. Flight deck arrangements were revised. The modifications supported operation of larger naval helicopters, particularly newer anti-submarine and airborne surveillance platforms entering Chinese service. The change reflected growing recognition that modern destroyers increasingly function as aviation hosts as well as missile carriers. Helicopters extend sensor range far beyond the horizon. They hunt submarines, identify surface contacts, relay targeting information, and support search and rescue operations. Expanding aviation capacity therefore increased combat effectiveness across multiple mission areas simultaneously. Weapons systems remained broadly consistent with baseline Type 052D vessels. Universal vertical launch cells continued providing flexibility. Radar and combat management systems preserved the class's established strengths. The primary difference lay in how the ship projected information rather than firepower. Operational deployment demonstrated a broader evolution in plan doctrine. Blue water operations demand persistent situational awareness across vast maritime spaces. Shipboard sensors alone are insufficient. Organic aviation becomes essential. The Type 052DL therefore represented more than a minor modification. It illustrated the gradual transition from platform-centric thinking toward network-centric operations in which aircraft, ships, satellites, and data links function as parts of a larger combat system. Before indigenous destroyer programs fully matured, China purchased advanced Russian warships to accelerate capability development. The first result was Project 956E, an export version of the Soviet-designed Sovremeny class. 2 vessels entered service. Their most intimidating feature was the P-270 Moskit anti-ship missile. Designed for high-speed maritime strike missions, the weapon approached targets at supersonic velocity, reducing reaction time and complicating interception. Few regional navies possessed comparable offensive capability at the time. The destroyers also carried substantial gun armament and modern air defense systems. Powerful sensors and combat equipment complemented their strike role. On paper, they ranked among the most formidable surface combatants operating in Asia. Yet imported capability carried costs. Maintenance proved demanding. Steam propulsion imposed significant logistical burdens. Dependence upon foreign suppliers complicated sustainment and modernization planning. Operational readiness required continuous support arrangements. Despite those challenges, the ships provided valuable experience. Chinese crews trained with advanced missile systems. Engineers studied Russian naval design solutions. Tactical doctrine evolved through exposure to different operational philosophies. The Sovremeny acquisition was never intended as a permanent solution. It served as an accelerator. The destroyers filled immediate capability gaps while indigenous programs advanced. Their greatest contribution may have been shortening the learning curve facing China's next generation of naval architects. The second Sovremeny acquisition reflected confidence in the original concept while addressing known limitations. Project 956EM introduced improvements to sensors, weapons, and operational capability. 2 additional destroyers entered service. Enhanced Moskit M missiles expanded strike potential. Updated electronics improved target acquisition and engagement effectiveness. Aviation facilities received modifications supporting broader helicopter operations. Collectively, the upgrades produced a more capable platform than the earlier Project 956E vessels. Strategically, the purchase revealed competing schools of thought within naval modernization. One argument favored rapid acquisition of proven foreign systems. Another emphasized indigenous development despite slower timelines. Both approaches carried advantages. Both imposed risks. Operational experience gradually strengthened the indigenous position. Chinese industry increasingly demonstrated the ability to reproduce or exceed imported capabilities using domestic systems. As local destroyer programs matured, reliance upon foreign acquisitions diminished. The Project 956EM ships nevertheless remained valuable assets. Their offensive firepower continued commanding attention. Their crews accumulated experience in blue water deployments and complex fleet operations. Their existence imposed planning requirements upon potential adversaries. The class ultimately represented a transitional phase rather than a destination. Imported destroyers helped bridge a capability gap. Once that gap closed, China's naval strategy shifted decisively toward indigenous construction on an unprecedented scale. The Type 055 demonstrated that China's destroyer evolution had entered a different category entirely. Earlier programs sought parity. The Renhai class pursued scale, endurance, and command capacity associated with major naval powers. Displacing more than 13,000 tons at full load, the ships rank among the largest destroyers ever constructed. Some analysts classify them as cruisers. China continues describing them as destroyers. The debate reflects size rather than capability. Their combat potential is substantial regardless of terminology. 112 universal vertical launch cells provide extraordinary flexibility. Surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship weapons, anti-submarine systems, and long-range strike missiles can be combined according to operational requirements. Advanced radar arrays support extensive surveillance and engagement functions. Integrated command facilities allow the ships to coordinate larger task groups. The class was designed for carrier escort operations, blue water deployments, and high-end naval warfare. Endurance and sensor capacity support sustained operations far from home waters. Network integration links the ships with aircraft, satellites, submarines, and other surface combatants. The Type 055 did not emerge suddenly. It represents the accumulated result of every destroyer program preceding it. Lessons from Soviet transfers, modernization efforts, imported warships, and indigenous experimentation converge within a single platform. Decades of iteration became capability. Public information regarding future Type 055 developments remains limited. Nevertheless, available indicators suggest that evolution continues. Modern destroyer design is increasingly constrained not by hull size but by power generation, sensor integration, and information processing capacity. Reports and observations point toward incremental refinements rather than revolutionary redesign. Improved radar performance, expanded electronic warfare capability, enhanced data fusion, and future missile integration appear likely areas of focus. Energy demands continue increasing as sensors become more sophisticated and defensive systems grow more complex. Another challenge involves command architecture. Modern naval combat generates enormous volumes of information. The ability to process, distribute, and exploit that information may prove more decisive than the range of individual weapons. Future destroyers must function as data management platforms as much as combatants. Whether these developments receive the designation Type 055A or another classification remains secondary. The broader trend is clear. Chinese destroyer development no longer focuses on catching up technologically. It focuses on sustaining advancement across multiple domains simultaneously. That objective is considerably harder. Achieving parity requires imitation. Maintaining leadership requires continuous innovation. The distinction will shape every major destroyer program developed during the coming decades. The Type 051G attempted to solve a problem confronting every aging destroyer fleet. Missile warfare had become dominant, yet large numbers of existing hulls remained structurally sound. The question was whether modernization could preserve relevance without requiring entirely new construction. Several Luda destroyers received substantial upgrades centered upon anti-ship warfare capability. Obsolete missile systems were replaced by YJ-8 series weapons offering improved reliability, greater resistance to countermeasures, and more flexible engagement profiles. Fire control systems were updated accordingly. Sensor suites received incremental enhancements intended to support missile operations in increasingly complex electromagnetic environments. The modernization significantly increased offensive effectiveness against surface targets. It did not fundamentally alter limitations elsewhere. Air defense capability remained constrained. Steam propulsion retained heavy maintenance requirements. Crew sizes remained large compared with contemporary international designs. Operationally, the subclass represented an economical bridge between generations. Existing platforms gained meaningful combat improvements, while newer destroyer programs continued development. shipyards accumulated experience integrating modern missile systems into legacy hulls. Fleet commanders gained practical familiarity with missile-centric doctrine. The Type 051G demonstrated that modernization could extend service life, but only to a point. Structural age and original design assumptions ultimately imposed limits that no upgrade package could completely overcome. The Type 051G2 represented the final and most capable evolution of the Luda family. By the mid-1990s, destroyer warfare increasingly revolved around missiles, sensors, and networked command systems. Gun-centric Cold War designs faced diminishing relevance. Modernized vessels received YJ-83 anti-ship missiles capable of higher subsonic speeds, improved terminal guidance, and substantially greater operational flexibility than earlier generations. Electronic systems underwent additional refinement. Radar performance improved. Command and control capability expanded. The destroyers became significantly more dangerous surface combat platforms than their original configurations suggested possible. Yet modernization exposed the underlying reality of legacy warship development. New weapons operated from old foundations. Hull architecture remained rooted in an earlier era. Survivability standards differed from contemporary expectations. Crew demands remained comparatively high. Expansion potential became increasingly limited. Nevertheless, the upgraded ships fulfilled an important strategic function. They provided credible regional combat capability while China's next-generation destroyers progressed from design studies to operational deployment. The experience gained integrating advanced missiles and electronics informed future indigenous combat systems. The Type 051G2 therefore marked both an ending and a beginning. It represented the maximum capability extractable from China's first destroyer lineage. Beyond that point, entirely new designs became necessary. Incremental evolution had reached its practical limit. The Type 052 changed the trajectory of Chinese destroyer development. Previous classes focused primarily on achieving indigenous production. The Luhu class pursued technological competitiveness. 2 ships entered service. Their influence exceeded their numbers. Western-designed gas turbines, modern electronics, integrated combat systems, and improved automation introduced capabilities largely absent from earlier Chinese destroyers. The design reflected a deliberate effort to absorb foreign technology while developing domestic expertise. Propulsion employed a combined diesel or gas arrangement, providing improved efficiency and operational flexibility. Missile armament included modern anti-ship weapons. Anti-air warfare capability advanced beyond previous destroyer generations. Aviation facilities supported embarked helicopters, significantly expanding surveillance and anti-submarine reach. The class also exposed vulnerabilities. Dependence upon imported components created strategic risk. International sanctions following political tensions complicated future access to foreign systems. Programs relying heavily upon external suppliers became increasingly difficult to sustain. Operational service, nevertheless, proved valuable. The ships conducted long-distance deployments, multinational exercises, and extended blue water operations. Such missions provided practical experience supporting China's transition from coastal defense toward broader maritime ambitions. The Type 052 was not China's most powerful destroyer. It may have been its most important. The class established technical and operational foundations upon which virtually every modern planned surface combatant would subsequently build. Only one Type 051B destroyer was constructed. Its significance derived from experimentation rather than production quantity. Shenzhen served as a large-scale test platform for technologies intended to shape future destroyer development. The ship displaced substantially more than preceding Chinese destroyers. Increased size created opportunities for expanded command facilities, improved endurance, additional weapons, and future modernization potential. Designers explored how larger hull forms could support blue water operations beyond traditional coastal defense missions. Weapons and sensor systems reflected transitional thinking. Elements from older destroyer programs coexisted alongside newer technologies. The resulting configuration lacked the coherence of later purpose-built designs, but generated valuable engineering data regarding integration, maintenance, and operational performance. International deployments became a notable feature of service history. Shenzhen participated in overseas visits and long-range missions that demonstrated growing confidence in planned expeditionary capability. Such operations tested logistics, command arrangements, and crew proficiency under conditions rarely encountered by earlier Chinese surface combatants. Critics sometimes viewed the class as an evolutionary dead end because no direct production series followed. That interpretation overlooks its actual purpose. The Type 051B functioned as a bridge between generations, allowing concepts associated with larger modern destroyers to be evaluated under operational conditions before wider adoption. The Type 051C addressed a capability gap considered increasingly unacceptable. Modern fleets required robust area air defense. Existing Chinese destroyers lacked the ability to protect larger formations against sophisticated aircraft and missile threats at extended ranges. The solution combined an indigenous hull with Russian missile technology. 2 ships entered service carrying the S-300FM surface-to-air missile system, a naval derivative of a proven long-range air defense architecture. Large phased array radar installations supported target tracking and engagement operations across substantial distances. The resulting destroyers possessed formidable defensive capability. Their appearance reflected function rather than elegance. Massive radar structures and missile installations dominated the design. Internal volume and displacement requirements imposed trade-offs, affecting flexibility elsewhere. Only 2 vessels were completed. By the time they entered service, more advanced indigenous solutions were already approaching operational maturity. Nevertheless, the class provided immediate capability, while domestic programs continued development. Operationally, the ships demonstrated the importance of integrated fleet defense. Protecting task groups required more than offensive missiles and surface strike capability. Air superiority increasingly depended upon layered defensive systems capable of countering aircraft, cruise missiles, and emerging precision-guided threats. The Type 051C therefore represented a strategic stopgap, temporary by design, necessary by circumstance. The Type 052B emerged during a period of rapid experimentation within Chinese naval development. Multiple destroyer classes entered service within a relatively short time frame, each exploring different combinations of weapons, sensors, and propulsion systems. 2 ships were completed. Their design emphasized balanced multi-role capability. Gas turbine propulsion improved responsiveness and operational efficiency. Modern anti-ship missiles enhanced offensive reach. Area defense missile systems expanded fleet protection capabilities beyond earlier destroyer generations. Russian technology continued influencing development. Certain radar and missile components reflected cooperation that helped accelerate capability growth while domestic alternatives matured. Critics argued that dependence upon imported systems complicated logistics and long-term sustainment. Supporters countered that immediate operational gains justified the approach. The ships served as valuable stepping stones toward more advanced indigenous designs. Crew training, combat system integration, maintenance procedures, and tactical doctrine all benefited from practical operational experience. Lessons learned directly informed subsequent destroyer classes. Although often overshadowed by later vessels equipped with advanced phased array radar and vertical launch systems, the Type 052B played a critical developmental role. It helped transform theoretical concepts into operational reality. Modern warship evolution rarely follows a straight line. The Guangzhou class illustrates how experimentation, compromise, and incremental learning frequently prove as important as technological breakthroughs. The Type 052C altered the balance between the People's Liberation Army Navy and its regional competitors. For the first time, China fielded an indigenous destroyer capable of providing modern fleet area air defense through a combination of phased array radar and vertically launched missiles. The capability had existed previously only in limited or imported form. 6 ships entered service. Their defining feature was the Type 346 radar system. 4 fixed active electronically scanned array faces provided continuous surveillance without relying upon rotating search radars. Combined with HHQ-9 surface-to-air missiles carried in vertical launch cells, the destroyers could detect, track, and engage multiple targets across substantial distances. The technological challenge extended beyond hardware. Radar processing, missile guidance, combat system integration, and command software required simultaneous maturity. Any weakness could compromise the entire architecture. Development difficulties occurred. Integration delays were reported. The program nevertheless succeeded. Other capabilities remained comparatively conventional. Anti-ship missiles, helicopter facilities, and anti-submarine systems supported multi-role operations, but air defense clearly dominated design priorities. The Type 052C represented China's equivalent transition into the era of networked air defense destroyers. It transformed the plan from a force reliant on point defense escorts into one capable of constructing layered defensive formations. Future classes would refine the concept. The breakthrough occurred here. The Type 052D transformed a successful concept into a mature operational system. If the Type 052C proved China could build an advanced air defense destroyer, the Type 052D demonstrated it could mass-produce one. The most important improvement involved the adoption of a universal vertical launch system. Previous Chinese launch arrangements imposed restrictions on missile compatibility. The new architecture allowed a wider range of weapons to be carried within the same launch cells. Surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship missiles, anti-submarine rockets, and land attack weapons could be mixed according to mission requirements. Radar performance improved through refinements to the Type 346 series. Electronic warfare capability expanded. Combat system software matured. Reduced signature shaping enhanced survivability. The destroyers emerged as genuinely multi-role combatants rather than specialized air defense platforms. Production rates became strategically significant. More than 24 ships entered service, providing the plan with a large force of modern destroyers able to operate across multiple theaters simultaneously. Numbers mattered. Fleet architecture depends upon sustained presence as much as individual capability. International comparisons frequently described the class as China's answer to leading Western destroyer designs. Such comparisons remained imperfect. Different doctrines produced different priorities. What remained undeniable was scale. The Type 052D established serial production of advanced destroyers on a level previously unseen in Chinese naval history. The Type 052DL appeared superficially similar to earlier Type 052D destroyers. Closer examination revealed an important shift in operational priorities. Aviation capability received greater emphasis. The hull was slightly lengthened. Flight deck arrangements were revised. The modifications supported operation of larger naval helicopters, particularly newer anti-submarine and airborne surveillance platforms entering Chinese service. The change reflected growing recognition that modern destroyers increasingly function as aviation hosts as well as missile carriers. Helicopters extend sensor range far beyond the horizon. They hunt submarines, identify surface contacts, relay targeting information, and support search and rescue operations. Expanding aviation capacity therefore increased combat effectiveness across multiple mission areas simultaneously. Weapon systems remained broadly consistent with baseline Type 052D vessels. Universal vertical launch cells continued providing flexibility. Radar and combat management systems preserved the class's established strengths. The primary difference lay in how the ship projected information rather than firepower. Operational deployment demonstrated a broader evolution in plan doctrine. Blue water operations demand persistent situational awareness across vast maritime spaces. Shipboard sensors alone are insufficient. Organic aviation becomes essential. The Type 052DL therefore represented more than a minor modification. It illustrated the gradual transition from platform-centric thinking toward network-centric operations in which aircraft, ships, satellites, and data links function as parts of a larger combat system. Before indigenous destroyer programs fully matured, China purchased advanced Russian warships to accelerate capability development. The first result was Project 956E, an export version of the Soviet-designed Zovremeny class. 2 vessels entered service. Their most intimidating feature was the P-270 Moskit anti-ship missile. Designed for high-speed maritime strike missions, the weapon approached targets at supersonic velocity, reducing reaction time and complicating interception. Few regional navies possessed comparable offensive capability at the time. The destroyers also carried substantial gun armament and modern air defense systems. Powerful sensors and combat equipment complemented their strike role. On paper, they ranked among the most formidable surface combatants operating in Asia. Yet imported capability carried costs. Maintenance proved demanding. Steam propulsion imposed significant logistical burdens. Dependence upon foreign suppliers complicated sustainment and modernization planning. Operational readiness required continuous support arrangements. Despite those challenges, the ships provided valuable experience. Chinese crews trained with advanced missile systems. Engineers studied Russian naval design solutions. Tactical doctrine evolved through exposure to different operational philosophies. The Sovremeny acquisition was never intended as a permanent solution. It served as an accelerator. The destroyers filled immediate capability gaps while indigenous programs advanced. Their greatest contribution may have been shortening the learning curve facing China's next generation of naval architects. The second Sovremeny acquisition reflected confidence in the original concept while addressing known limitations. Project 956EM introduced improvements to sensors, weapons, and operational capability. 2 additional destroyers entered service. Enhanced Mosquet M missiles expanded strike potential. Updated electronics improved target acquisition and engagement effectiveness. Aviation facilities received modifications supporting broader helicopter operations. Collectively, the upgrades produced a more capable platform than the earlier Project 956E vessels. Strategically, the purchase revealed competing schools of thought within naval modernization. One argument favored rapid acquisition of proven foreign systems. Another emphasized indigenous development despite slower timelines. Both approaches carried advantages, both imposed risks. Operational experience gradually strengthened the indigenous position. Chinese industry increasingly demonstrated the ability to reproduce or exceed imported capabilities using domestic systems. As local destroyer programs matured, reliance upon foreign acquisitions diminished. The Project 956EM ships nevertheless remained valuable assets. Their offensive firepower continued commanding attention. Their crews accumulated experience in blue water deployments and complex fleet operations. Their existence imposed planning requirements upon potential adversaries. The class ultimately represented a transitional phase rather than a destination. Imported destroyers helped bridge a capability gap. Once that gap closed, China's naval strategy shifted decisively toward indigenous construction on an unprecedented scale. The Type 055 demonstrated that China's destroyer evolution had entered a different category entirely. Earlier programs sought parity. The Renhai class pursued scale, endurance, and command capacity associated with major naval powers. Displacing more than 13,000 tons at full load, the ships rank among the largest destroyers ever constructed. Some analysts classify them as cruisers. China continues describing them as destroyers. The debate reflects size rather than capability. Their combat potential is substantial regardless of terminology. 112 universal vertical launch cells provide extraordinary flexibility. Surface-to-air missiles, anti-ship weapons, anti-submarine systems, and long-range strike missiles can be combined according to operational requirements. Advanced radar arrays support extensive surveillance and engagement functions. Integrated command facilities allow the ships to coordinate larger task groups. The class was designed for carrier escort operations, blue water deployments, and high-end naval warfare. Endurance and sensor capacity support sustained operations far from home waters. Network integration links the ships with aircraft, satellites, submarines, and other surface combatants. The Type 055 did not emerge suddenly. It represents the accumulated result of every destroyer program preceding it. Lessons from Soviet transfers, modernization efforts, imported warships, and indigenous experimentation converge within a single platform. Decades of iteration became capability. Public information regarding future Type 055 developments remains limited. Nevertheless, available indicators suggest that evolution continues. Modern destroyer design is increasingly constrained not by hull size but by power generation, sensor integration, and information processing capacity. Reports and observations point toward incremental refinements rather than revolutionary redesign. Improved radar performance, expanded electronic warfare capability, enhanced data fusion, and future missile integration appear likely areas of focus. Energy demands continue increasing as sensors become more sophisticated and defensive systems grow more complex. Another challenge involves command architecture. Modern naval combat generates enormous volumes of information. The ability to process, distribute, and exploit that information may prove more decisive than the range of individual weapons. Future destroyers must function as data management platforms as much as combatants. Whether these developments receive the designation Type 055A or another classification remains secondary. The broader trend is clear. Chinese destroyer development no longer focuses on catching up technologically. It focuses on sustaining advancement across multiple domains simultaneously. That objective is considerably harder. Achieving parity requires imitation. Maintaining leadership requires continuous innovation. The distinction will shape every major destroyer program developed during the coming decades. Dingyuan was laid down at A.G. Vulcan's Stettin Yard in 1881 and entered Beiyang Fleet Service in 1885, the centerpiece of Li Hongzhang's modernization program. At 7,335 tons, she carried 4 305mm Krupp guns in 2 centerline turrets, an armament that outclassed every warship in the region on paper. Her 356mm compound armor belt protected a central citadel, a French-influenced design choice that left her bow and stern unarmored. At the Battle of the Yalu River, September 17, 1894, Dingyuan absorbed roughly 200 hits from Japanese quick-firing guns and remained afloat, but her secondary battery was wrecked and a fire nearly reached her ammunition stores. Slow reload rates, close to 5 minutes per main gun salvo, meant she delivered a fraction of the firepower her armament implied. Withdrawn to Wei Highway, she struck a mine on February 4, 1895, during the Japanese siege, grounded, and was used as a stationary gun platform until her crew detonated her magazines the following night rather than surrender her intact. Her wreck was located off Liugong Island in 2019. Zhenyuan was Dingyuan's sister ship, built to an identical specification at the same Stettin Yard and commissioned the same year. At the Yalu, she fought alongside Dingyuan in the fleet's Central Division and survived the battle largely intact, though her stern was holed by a near-miss explosion that flooded compartments. Withdrawn with the rest of the fleet to Wei Highway, she struck an underwater obstruction in the harbour entrance on February 9, 1895, and grounded permanently. Her commander scuttled what he could of her fighting capability, but the hull itself could not be destroyed in time. Japanese forces raised her, towed her to Kure, and recommissioned her into the Imperial Japanese Navy as Chin-yen, the same characters as her original name, rendered in Japanese. She served as a Japanese first-class battleship for over a decade, including patrol duty during the Russo-Japanese War in 1904 and 1905, before being reclassified as a coastal defense ship in 1898 and finally struck from the Navy list in 1911. She was scrapped in 1914. No other vessel in this history changed flags so completely. Built for China, fought against Japan, and then served in the fleet that had defeated her. Jiuan, a 2,355-ton protected cruiser built by A.G. Vulcan and commissioned in 1884, fired the opening shots of the First Sino-Japanese War and immediately became its first controversy. On July 25, 1894, while escorting troop transports near Pungdo on the Korean coast, Jiuan and the smaller Gwangi were intercepted by 3 Japanese cruisers. After a brief exchange, Ji Yuan's captain, Fang Boqian, broke off and ran for Wei Highway, leaving the troop transport Kaohsiung, carrying over 1,000 soldiers, to be sunk behind him. He was court-martialed and executed within weeks, the first Chinese officer punished for the war's outcome before the war had been formally declared. Ji Yuan fought again at the Yalu in September, survived with moderate damage, and was present at Wei Highway's fall in February 1895, where she was surrendered to Japan intact. Absorbed into the Imperial Japanese Navy and renamed Cayenne, she struck a mine off Port Arthur on December 30th, 1904, during the Russo-Japanese War, and sank with the loss of 37 crew. A ship that began one war as a symbol of disgrace and ended another as a casualty of the navy that had captured her. Fujian was built by Armstrong at Elswick and delivered to the Beiyang fleet in 1887, a fast, protected cruiser rated for 18 knots and armed with 3 210mm Krupp guns. At the Yalu River, under Captain Deng Shichang, she became the battle's defining loss. Already on fire and listing after sustained hits from the Japanese flying squadron, Ji Yuan turned directly at the faster, better-armed Japanese cruiser, Yoshino, in what survivors described as a deliberate ramming attempt, an effort to take the enemy down with her. She never closed the distance. A torpedo, or possibly a magazine detonation from accumulated damage, broke her in two. She sank in minutes. Of a crew numbering around 250, only 7 survived. Deng Shichang reportedly refused rescue and went down with his ship, along with his dog, which circled the wreckage afterward, according to multiple accounts. Ji Yuan's loss became the most commemorated event of the entire war in Chinese memory, more monument than ship by the 20th century. Her wreck was definitively identified off the coast of Liaoning in 2015, confirming details of the final action that had been disputed for 120 years. Jing Yuan, romanized in contemporary accounts as Qing Yuan, was an armoured cruiser of 2,900 tons built by A.G. Vulcan and commissioned in 1887, carrying a partial 254mm armour belt that made her, alongside her sister La Yuan, among the best protected ships in the fleet short of the 2 battleships themselves. At the Yalu, she fought through the battle's full duration and survived, though heavily damaged above the waterline. Her end came not in battle but in the close, mined waters of Wei Highway Harbour in February 1895. As the Japanese siege tightened and the fleet's senior officers debated surrender, Jing Yuan struck a mine, by most accounts one laid by the defenders themselves to block the harbour entrance, and sank rapidly with significant loss of life, including her captain, Lin Taizeng, who chose to go down with the ship rather than face the surrender he knew was imminent. Her loss, days before the formal capitulation, removed one of the fleet's few remaining seaworthy armoured units, and foreclosed any option of a breakout attempt. The wreck remains in the harbour to this day, one of several Beiyang fleet hulls never raised. La Yuan, sister to Jing Yuan and built to the same German specification, entered service in 1887 with the same 2,900-ton displacement, 254mm partial belt, and a main battery of 2 210mm and 2 150mm guns. At the Yalu River, she suffered one of the worst fires of the engagement. Incendiary shell fire ignited paint, woodwork, and ready ammunition on her upper decks, and she fought the final hour of the battle as a burning ship, her crew dividing between manning guns and fighting the blaze. She survived the battle and limped back to Lushun for repairs that were never completed to a seaworthy standard. Towed to Wei Highway, she lay at anchor through the harbour's siege in February 1895, her hull weakened by unrepaired fire damage and flooding from earlier action. On the night of February 5th, 1895, the same night Ding Yuan was scuttled, Lai Yuan capsized at her moorings, reportedly after taking on water through damage that had never been properly sealed. She took roughly 200 of her crew down with her, drowned in the harbour as the fleet's surrender was being negotiated above them. Her hull remained visible, capsized for years afterward, a fixed landmark of the defeat. Chaoyong and Yangwei were near sister cruisers built by Armstrong at Elswick and delivered to China in 1881, among the oldest major units in the fleet by the time of the Sino-Japanese War. Each displaced approximately 1,350 tons, carried two 254mm Armstrong guns in barbette mounts forward and aft, and had no armour protection beyond iron hull plating, a design closer to a gun vessel than a true cruiser by 1894 standards. Both ships were assigned to the Beiyang fleet's flank at the Yalu and were among the first targets of the faster Japanese flying squadron. Yangwei caught fire early in the action, was driven aground while attempting to beach herself to save the crew, and burned to a wreck. Chaoyong suffered a similar fate within the same hour. Set ablaze by quick-firing shell fire, she capsized and sank near the Dagu Shan headland with heavy loss of life. Neither ship fired a shot that materially affected the outcome. Both were destroyed in the battle's opening phase, a demonstration of how quickly obsolete unarmoured cruisers could be eliminated once modern quick-firing guns came into range. Their loss reduced the Beiyang fleet's effective combatant count by 2 before the main action had even developed. Pingyuan holds a distinction none of the German or British-built ships in this fleet can claim. She was designed and built entirely in China at the Fuzhou Navy Yard, launched in 1886 and commissioned in 1888. Her design borrowed heavily from the French Amiral Duperrey type ironclad, scaled down to a 2,150-ton coastal defence hull and armed with a single massive 260mm Krupp gun forward, at the time the largest caliber weapon mounted on any Chinese-built warship, backed by two 150mm guns. Her 240mm compound armour, though limited to a central citadel, made her comparable in protection to the imported battleships at a fraction of the cost. At the Yalu, Pingyuan's low speed of 10.5 knots kept her out of the heaviest fighting, and she emerged largely undamaged. She was present at Wei Highway's surrender in February 1895 and handed over to Japan intact, one of the few major Beiyang units to survive the war as a complete vessel. Renamed Heian, she served in the Imperial Japanese Navy through the Russo-Japanese War until September 18, 1904, when she struck a mine off Dalian and sank. As proof of concept for indigenous Chinese shipbuilding, she had outlived the program that produced her. In the aftermath of 1895, the reconstituted Qing Navy ordered 2 armoured cruisers from Armstrong at Elswick, Hai Tian and Hai Chi, commissioned in 1898 at 4,300 tons apiece, the largest Chinese warships built to that date. Each carried 2 203mm guns in single turrets, 10 120mm quickfirers, and could make 24 knots. A generational leap over the Beiyang ironclads they replaced. Hai Tian's career was brief. On April 25th, 1904, navigating the East China Sea, near the Saddle Islands in fog, she struck rocks at speed and broke apart, with around 150 of her crew lost, a peacetime loss that erased one of the Navy's two most capable units within 6 years of delivery. Hai-Chi proved more durable. She represented China at the coronation of King George V in 1911, and her crew, while still in British waters, learned of the Wuchang uprising that triggered the fall of the Qing dynasty. The ship and crew declared for the new republic before returning home. Hai-Chi continued in service through 3 decades of warlord conflict and the early years of the war with Japan, finally scuttled in the Jiangyin blockade line on the Yangtze in 1937 to deny the river to Japanese forces. Hairong and Haichu were ordered from Kawasaki's Kobe Yard by the Qing court in 1910 as part of a final pre-collapse naval expansion plan, displacing roughly 2,600 tons each and armed with 2 150mm and 4 105mm guns on lightly protected hulls rated for 23 knots. They were delivered in 1911, months before the dynasty that ordered them ceased to exist, and were absorbed instead into the navy of the new republic. For the next quarter-century, they served as workhorses of a navy fragmented by warlord politics, changing factional allegiance several times between 1916 and 1930 as control of the fleet shifted between Beijing, Guangzhou, and Nanjing governments. By 1937, both ships were obsolete, but still in commission with the Nationalist Navy when Japan invaded. Both were stationed at the Jiangyin blockade on the Yangtze, the main line intended to delay Japan's riverine advance toward Nanjing. Hairong was sunk by Japanese carrier and land-based aircraft during the sustained air assault on the Jiangyin line in September 1937. Haichu was scuttled in the same operation to add to the blockade's wreck barrier. Ships built for a dynasty fought their last battle for a republic against an enemy neither government had anticipated. Ninghai and Pinghai were the nationalist government's flagship light cruisers of the 1930s, and their construction history is one of the era's bitter ironies. Ninghai was built at Japan's Harima shipyard and commissioned in 1932. Pinghai was assembled at the Jiangnan Arsenal in Shanghai using Japanese-supplied components and machinery commissioned in 1936. China's largest warships purchased substantially from the country it would be at war with within a year. Each displaced 2,526 tons, carried 3 140mm guns and a battery of anti-aircraft weapons, and made 21.7 knots, designed explicitly for river and coastal defense rather than open ocean combat. Both ships were assigned to the Jiangyin defense line and were sunk by Japanese carrier aircraft on the Yangtze in September 1937, within weeks of the war's outbreak, destroyed by aircraft built in the same industrial base that had built the ships themselves. Japan subsequently raised both wrecks, repaired, and recommissioned them into the Imperial Japanese Navy as Yasoshima and Ioshima. Both were sunk a second time by United States carrier aircraft in 1944 and 1945, respectively. Vessels built by one wartime adversary, sunk and recovered by a second, and finally destroyed by a third. Zhongshan began life as the gunboat Yongfeng built by Kawasaki and delivered to the Republic of China Navy in 1913. A modest 780-ton vessel armed with a single 100mm gun and 2 57mm secondaries, never intended as a major combatant. Her significance is historical rather than technical. In 1922, she was at the center of the Canton Mutiny against Sun Yat-sen, and in 1925, following his death, she was renamed Zhongshan in his honor, the ship's identity thereafter tied directly to the founding figure of the Republic. In 1926, she was again at the center of a political crisis, the Zhongshan Incident, which Chiang Kai-shek used to consolidate power against communist elements within the Kuomintang. By 1938, she was an aging vessel pressed into patrol duty on the Upper Yangtze near Wuhan. On October 24, 1938, during the defense of Wuhan, she was attacked and sunk by Japanese aircraft, going down with around 25 of her crew. She lay on the riverbed for 59 years until raised in 1997, restored and installed as a permanent museum exhibit in Wuhan, the most politically significant small warship in modern Chinese history, twice a kingmaker before becoming a casualty. Through the mid-1930s, the nationalist government pursued an ambitious naval modernization program built on the back of the broader Sino-German cooperation established under the Hapro trade agreements. Barter arrangements trading Chinese tungsten and other strategic minerals for German industrial and military equipment, including aircraft, artillery, and advisors under General Hans von Seeckt and later Alexander von Falkenhausen. Within this framework, Chinese naval officials opened discussions with German shipyards, including Krupp's Germania Werft and the Deskumag Combine, for the construction of modern armoured cruisers and at least one capital ship design intended to replace the obsolete Ninghai class as the Navy's principal surface combatant. No contract reached the stage of a laid keel. Germany's strategic priorities shifted decisively in 1937 and 1938. Berlin recognized the Japanese installed state of Manchukuo, began withdrawing military advisors from China, and moved toward the alignment with Japan that would later be formalized in the Tripartite Pact. The program was quietly shelved without public announcement. It represents the closest the Republic of China came to acquiring a genuinely modern capital ship before 1949, and the last such program for over 60 years. Chongqing was not built for China at all. Launched in 1936 as HMS Aurora, an Arethusa-class light cruiser of the Royal Navy, she displaced 5,270 tons, carried 6 152mm guns, and could make 32 knots, a genuinely modern warship by any contemporary standard. In 1948, as part of post-war military aid, Britain transferred her to the Republic of China Navy, where she was renamed Chongqing and became the most capable single unit the nationalist fleet possessed during the closing months of the Chinese Civil War. The transfer did not produce the loyalty Nanjing expected. On February 25, 1949, with communist forces closing on Shanghai, Chongqing's crew mutinied and sailed the ship north to the communist-controlled port of Yantai, the single largest naval defection of the war. The Nationalist Air Force responded by bombing the ship at anchor in Huludao Harbour in March 1949, sinking her at her moorings to prevent the communists from operating her. The People's Republic subsequently raised the wreck, repaired her, and recommissioned her as the training cruiser Beijing, the first major surface combatant of the new PLA Navy, inherited rather than built. The Type 055 designated Renhai class in NATO reporting entered service with the lead ship Nanchang in January 2020, the first genuinely new heavy surface combatant class commissioned by the Chinese Navy since the Republic era, and the largest built by any navy outside the United States and Russia since the Second World War. At roughly 13,000 to 14,000 tons full load, she is closer in displacement to a World War II heavy cruiser than to any contemporary Western destroyer, a comparison Chinese state media has not discouraged. Her 112 vertical launch cells fire the HQ-9B long-range air defense missile, the YJ-21 hypersonic anti-ship weapon, and the CJ-10 land attack cruise missile from a single integrated magazine, a missile capacity exceeding that of an entire US Navy Arleigh Burke-class squadron in one hull. A Type 346B dual-band AESA radar provides simultaneous search and engagement capability against aircraft, missiles, and surface targets. By 2026, 8 units are in commission across the northern, eastern, and southern theatre fleets, with additional hulls under construction. Whether the Renhai class represents a cruiser, a destroyer, or the functional return of the battleship under a different name remains a matter of active debate among naval analysts, a debate the ship's designers have not chosen to resolve. The PLA-AF entered the jet age through replication, not invention. When Chinese pilots engaged F-86 Sabres over the Yalu River in November 1950, they flew Soviet-supplied MiG-15NS under Soviet direction. The dependency was obvious and immediate. Shenyang Aircraft Factory received the full MiG-15 technical package in 1951. The first Chinese assembled airframe flew December 31st, 1951. Early production exposed systemic deficiencies, inconsistent rivet patterns, fuel system seals that failed under thermal cycling, hydraulic fittings substandard against Soviet specifications. Soviet advisors filed formal deficiency reports with specific dimensional tolerances and metallurgical discrepancies. Corrective action by late 1953 brought production to acceptable standards. The resulting aircraft, designated J-2, became the first jet fighter manufactured on Chinese soil. Its Klimov VK-1 turbojet produced 26.5 kilonewtons of thrust, enabling a top speed of 1,075 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling, 15,500 meters. Combat radius, 400 kilometers. Armament, one 37mm N37 cannon and two 23mm NR-23 cannons. Approximately 150 airframes were completed before production shifted to the MiG-17 program. The J-2 never entered PLA-AF combat under Chinese command. The Korean armistice arrived before Chinese-built aircraft could reach the front. Its significance was entirely institutional. Shenyang demonstrated the capacity to absorb and replicate foreign aerospace technology under operational pressure. Every Chinese fighter built since traces its lineage through that first assembly line. Where the J-2 demonstrated that China could build a jet fighter, the J-5 demonstrated it could build one on time. Shenyang received the MiG-17F technical package in 1954 following the Korean armistice, as Moscow reassessed technology transfer boundaries. The first Chinese MiG-17F flew September 19, 1956, 16 days ahead of the official Soviet certification deadline. That precision mattered politically. Series production reached 767 airframes before the line closed. The J-5's Klimov VK-1F afterburning turbojet produced 33.8 kilonewtons of thrust, enabling a top speed of 1,145 kilometers per hour at altitude and a service ceiling of 16,600 meters. Armament, 137mm N37D and two 23mm NR-23 cannons. The J-5 entered combat during the Taiwan Strait Crisis of 1958, where PLA-AF pilots demonstrated a performance advantage over ROCAFF 86Fs at medium altitude. During the September 24th air engagement, an AIM-9B fired from a ROCAF aircraft struck a Chinese MiG without detonating, embedding itself in the fuselage. The recovered warhead was analyzed by Chinese engineers and transmitted to Soviet researchers, directly informing the development of what would become the PL-1, China's first indigenous infrared missile. The J-5 served in frontline PLA-AF units until 1992 and was exported to Albania, North Korea, and North Vietnam, where it flew combat sorties against American aircraft throughout the Vietnam War. Some exported airframes remained in service as late as 1979. The J-5 was a daylight fighter in an era demanding all-weather capability. Radar-equipped adversaries were forcing a doctrine change across every major air force. China responded with the J-5A, a modified variant incorporating the RP-5 Izumrud radar derived from Soviet technology transferred before the 1960 Sino-Soviet split. Development began in 1960. The split terminated Soviet technical assistance that same year, leaving PLA-AF engineers to complete the program using partially transferred documentation and their own analysis. The J-5A flew for the first time in November 1964, 4 years after Soviet advisors had departed. The radar installation required a redesigned nose cone, structural reinforcement of the forward fuselage, and electrical bus modifications to support the added power draw. Operationally, the J-5A was configured for intercept missions against subsonic bombers at night or in degraded visibility. Its top speed remained 1,145 km per hour, identical to the base J-5. Service ceiling, 16,600 meters. Armament retained the 3-cannon configuration, unchanged from the parent airframe. Approximately 130 J-5As were built, serving exclusively with PLA-AF air defense units. Production was modest because the J-7 program had already been authorized, rendering the J-5A a stopgap rather than a long-term investment. The program's significance was not the aircraft itself, but the precedent. China had completed a modified military aviation program without Soviet assistance for the first time. That forced independence would define the next 30 years of Chinese fighter development. The J-6 was the right aircraft at the wrong moment. When Shenyang began licensed production of the MiG-19S in 1958, China and the Soviet Union were already approaching rupture. The aircraft itself represented a genuine leap. Supersonic capability in level flight, twin-engine reliability, and a climb rate that outclassed everything in the PLA-AF inventory. First flight of a Chinese-assembled MiG-19S occurred September 23, 1958. The Sino-Soviet split in 1960 severed spare parts, technical documentation, and advisory personnel at a critical production stage. Early J-6 engines, the Tumansky RD-9B produced domestically as the WP-6, suffered compressor stall at altitude and turbine blade failures under sustained afterburner. Shenyang engineers resolved these deficiencies over 5 years of independent development work without Soviet reference material. Series production eventually exceeded 3,000 airframes, making the J-6 the most numerically significant Chinese fighter ever manufactured. Top speed, Mach 1.45. Service ceiling 17,900 meters, combat radius 685 kilometers. Armament 330mm NR-30 cannons. Exported as the F-6, the aircraft engaged American aircraft over Vietnam in documented intercepts. Chinese J-6s participated in the 1967 Sino-Soviet border skirmishes, incidents Beijing has never fully confirmed. The J-6 remained in PLAAF frontline service until 2010. 52 years after its first flight, a longevity that reflects both the aircraft's mechanical simplicity and the measured pace of Chinese modernization through the Cold War decades. The J-6 airframe became the chassis for a family of specialized variants developed entirely without Soviet assistance, China's first sustained indigenous modification program. The J-6A, entering service in 1961, was an all-weather interceptor incorporating the RP-1 Izumrud radar in a redesigned nose inlet. Its designated targets were ROCAF high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft and nuclear-capable bombers operating along China's eastern seaboard. The J-6B, authorized in 1958 and reaching service by 1962, replaced one NR-30 cannon with two PL-1 infrared missile rails, an early and imperfect attempt at a dedicated missile fighter. The PL-1 proved unreliable in operational conditions. Seeker cooling malfunctions accounted for a documented 34% failure rate during live fire exercises. The variant was built in limited numbers. The J-6C addressed structural fatigue identified in the baseline fuselage during sustained high-G maneuvering, strengthening main longerons and revising the tail section. Approximately 480 J-6Cs were produced. The J-6-3, developed through the 1970s, was the most ambitious variant, a two-seat, strike-configured version capable of carrying 500 kilograms of external ordnance. Fielded primarily with ground attack units along the Sino-Indian and Sino-Soviet borders, variant production totaled over 1,100 airframes, counted separately from baseline J-6 deliveries. Each iteration addressed a specific documented deficiency rather than pursuing wholesale redesign. That systematic failure correction approach would become a defining characteristic of every subsequent Chinese aerospace program. The Q-5 began as a J-6 derivative and became China's most operationally significant indigenous strike aircraft for 3 decades. The requirement emerged from Korean war lessons. The PLAAF needed a dedicated supersonic ground attack platform capable of delivering nuclear ordnance. Nanchang Aircraft Factory received the development contract in 1958. The design retained the J-6's WP-6 engines, but redesigned the fuselage for an internal weapons bay and replaced the Soviet chin intake with side intakes, a configuration that created space for attack avionics and gave the aircraft a profile wholly distinct from its parent. First flight, June 4, 1965. The nuclear delivery mission was de-emphasized by the 1970s as China committed to ballistic missiles for that role. The Q-5 entered production, focused on conventional ground attack. Service entry, 1970. Maximum speed, Mach 1.12. Service ceiling, 16,000 meters. Combat radius with ordnance, 400 kilometers. External weapons capacity, 2,000 kilograms across 10 hardpoints. Armament, two 23mm Type 23-2K cannons retained from the parent design. Exported as the A-5, the aircraft served in Pakistan, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and North Korea. Pakistani A-5s flew documented combat sorties during the 1971 Indo-Pakistani War. Production reached approximately 1,000 airframes over a run spanning more than 4 decades before the line finally closed in 2012. The Q-5 was replaced not by a successor strike aircraft, but by multi-role fighters, a structural shift reflecting the PLAAF's evolving operational doctrine. The J-7's development is a case study in technological inheritance under political catastrophe. China received the MiG-21 F-13 technical package from the Soviet Union in 1961, among the last major technology transfers before the Sino-Soviet rupture. Full documentation was never delivered. Production tooling arrived incomplete. Soviet advisors departed before the transfer finished. What remained was sufficient to begin, not sufficient to complete. The first Chinese-assembled MiG-21 flew January 17, 1966. 7 months later, the Cultural Revolution began. Chengdu Aircraft Corporation's engineering staff was decimated by political purges. Production defect rates exceeded 40% in 1967. The program survived only because military commands classified it as operationally essential. The J-7 that entered service that year was mechanically equivalent to the Soviet original, a Tumansky R-11 producing 38.3 kilonewtons dry and 60.8 kilonewtons with afterburner. Maximum speed, Mach 2.05. Service ceiling, 17,500 meters, armament 130mm NR-30 cannon and 2 PL-2 infrared missiles. Combat radius of just 600 kilometers forced the J-7 into a pure point defense role, a limitation that persisted across all early variants. The aircraft would remain in production for 37 years, evolving through 8 major subtypes. The initial model was simply the starting point. Its lineage would eventually account for more than 2,400 airframes across Chinese and export production combined. The J-7 family's evolution addressed the same core deficiencies through progressively more sophisticated means over 4 decades. The J-7-2, entering service in 1978, introduced the improved WP-7B engine and a forward-hinged canopy, replacing the original side-opening design, a modification that improved pilot visibility by a measured 40% in forward quarters. The J-7-3 added British-derived collision course intercept radar enabled by China's post-Mao rapprochement with Western technology suppliers, along with 2 additional underwing hardpoints. Service entry, 1984. The J-7E, introduced in 1993, was the most significant structural revision. A double delta wing with 57-degree inner sweep and 42-degree outer sweep, replacing the original tailed delta configuration, improving instantaneous turn rate by an acknowledged 18% and extending combat radius to 850 kilometers. The J-7G, entering service in 2004 as the final production variant, incorporated pulse Doppler radar, helmet-mounted sight compatibility, and HOTAS cockpit integration, bringing the system to a functional 4th-generation standard decades after the airframe had been designed. Armament evolved across generations to include PL-5 and PL-8 missiles with off-bore sight engagement capability. Export variants designated F-7 were delivered to 23 countries. Bangladesh, Pakistan and Zimbabwe operated them in frontline service as late as 2020. The J-7G was formally retired from PLAAF service in 2022, closing a lineage extending 56 years. Maximum speed across all variants, Mach 2.0. China needed an interceptor capable of engaging high-altitude bombers at distances existing aircraft could not reach. The J-7 lacked the radar, the weapons, and the endurance. The J-8 program was intended to solve all three simultaneously. Shenyang began design work in 1964. The configuration selected was a scaled-up MiG-21-derived fuselage with two WP-7 turbojets fed through a single-nose inlet, retaining a Soviet aerodynamic grammar while scaling to a substantially larger airframe. The result was an aircraft resembling a stretched J-7, but carrying significantly more fuel, more powerful engines, and provision for a larger fire control radar. The J-8 flew for the first time July 5, 1969. Development stalled for a decade. The Cultural Revolution, persistent engine reliability problems, and systemic quality control failures at Shenyang prevented series production until 1979. Service entry was formalized in 1980. Maximum speed Mach 2.2. Service ceiling 20,200 meters. Combat radius 800 kilometers. Armament 123 mm Type 23-3 cannon and 4 PL-2/PL-5 missiles. The aircraft was recognized as inadequate almost immediately upon entering service. Its fire control system was functionally equivalent to the J-7's, negating the strategic purpose of a larger and more expensive airframe. Shenyang was directed to develop a fundamentally improved variant before deliveries of the original were complete. Approximately 48 J-8 airframes entered service before the J-8-2 program superseded them in priority and funding. The J-8-2 corrected the J-8's most critical flaw by relocating air intakes from the nose to lateral cheek positions, freeing the nose for a fire control radar of genuine combat utility. The redesign was more fundamental than it appeared. New intake duct geometry, revised fuel system routing, altered center of gravity, and a completely rebuilt forward fuselage structure. First flight, June 12, 1984. Series production aircraft entered PLAAF service in 1988. The J-8-2 carried the SL-8A fire control radar, capable of detecting fighter-sized targets at 75 kilometers and guiding the PL-5B semi-active radar missile, China's first radar-guided air-to-air weapon in operational service. Maximum speed, Mach 2.2. Service ceiling, 20,500 meters. Combat radius, 800 kilometers. Armament, 123 mm cannon and 4 to 6 hardpoints for PL-5, PL-8 or PL-11 missiles. In 1989, Grumman Aerospace was contracted to install American APG-66 radar under the Peace Pearl modernization program, a joint effort that would have produced a genuinely capable interceptor comparable to early F-16A standards. It was cancelled following Tiananmen Square in June 1989. Equipment valued at $550 million was retained by the United States. Shenyang was left to develop replacement avionics domestically. The resulting J-8 IID variant incorporated an indigenous avionics package and in-flight refueling capability, entering service in limited numbers. Approximately 100 J-8-2 series airframes entered PLAAF service before the Su-27 acquisition rendered the program strategically redundant. The J-9 was the most technically ambitious Chinese interceptor design of the Cold War and the clearest demonstration of the gap between strategic aspiration and industrial capacity. The program began in 1964, running in parallel with the J-8, but pursuing a fundamentally different philosophy. Where the J-8 evolved established Soviet technology, the J-9 pursued a canard delta configuration with variable geometry intake, geometry, and a radar cross-section reduction approach that predated mainstream stealth thinking by more than a decade. Projected performance: Mach 2.5 maximum speed, 21,000-meter service ceiling, fire control radar with a 100-kilometer engagement range. Those figures exceeded any PLA-AF aircraft until the J-10 appeared 4 decades later. The program cycled through 5 distinct configuration proposals between 1964 and 1971. Each revision exposed unsolved technical problems at a deeper layer. The required engine thrust class did not exist in Chinese industry. The radar integration demanded materials, science capabilities that no Chinese manufacturer could supply. The fly-by-wire flight control required computational resources that exceeded domestic semiconductor production. The Cultural Revolution from 1966 onward dispersed the engineering teams across rural provinces. Institutional knowledge was not recovered intact. The program was formally cancelled in 1980 after 16 years of development, produced only wind tunnel models and structural mock-ups. 0 flyable prototypes were built. The J-9 exists in Chinese aviation history as a cautionary monument, requirements written without the industrial infrastructure to honor them. The same disconnect would be partially resolved, never entirely eliminated, in the reforms of the 1990s. The J-12 occupied the opposite end of the design philosophy spectrum from the J-9. Where the J-9 pursued maximum performance regardless of industrial feasibility, the J-12 pursued minimum size and minimum dependency on advanced manufacturing. The concept emerged in 1969 from a PLA-AF requirement for a lightweight fighter capable of operating from damaged or shortened runways following a nuclear exchange, a constraint shaped directly by the expectation of war along the deteriorating Sino-Soviet border. Fujian Aircraft Corporation designed an aircraft at 4,470 kilograms empty weight, lighter than the MiG-21, powered by a single WP-6, producing 25.5 kilonewtons of dry thrust. The T-tail configuration with ventral fin was unconventional for Chinese practice. First flight occurred December 26, 1970. Testing exposed the central problem. The WP-6 was inadequate to achieve the specified Mach 1.5 performance at altitude under sustained afterburner conditions. The power deficit could not be resolved without a new engine, which was not in production. Top speed achieved in testing, Mach 1.3, 18% short of the design specification. The program was terminated in 1978 after 6 prototypes. The official rationale cited insufficient performance margins. The practical constraint was budgetary. The PLA-AF could not fund 2 concurrent light fighter development lines alongside the ongoing J-7 and J-8 programs. The J-12 is remembered primarily as evidence of what Chinese engineers could conceive without the resource infrastructure to execute it, a pattern that would recur in the J-9 cancellation the same year, and one that the defense reforms of the 1980s were specifically designed to prevent. The JH-7 was China's bet that it could design and build a twin-engine supersonic strike aircraft without Soviet assistance or Western technology transfer. The Plan AF requirement was issued in 1973, a maritime strike platform to replace aging H-5 bombers. Xi'an Aircraft Corporation won the contract in a decision that was immediately controversial, as Xi'an had no supersonic aircraft experience. The indigenous WS-9 turbofan that would power the aircraft did not yet exist in flyable form. Xi'an licensed the Rolls-Royce Spey Mk202 turbofan in 1975 as the developmental baseline. Airframe and engine development proceeded in parallel across 2 decades, both encountering significant delays. The JH-7 flew for the first time December 14, 1988. Planaf service entry, 1992. PLAAF adoption followed in 2004 after the JH-7A variant was completed, incorporating a domestically developed fire control radar with a 200-kilometer search range and expanded weapons compatibility. Maximum speed, Mach 1.75. Service ceiling, 15,500 meters, combat radius, 1,650 kilometers, external weapons capacity, 6,500 kilograms across 9 hardpoints. The JH-7A carries the YJ-91 anti-radiation missile, C-802 anti-ship missile, and LS-6 family of precision-guided munitions. Over 240 airframes were produced. The program required 15 years of development and survived multiple near cancellations driven by engine delivery failures. Its completion proved that China could deliver a wholly indigenous supersonic strike aircraft, a benchmark the industry had not previously achieved and would reference constantly in justifying subsequent and more ambitious programs. The J-10 separated Chinese aviation from its Soviet inheritance. Everything before it had been either a licensed copy, a derivative, or a failed attempt at original design. Development began in 1988 at the 611 Institute in Chengdu, with chief designer Song Wenkong leading a team that had studied Israeli Lavi documentation obtained through intelligence channels in the early 1980s. The aerodynamic configuration, a close-coupled canard delta with full authority fly-by-wire control, was technically unprecedented in Chinese aviation. The system was inherently unstable in pitch, demanding continuous digital correction. China had never built a full-authority digital flight control system before this program. The first J-10 prototype flew March 23, 1998, after 10 years of development and multiple system integration failures. Series production aircraft entered PLAAF service in 2004, powered by the Russian AL-31FN turbofan, producing 122.6 kilonewtons with afterburner. Maximum speed, Mach 2.0, service ceiling 18,000 meters, combat radius 1,100 kilometers, armament 123mm, Type 23-3 cannon, 11 hardpoints for PL-8, PL-10 and PL-12 beyond visual range missiles alongside precision-guided munitions. The J-10A gave China its first genuine multi-role fighter, an aircraft capable of both air superiority and precision strike from a single airframe. Approximately 200 J-10A airframes were delivered to the PLAAF before production transitioned to the substantially improved J-10B variant. The aircraft's development period of 10 years under budget and without a major crash in the test program was itself considered a milestone achievement by Chinese program managers. The J-10B and J-10C represent what Chinese engineers accomplish with an established platform once the industrial and technological barriers to improvement are removed. The J-10B, entering PLAAF service in 2013, replaced the J-10A's circular pitot inlet with a diverterless supersonic intake, reducing radar cross-section in the forward hemisphere and eliminating boundary layer bleed hardware, reducing weight and maintenance burdens simultaneously. An infrared search and track sensor was added as a fixed package ahead of the windscreen. First flight, December 23, 2008. The J-10C, entering service in 2018, incorporated an active electronically scanned array radar, replacing the mechanical unit, enabling simultaneous air-to-air and air-to-ground engagement modes with substantially improved resistance to electronic jamming. The J-10C also introduced the WWS-10B engine, the first Chinese-designed turbofan to enter series production as the primary power plant of a frontline fighter, reducing dependence on Russian AL-31FN deliveries. Maximum speed, Mach 2.0. Service ceiling, 18,000 meters. Armament, the full current PL family integration, including the PL-15 with an estimated 200-kilometer engagement range, and the PL-10 with high off-bore sight capability. Analysts compare favorably against the AIM-9 X Block II. Approximately 240 J-10B/C airframes have entered PLAAF service. Pakistan ordered J-10CE export variants in 2022, the first confirmed export of a fourth-generation Chinese fighter to a significant air force, and direct confirmation that China had entered the global advanced fighter market on competitive terms. In 1992, China acquired what its own industry had spent 40 years trying to build: a genuine fourth-generation air superiority fighter. The Su-27SK transfer agreement with Russia authorized licensed production of 200 airframes at Shenyang, with Russian-built aircraft arriving beginning in 1992, and domestic production under the J-11A designation starting in 1998. The Su-27SK gave the PLAAF a heavyweight interceptor for the first time. The Saturn AL-31F produced 122.6 kilonewtons with afterburner, enabling a maximum speed of Mach 2.35. Service ceiling 19,000 meters, combat radius 1,500 kilometers. Armament 130mm GSH 31 cannon and 8,000 kilograms of weapons across 10 hardpoints. The acquisition introduced the PLAAF to Beyond Visual Range Engagement Doctrine, carrier-class air-to-air missiles, and the operational concept of a long-range air superiority platform with genuine strategic reach. Politically, the purchase was an unusually candid acknowledgement that Chinese aviation could not produce a competitive equivalent, a statement Beijing rarely makes explicitly about any capability gap. The J-11A also established the institutional knowledge base at Shenyang that every subsequent program in the Su-27 family would depend on. Russian deliveries provided the engineering reference against which every Chinese modification effort in the following decade would be measured. Total J-11A production is estimated at approximately 105 airframes before Russia discovered that Chinese production of Su-27SK derived variants had exceeded the licensed quantity without authorization, precipitating a technology transfer dispute from which the bilateral aerospace relationship did not recover. Russia discovered the problem in 2004. Chinese production of Su-27SK derived airframes had exceeded the licensed quantity, and modifications being incorporated, Chinese avionics, domestically developed missiles, locally produced radar, were never authorized under the 1992 agreement. The aircraft that emerged from those modifications was the J-11B, entering PLAAF service in 2007. It was, depending on perspective, either an indigenized Su-27 or an unauthorized reverse-engineered copy. Both descriptions are accurate. Both carry different implications for international technology transfer policy. The J-11B replaced the Russian radar with a domestically developed pulse Doppler system with improved look-down/shoot-down capability. The AL-31F was progressively replaced by the WS-10A, China's first domestically produced high-performance military turbofan rated at 132 kilonewtons with afterburner. The WS-10A suffered early reliability problems, turbine blade failures under sustained afterburner required service bulletins restricting afterburner duration in the first 2 operational years. Composite material content increased to approximately 25% of airframe weight, reducing empty weight by an estimated 700 kilograms. Maximum speed, Mach 2.35. Combat radius, 1,500 kilometers. Armament expanded to include PL-12 active radar-guided missiles and precision munitions denied under Russian export controls. The J-11B permanently ended dependence on Russian airframes while simultaneously demonstrating the commercial risks of technology acquisition through reverse engineering. Russia has not authorized additional advanced combat aircraft transfers to China since. The JF-17 Thunder was the aircraft China needed Pakistan to need. Its origins trace to 1990, when US sanctions following Tiananmen Square cut Pakistan's pending F-16 order. Pakistan required a modern fighter. China required an export market to fund the development of avionics, weapon systems and manufacturing processes the PLAAF alone could not economically justify. The Joint Development Program, formalized in 1999, split costs between both nations and assigned production to Chengdu in China and Pakistan Aeronautical Complex in Camera. First flight, August 25, 2003. Pakistan Air Force Service entry, 2007. The aircraft is powered by the Russian RD-93 turbofan producing 84.4 kilonewtons with afterburner. Maximum speed, Mach 1.8. Service ceiling, 16,000 meters. Combat radius, 1,352 kilometers. Armament, 123 mm GSH, 23 twin-barrel cannon, 7 hardpoints for PL-5E, PL-10, CM-400, AKG, and SD-10 beyond visual range missiles. The PAF operated JF-17S during the February 2019 Balakot crisis, the first confirmed airspace engagements involving Chinese-origin weapons systems in a contested near-peer environment. Block 3 variants, entering PAF service in 2021, incorporate AESA radar, a helmet-mounted targeting display, and conformal fuel tanks extending range by approximately 15%. Over 140 Block 1/2/3 aircraft have been delivered to Pakistan. Myanmar has also received JF-17 airframes, making the type the first Chinese fighter exported concurrently to multiple sovereign air forces. A commercial and strategic milestone the program's original planners did not fully anticipate. China's carrier aviation program required an aircraft capable of ski-jump deck operations before catapult technology was domestically available. The answer was the J-15, an adaptation of the Su-33, the carrier derivative of the Su-27 family that Russia had declined to sell. China obtained a single T-10K prototype from Ukraine in 2001, a Soviet-era developmental aircraft that never entered Russian service. Shenyang used that prototype as the engineering reference for an entirely new carrier fighter. First flight, August 31st, 2009. Carrier qualification was declared November 2012. Plan operational service began in 2013 aboard the Liaoning. The J-15 retained the Su-33's folding wing design, strengthened landing gear, and twin nose wheel configuration for ski jump departure profiles, while incorporating Chinese avionics, a domestically developed weapons suite, and provisions for the WS-10H turbofan. Maximum speed, Mach 2.35. Service ceiling, 18,000 meters. Combat radius, 1,000 kilometers. Armament, 130mm cannon, 12 hardpoints for PL-8, PL-12, YJ-83, K anti-ship missiles, and precision-guided munitions. The J-15 has faced acknowledged criticism within Chinese military publications for excessive weight. Its 17,500 kilogram empty weight limits ordnance capacity on ski jump departure profiles. The J-15B variant, developed for electromagnetic catapult operations aboard the Fujian class carrier, incorporates AESA radar, a redesigned cockpit, and modified arresting gear. Approximately 50 J-15 and J-15B airframes have entered planned service across the Liaoning, Shandong, and Fujian carrier groups. The J-16 explains China's doctrine for anti-access warfare. It is not primarily an air superiority platform. It is a standoff strike aircraft with an air superiority fighter's performance envelope designed to prosecute targets at distances where Chinese power projection intersects American carrier strike group operations in the Western Pacific. The aircraft derives from the J-11BS two-seat combat trainer, but was designed from inception as a dedicated multi-role strike platform with no concessions to its trainer heritage. First flight, October 17th, 2011. Service entry, 2013. Power plant, 2 WS-10A turbofans producing 132 kilonewtons per engine with afterburner, the first PLAAF heavy fighter entering series production with Chinese engines as the primary power plant, not Russian. Maximum speed, Mach 2.4. Service ceiling, 18,000 meters. Combat radius, 1,500 kilometers. Weapons capacity, 12,000 kilograms across 12 hardpoints. The weapons suite includes the PL-15 Beyond Visual Range missile, YJ-12 Supersonic Anti-Ship Missile, LD-10 Anti-Radiation Missile, and the full family of Chinese precision-guided munitions. Approximately 200 J-16S have entered PLAAF service as of 2024, with production continuing. The J-16D electronic warfare variant, entering service in 2021, replaced all air-to-air weapons stations with active jamming pods and anti-radiation missiles, the functional PLAAF equivalent of the EA-18G Growler. Together, the J-16 and J-16D fleet represents the most numerically significant Chinese precision strike capability currently deployed and the platform most directly designed to complicate American force projection in the Pacific. On January 11, 2011, a prototype designated 2001 flew from Chengdu while U.S. Secretary of Defense Robert Gates was in Beijing for diplomatic discussions. The timing was either coincidence or a demonstration. China had not announced it was building a fifth-generation stealth fighter. The J-20 entered PLAAF service in 2017, making China the second nation to field an operational fifth-generation combat aircraft. The aircraft is large, 20.3 meters in length with a maximum takeoff weight of 37,000 kilograms, configured with a longitudinally unstable forward-swept canard layout, chine-shaped forebody, and all-moving tail fins. Engine: AL-31 FM2 turbofans in early production aircraft, transitioning to the domestically developed WS-15 in J-20B variants from approximately 2022. The WS-15 is reported to produce approximately 180 kilonewtons with afterburner, a figure that would give the J-20 the highest thrust-to-weight ratio of any production fifth-generation fighter currently operational. Maximum speed: estimated Mach 2.0 or beyond. Armament: 4 PL-15 missiles in the main internal bay, 2 PL-10 infrared missiles in lateral bulge bays. The J-20's stealth geometry is optimized for frontal radar cross-section reduction, prioritizing beyond visual range missile employment and defeat of airborne early warning systems over all aspect signature management. PLAAF doctrine positions the J-20 as a penetration aircraft that degrades opponent command and control before follow-on platforms operate. Approximately 150 to 200 J-20 airframes are believed in PLAAF service as of 2024, with production continuing at Chengdu. The FC-31 prototype flew October 31, 2012, 10 months after the J-20, from a different manufacturer, using a different engine, pursuing a different mission. Where the J-20 carried defined state backing from the outset, the FC-31 was a Shenyang-initiated program launched without a confirmed government requirement, targeting simultaneously the export fifth-generation market and, eventually, carrier aviation. The configuration is more conservative than the J-20. Twin RD-93 engines in early prototypes, conventional twin tails, and a fuselage layout with proportional resemblance to the FR-35 that generated immediate commentary in Western aerospace analysis. Export designation FC-31 was publicly marketed beginning in 2014. No export customer had been confirmed as of 2024. The carrier variant, designated J-35, flew in August 2021 and was formally confirmed as the primary fighter for the Fujian class Type 003 electromagnetic catapult carrier. Projected service entry aboard Fujian 2024 to 2026. The J-35 incorporates domestically developed WS-19 engines at approximately 98 kilonewtons per engine with afterburner, replacing the Russian RD-93. Maximum speed, estimated Mach 1.8. Combat radius, approximately 1,200 kilometers. Armament, 4 PL-15 missiles in the main internal bay, 2 PL-10 missiles in lateral bays. The J-35's operational entry would give China something only the United States currently fields: a fifth-generation aircraft paired with an electromagnetic catapult carrier capable of stealth operations against contested, defended airspace from a mobile sea-based platform. The strategic implications extend significantly beyond the South China Sea. The Tu-2 crossed into Chinese service before the PLAAF possessed a coherent doctrine for its use. Soviet transfers of approximately 120 airframes commenced in late 1949, delivering a twin-engine medium tactical bomber whose combat record, roughly 1,300 operational sorties against Wehrmacht logistics on the Eastern Front, was already historical rather than current. China designated the type H-2, powered by two Shvetsov ASH 82 FN 14-cylinder air-cooled radials generating 1,850 horsepower each. The aircraft achieved 547 kilometers per hour at optimum altitude and carried 3,000 kilograms of ordnance internally across 4 bomb cells. Service ceiling, 9,500 meters. Combat radius, approximately 1,500 kilometers with standard load. Defensive armament consisted of 3 Schwacke 20mm cannon and 2 12.7mm UBT turret installations. Configurations calibrated against German propeller-driven fighters, not American swept-wing interceptors. PLAAFH 2 units participated in limited strike sorties during the Korean War, operating from Manchurian bases at the extreme edge of contested airspace. Against F-86 Sabres and F-94 interceptors, the type's vulnerability was absolute. No Chinese domestic production occurred. Every airframe originated from Soviet state factories. The H-2 served as placeholder inventory while Beijing negotiated jet bomber technology transfers. Withdrawal from frontline status began in 1957. Final retirement from all roles preceded 1963 by most estimates. Stalin's directive was precise. Copy the B-29 exactly. Rivet for rivet. 3 superfortresses had diverted to Soviet territory in 1944 following raids on Japanese targets, and Tupolev's bureau spent 3 years measuring, disassembling, and replicating every component of all 3 airframes simultaneously. Where production tolerances differed across B-29 batches, Tupolev averaged them into a composite standard. The result entered Soviet service in 1947. China received between 10 and 12 airframes between 1953 and 1954, designated H-4 in PLAAF inventory. 4 Shvetsov ASH 73 TK turbocharged radials generated 2,000 horsepower each. Maximum speed 558 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 11,200 meters. Internal bomb capacity reached 6,000 kilograms. Ferry range on full internal fuel 5,100 kilometers, sufficient to reach Tokyo, Manila, or Vladivostok from Manchurian bases without refueling. This capability gave China a nominal strategic deterrent during the early Cold War, though PLAAF crew proficiency with the type's centralized fire control system and pressurization remained constrained by training limitations. No Chinese manufacturing occurred. Several airframes transitioned to electronic intelligence collection and weather reconnaissance after frontline obsolescence. All had left active inventory by 1965, rendered obsolete by jet propulsion in every subsequent threat and successor aircraft. The H-5 is the point at which Chinese bomber manufacturing became real rather than aspirational. Technology transfer negotiations with Moscow produced an Il-28 license in 1951. Assembled Soviet Il-28s arrived before domestic production began. The Sino-Soviet split of 1960 terminated all advisory support before Harbin Aircraft Manufacturing Corporation had completed a single airframe. Chinese engineers finished the first domestically manufactured H-5 independently, flying it on September the 25th, 1966, 14 years after the license was granted. That gap represents the full cost of the split. Two WP-5 turbojets, reverse-engineered Klimov-FOV K-1 copies, each produced 26.5 kilonewtons of thrust. Maximum speed 902 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling 12,300 meters. Combat radius approximately 1,100 kilometers with standard bomb load. Internal ordnance capacity 3,000 kilograms. Defensive armament included two NR-23 23mm cannon in a tail turret. The H-5 served as China's primary nuclear gravity bomb delivery aircraft during thermonuclear weapons development in the late 1960s and early 1970s, before the H-6A achieved full operational status. Variants included the HZ-5 photo reconnaissance platform, the H-5 torpedo bomber for naval strike, and the HD-5 drone control airframe. Total production across all variants, approximately 500 airframes. North Korea continues operating H-5 examples as of 2024. The H-6 program began as a Soviet gift and became China's most consequential industrial inheritance. Moscow transferred complete Tu-16 manufacturing documentation, tooling, specifications, and technical advisors in 1959. The first Chinese assembled H-6 flew September the 27th, 1959, built largely from Soviet-supplied components. The Sino-Soviet split terminated all assistance the following year, forcing Fujian Aircraft Corporation to complete the manufacturing transition from documentation alone. A fully Chinese-built H-6 did not fly until December the 24th, 1968. 9 years elapsed between program start and domestic capability. That interval is the founding document of Chinese aerospace industrial history. Two WP-8 turbojets, Chinese copies of the Mikulin AM-3M, each produced 93.2 kilonewtons of thrust. Maximum speed 1,050 kilometers per hour at altitude. Service ceiling 13,100 meters. Maximum internal bomb capacity 9,000 kilograms. Combat radius with standard load approximately 3,100 kilometers. Maximum takeoff weight 75,800 kilograms. The baseline H-6 entered PLAAF inventory in 1969 as a conventional gravity bomber equipped with Soviet-era astronavigation instruments and a glazed-nose bombardier station directly derived from the Tu-16. No fly-by-wire, no radar targeting. Bombing accuracy depended on optical sight alignment and dead reckoning. This was the exact foundation upon which China would construct a precision standoff strike force over the following 5 decades. Unchanged airframe, transformed mission. The H-6A was engineered for a single purpose, and that purpose was nuclear weapons delivery. The operational requirements solidified after the October 1964 nuclear test at Lop Nur. China needed an airborne delivery vector before ballistic missiles reached operational maturity. The H-6A's bomb bay received structural reinforcement and thermal conditioning for nuclear store carriage. A dedicated weapons officer station was installed aft of the flight deck with radiation shielding incorporated into compartment walls. The type flew its first live nuclear delivery test on May 14, 1965, releasing a thermonuclear device that detonated at approximately 3.3 megatons. China's first successful airborne hydrogen bomb delivery and a benchmark in PRC strategic capability. Operational H-6A units entered PLAAF service in 1974 following extended weapons integration trials. The airframe retained the baseline WP-8 engine configuration without performance improvement. Maximum speed remained 1,050 kilometers per hour. Survival probability for PLAAF. Crews executing nuclear strikes against defended Soviet air defense networks was assessed in internal doctrine as negligible. The force was designed as a one-way deterrent. Approximately 90 airframes were produced. The nuclear delivery doctrine acknowledged that high-altitude unescorted penetration of Soviet terminal defenses, SA-2, SA-5, MiG-23 interceptors, was not a survivable operational concept. Several H-6As were subsequently converted to H-6E standard as China's nuclear weapons achieved greater miniaturization and revised accuracy requirements. The H-6C designation covers the first significant avionics modernization applied to the conventional bombing variant of the basic H-6 airframe, entering operational status approximately 1984. The variant incorporated improved electronic countermeasures packages, an updated bombing computer system, and enhanced navigation instrumentation designed to reduce dependence on astrosighting over featureless terrain. These revisions reflected lessons drawn from Chinese intelligence assessments of Soviet and American conventional strike operations following the October 1973 Middle East War, which demonstrated the operational premium on precision weapon delivery and electronic warfare integration. The H-6C retained the WP-8 power plant and the full 9,000 kilogram internal bomb capacity of the baseline airframe. No structural changes were made to wing, fuselage or tail geometry. Combat radius remained approximately 3,100 kilometers. The principal operational improvement was degraded navigation environment performance. The H-6C could maintain acceptable bombing accuracy under active jamming conditions that would have forced earlier variants to abandon targeting. Electronic countermeasures equipment was housed in modified ventral blisters visible on the aircraft's lower aft fuselage section. Total production numbers for the H-6C remain classified in Chinese sources. Western assessment estimates suggest the variant represented the majority of active conventional H-6 airframes through the late 1980s. It was the last H-6 variant designed primarily for unguided bomb delivery without missiles. The type was superseded in the conventional strike role by the H-6H and H-6M in the late 1990s and 2000s. The H-6D was the first Chinese bomber adapted specifically for anti-ship strike, a capability that directly served the South China Sea territorial claims Beijing was consolidating throughout the 1980s. The variant entered People's Liberation Army Naval Air Force service in approximately 1985, fitted with a dedicated C-band surface search radar housed in a revised nose section that permanently replaced the original glazed bombardier station. Primary armament consisted of two YJ-6 air-launched anti-ship missiles, Chinese derivatives of the Soviet AS-5 Kelt, each carrying a 500-kilogram warhead to approximately 200 kilometers at subsonic cruise. The H-6D could carry one YJ-6 under each wing on dedicated hardpoints while retaining conventional bomb capacity in the internal bay. This combination created the first Chinese bomber capable of coordinating standoff anti-ship strike with area suppression in a single sortie. Crew was expanded to 6, adding a dedicated radar operator and weapons system officer. Maximum takeoff weight increased marginally to 78,000 kilograms. Export versions were designated B-6D. Iraq reportedly acquired examples during the late 1980s for strikes against Iranian shipping in the Persian Gulf. Combat utility against modern naval task forces equipped with layered air defense missiles was recognized as limited from inception. The YJ-6's subsonic flight profile and large radar cross-section made it vulnerable to standard shipborne intercepts. The H-6D's approach vector was even more exposed. The variant was succeeded by the H-6G with supersonic missile capability. The H-6E succeeded the H-6A as China's primary nuclear delivery aircraft, incorporating the avionics improvements that the late 1960s H-6A production run could not accommodate. Western intelligence assessments placed the type's operational emergence at approximately 1990. The variant received an inertial navigation system replacing the original astronavigation suite, a change that significantly improved low-level and night nuclear delivery accuracy without requiring the high-altitude release profiles that exposed crews to Soviet and American surface-to-air missile systems. Updated flight management computers allowed more flexible routing, enabling terrain masking approach corridors to defended targets for the first time in the H-6 nuclear mission. The nuclear weapons store itself was revised from the H-6A era gravity bomb designs to accommodate smaller yield warheads with greater accuracy requirements. This reflected the shift in Chinese nuclear doctrine from assured destruction through mass yield toward counterforce capability through precision, a doctrinal evolution occurring simultaneously in Soviet and American nuclear forces during the same period. The H-6E retained the WP-8 power plant and the structural bomb bay reinforcement of the H-6A. No range improvement was achieved. Combat radius remained approximately 3,100 kilometers, placing Soviet targets west of the Urals beyond unrefueled reach from Chinese interior bases. This range gap directly drove H-6K engine development. The H-6E was retired as H-6N deliveries began reshaping the nuclear bomber force structure after 2019. The H-6F represents the final iteration of the conventional, non-standoff missile H-6 gravity bomber. It entered service approximately 1995, distinguished from earlier variants primarily by a terrain avoidance radar installation and an upgraded Doppler navigation system acquired through dual-use commercial channels during the late 1980s reform-era technology window. The variant was designed for low-level penetration profiles against defended conventional targets, a doctrinal shift directly motivated by PLA-AF analysts' thorough study of the 1991 Gulf War, which demonstrated the obsolescence of high-altitude, unescorted bombing regardless of aircraft speed. H-6F crews trained for nap of Earth ingress routes at altitudes below 300 meters, using the terrain avoidance system to maintain ground clearance in mountainous approach corridors. At those altitudes, the WP-8 turbojet's fuel consumption increased substantially, reducing practical combat radius to approximately 1,800 kilometers in the low-level profile, a significant penalty against the 3,100-kilometer radius available at altitude. Offensive capability remained the standard 9,000-kilogram internal bomb load. No precision-guided munitions integration was achieved on any H-6F airframe. All ordnance remained unguided. The variant's utility was partially undermined by the same Gulf War that motivated its concept. Western analysis confirmed that even low-level penetration was not survivable against modern air defense. The H-6F was the last Chinese bomber designed around the gravity bomb as its primary rationale. The H-6U was not designed to strike anything. Its role was to extend the operational reach of everything else. Converted from H-6 airframes in the late 1980s, the H-6U entered service approximately 1990 as China's first dedicated aerial refueling platform. The internal bomb bay fuel system was replaced with a transfer fuel reservoir, and two underwing hose and drogue refueling pods were fitted, one per wing station. Maximum transferable fuel capacity, approximately 18,500 kilograms, deliverable through both pods simultaneously at an offload rate compatible with J-8D and J-8H interceptors, whose range limitations had been the primary constraint on PLA-AF power projection over the South and East China Sea. The H-6U's strategic significance was not tactical but architectural. Its primary function was extending the combat radius of fighter-class receiver aircraft beyond the first island chain, providing Chinese air power with geographic reach it did not otherwise possess. A single refueling contact extended a J-8H's effective combat radius by approximately 800 kilometers, JH-7 and JH-7. A certification followed. The H-6U's own unrefueled range, nominally 6,000 kilometers from the baseline airframe, imposed operational deployment constraints. Production totals are undisclosed. The fleet appears to have been small, reflecting the limited number of PLA-AF aircraft certified as receivers. The type remains in limited service, partially supplanted by the significantly more capable Y-20U tanker, which entered operations in 2021 and offers substantially higher fuel offload capacity and range. The H-6G is the naval aviation variant developed for PLANAF maritime patrol and anti-ship operations, entering service approximately 1998. It represents a significant departure from the H-6D predecessor in sensor integration and weapons flexibility. The H-6G received a new nose-mounted surface search radar, offering improved target discrimination against small surface vessels and low probability of intercept operating modes, a direct response to Taiwan Strait exercise observations in 1995 and 1996, where PLAAF targeting limitations had been exposed under realistic threat conditions. Hardpoints were revised from 2 to 4 underwing stations, doubling the missile carriage capacity of the H-6D. Compatible munitions included the Y-J-12 supersonic anti-ship missile, range approximately 400 kilometers, terminal phase Mark II, 300 kilogram shaped charge warhead, and the Y-J-63 air-launched land attack weapon for infrastructure strikes. This combination gave the H-6G a genuine standoff anti-ship capability against surface groups operating beyond carrier-based fighter range from Chinese bases. Crew configuration was updated to incorporate a dedicated electronic warfare officer station, reflecting the integration of active jamming into the anti-ship mission profile. The H-6G was operated exclusively by PLAN-AF units assigned to the South Sea Fleet and East Sea Fleet. It represented the conceptual bridge between the H-6D's subsonic anti-ship philosophy and the supersonic long-range maritime strike role later formalized in the H-6J, establishing the doctrinal precedent that the H-6 airframe would serve PLAN-AF's most demanding anti-carrier tasking. The H-6H was the first Chinese bomber designed from inception for standoff precision land attack, the configuration that gave the PLA-AF-A meaningful conventional strike capability against defended targets without requiring the bomber itself to penetrate threat airspace. The variant entered service in 1998, equipped with 2 underwing hardpoints for the KD-63 air-launched cruise missile. The KD-63 carried a 500 kilogram warhead, achieved a range of approximately 200 kilometers, and used inertial navigation combined with optical scene-matching terminal guidance to achieve circular error probable estimates below 10 meters against fixed targets. The H-6H's solid nose section housed a new fire control radar replacing the glazed bombardier station, a structural and doctrinal transformation that reflected the permanent shift from optical bomb aiming to electronic cueing for missile launch. The aircraft retained internal bomb capacity for secondary conventional strike missions, maximum takeoff weight, approximately 78,000 kilograms. Combat radius with 2 KD-63 missiles, approximately 3,000 kilometers. The H-6H gave China a cruise missile delivery platform capable of striking Taiwan's air, defense radar infrastructure, command facilities, and dispersal airfields from standoff range across the Taiwan Strait. Analysts assessing the 1996 Taiwan Strait crisis identified exactly this capability gap in the PLAAF order of battle. The H-6H closed it 2 years later. This platform directly reshaped contingency planning on both sides of the strait within 12 months of its introduction. The H-6I was the answer to the H-6's most fundamental limitation, and it was cancelled before it could resolve anything. The program emerged from PLAAF analysis in the late 1970s that the WP-8 turbojet's specific fuel consumption was the single greatest constraint on H-6 operational utility. Ferry range with the WP-8 was approximately 6,000 kilometers, Extending it required either structural fuel tank additions exceeding the airframe's margins or engine replacement. The H-6I pursued engine replacement, retrofitting two Soviet Soloviev D-30kp turbofan engines, each producing approximately 103 kilonewtons of thrust, with substantially improved fuel efficiency relative to the WP-8 turbojet. A prototype was completed and flew, demonstrating range improvements consistent with engineering predictions. The program was cancelled before production on three overlapping grounds. First, structural integration of the enlarged turbofan nacelles introduced unresolved fatigue risks at the engine mount frames. Second, the anticipated normalization of Sino-Soviet relations, which would have secured a reliable D-30kp supply chain, did not materialize on the timeline planners had assumed. Third, Deng Xiaoping's 1980s military rationalization cut programs without near-term production paths. The concept was neither abandoned nor disproved. The D-30kp2 engine would eventually power the H-6K, achieving in production 20 years later exactly what the H-6I had demonstrated in prototype. The cancellation is not a record of failure. It is a record of industrial timing and political patience, and the H-6K's eventual success validated both the solution and the wait. The H-6M entered service approximately 2004 as an incremental upgrade of the H-6H cruise missile carrier, distinguished primarily by expanded weapons capacity and a revised avionics architecture. Where the H-6H carried two KD-63 missiles, the H-6M accommodated four, two on each outer wing hardpoint, while retaining the internal bomb bay for conventional ordnance. Weapons compatibility was expanded to include the KD-88 air-to-surface missile, a television-guided standoff weapon with approximately 80 kilometers of range and a 100-kilogram warhead, offering a second precision strike option against hardened point targets when the KD-63's longer range was not the determining requirement. The H-6M's avionics incorporated a revised mission planning system compatible with GPS and early Beidou navigation, enabling cruise missile targeting derived from satellite coordinate inputs rather than purely pre-surveyed terrain matching. This improved operational flexibility. For the first time in H-6 history, target coordinates could be updated in flight against mobile or time-sensitive objectives. Combat radius with four missiles, approximately 2,800 kilometers, slightly reduced from the H-6H figure due to increased stores drag across the four stations. The WP-8 power plant was retained. No range improvement was achieved. The H-6M served as the primary multi-role strike platform in the interim period between the H-6H's introduction and the H-6K's transformative arrival. It demonstrated that the H-6 airframe could serve a diverse precision strike portfolio even before the turbofan engine solution was implemented. The JH-7 is the only Chinese bomber whose design originated entirely on Chinese soil rather than a Soviet blueprint. Development authorization came in 1973, driven by PLAAF and PLANAF Assessments that the aging H-5 provided insufficient range and payload for maritime strike against the surface groups that Taiwan and regional adversaries operated. Fujian Aircraft Corporation led design, Rolls-Royce Spey. Mark 202 engines were acquired legally from Britain in 1975 and subsequently reverse-engineered as the WS-9. Two WS-9 turbofans each produced 91.3 kilonewtons of thrust with afterburner. Maximum speed, Mach 1.75. Service ceiling, 15,600 meters. Combat radius, approximately 1,650 kilometers with 4,500 kilograms of ordnance. The JH-7 flew its first flight on December 14, 1988, but production delays and avionics development problems, particularly in the integrated fire control system, prevented Plan-AF service entry until approximately 1994. Full operational capability was not achieved until 1998. The PLAAF declined to procure the baseline variant, preferring to wait for the JH-7A. This split, Plan-AF accepting an immature platform, while PLAAF held out for the refined version, was a pragmatic response to the different operational urgency between the two services. Total JH-7 production reached approximately 70 airframes for Plan-AF service. The aircraft was the first Chinese-designed platform capable of realistic anti-carrier tasking, range sufficient to reach the Philippine Sea, payload appropriate for anti-ship missiles, speed adequate for survivability against second-generation interceptors. The JH-7A was the production standard aircraft the original JH-7 had aspired to be. Development of the improved variant began in the mid-1990s. The initial JH-7A flew in April 2002 and entered PLAAF and PLANAF service from 2004. The primary changes addressed the shortcomings that had caused the PLAAF to reject the baseline. A fully digital fly-by-wire flight control system replaced analog controls, a wide-angle head-up display and multifunction color cockpit displays replaced analog instrumentation panels, and structural airframe reinforcement increased the maximum weapons payload to approximately 9,000 kilograms, double the original variant's practical load. The indigenous WS-9 turbofan powered the production fleet, providing independence from British export licensing constraints on Spey deliveries. Compatible weapons on the JH-7A included the YJ-91 anti-radiation missile, essential for CAD missions suppressing adversary radar networks, the KD-88 precision air-to-surface missile, and the C-8 AK anti-ship missile. Combat radius with mixed ordnance, 1,650 kilometers. Service ceiling, 15,600 meters. Maximum speed, Mach 1.75. The JH-7A equipped frontline PLAAF and PLANAF units during the period when Chinese military exercises over the Taiwan Strait and South China Sea intensified after 2008. It was the first Chinese combat aircraft to combine supersonic speed, standoff precision weapons and genuine blue water anti-ship reach in a single domestically designed airframe. Total production across both services reached approximately 240 airframes, making it the most numerically significant Chinese strike platform of its generation. The H-6K is the H-6 finally realized at its potential 40 years after the baseline entered service. Fujian Aircraft Corporation redesigned the aircraft around 2D-30kp two turbofan engines sourced from Russia's Aviadvigatel, the same engine proposed, abandoned and reproposed since the H-6Y prototype of the 1980s. Specific fuel consumption improvement over the WP-8 turbojet, approximately 18%. Result: combat radius extending to approximately 3,500 kilometers unrefueled, ferry range approaching 8,000 kilometers. The glazed nose bombardier station was permanently replaced by a solid radome housing terrain-following radar and an integrated electronic warfare suite. 6 underwing hardpoints are certified for the CJ-10A air-launched cruise missile, a development informed by Ukrainian Kh-55 design data acquired in the late 1990s, with a range of 1,500 to 2,000 kilometers and GPS, GLONASS, and Beidou composite terminal guidance. 6 CJ-10 A's at maximum launch range places H-6K strike envelopes over Japan's main islands, the Philippines, Guam, Diego Garcia approaches, and the Russian Far East industrial corridor from Chinese interior bases, all without the bomber leaving protected airspace. First flight, 2007. Service entry, 2009. Structural life was effectively reset during the rebuild. As of 2024, the H-6K is the backbone of PLAAF, Strategic Bombardment, a 1950s airframe conducting 21st century cruise missile warfare against adversaries who cannot practically intercept the launch aircraft before weapon release. The H-6J extends the H-6K formula specifically to PLANAF maritime strike. The mission the H-6D had attempted with subsonic missiles in 1985, now revisited with supersonic weapons and a modern sensor architecture at 3 times the range. First publicly identified at a PLANAF base in 2018, the H-6J shares the H-6K's D-30K P2 turbofan propulsion and solid nose radome. The defining difference is in the weapon's hardpoints, which were redesigned for the YJ-12 supersonic anti-ship missile. Mach 2 to Mach 4 in terminal phase, 300 kilogram shaped charge warhead, approximately 400 kilometer launch range. The H-6J carries 6 YJ-12 rounds, 1 per underwing pylon, versus the 2 missile maximum of its predecessors. The calculus is deliberate and precise. A single H-6J sortie delivers 6 simultaneous supersonic inbound threats. A coordinated 4-aircraft package delivers 24. The terminal defense layer of a U.S. Navy carrier strike group, nominally Aegis SM-2 and SM-6 intercepts, CIWS, last ditch, is engineered against approximately 2 to 4 simultaneous supersonic inbound threats per engagement cycle at current manning and sensor loads. The H-6J's doctrine is saturation. Its combat radius on D-30kp2 engines, approximately 3,500 kilometers, places every U.S. Navy carrier operating area in the Western Pacific within continuous threat range from Chinese mainland bases, including areas east of Guam, without the H-6J itself approaching intercept range of U.S. combat air patrol stations. The H-6J is not a bomber in any traditional sense. It is a submarine-launched missile battery operating at altitude. The H-6N exists to carry a weapon that no other PLAAF platform can. Making its public debut at the October 1st, 2019 National Day Parade, the variant introduced a semi-recessed centerline hardpoint on a modified lower fuselage capable of accommodating the CH-AS-X-13, an air-launched ballistic missile assessed as a derivative of the DF-21D anti-ship ballistic missile. If Western performance estimates are accurate, this weapon achieves Mach 6 to Mach 10 in terminal dive phase, carries a penetrating warhead designed for hardened surface and underground facilities, and reaches targets within approximately 1,800 to 3,000 kilometers of the launch point, depending on trajectory. Two features distinguish the H-6N from the H-6K beyond the centerline hardpoint. First, a boom-style in-flight refueling receptacle above the forward fuselage, the first H-6 variant to receive air refueling capability, extending combat radius indefinitely when paired with H-6U tanker support. Second, the complete removal of the internal bomb bay structure, which was replaced by the centerline hardpoint mounting. The H-6N cannot carry conventional gravity bombs at all. Its mission is singular and cannot be compromised for secondary tasking. Confirmed operational status has not been publicly verified as of mid-2024, though the type appeared at multiple PLAAF Air Force exercises following the 2019 debut. The H-6N represents the final evolutionary step of the 1952 Tu-16 airframe, a ballistic missile launching platform providing a third nuclear delivery leg at standoff ranges beyond any preceding Chinese manned aircraft. The H-7 designation, distinct from the naval JH-7 strike aircraft developed concurrently, covered a 1970s PLAAF requirement for a supersonic medium bomber to replace the H-6 within 15 years. The operational case was built on PLAAF, analysis of Soviet SA-2, SA-3, and SA-6 surface-to-air missile performance data derived from Middle Eastern combat in 1967 and 1973. A supersonic aircraft capable of Mach 2- would theoretically compress engagement windows for SAM systems below the reaction time required for reliable intercept, reducing attrition rates on strike missions to operationally acceptable levels. Three competing design concepts were evaluated internally by Chinese aviation institutes. None proceeded beyond paper studies and wind tunnel test models. The fundamental constraint was propulsion. China possessed no indigenous engine capable of sustaining Mach 2 cruise in a twin-engine bomber-class airframe while retaining meaningful weapons payload. The WP-7B, then the most advanced Chinese afterburning turbojet, generated adequate thrust for Mach 2 in single-seat fighters, but insufficient thrust-to-weight margin for a larger twin-engine platform with external stores. Acquiring a Western high-thrust turbofan was considered during the reform-era technology opening of the late 1970s, but not executed. British Spey engines were purchased for the JH-7 program, but were unsuitable for the higher performance bomber requirement. Defense budget rationalization under Deng Xiaoping in 1980 terminated programs without near-term production paths. The H-7 was one of them. The H-6 modernization path was selected as the more achievable alternative. The H-8 represents China's most ambitious and least documented cancelled bomber program, a design study for a supersonic strategic platform intended to provide genuine intercontinental strike capability independent of ballistic missiles. Available open-source material suggests active study under varying internal designations beginning in the late 1970s, with H-8 nomenclature eventually applied. The design concept pursued a variable geometry swing-wing architecture, the same solution adopted by the Soviet Tu-22M and American FB-111 for the conflicting aerodynamic requirements of supersonic dash and efficient subsonic cruise. Maximum speed targets reached Mach 2.5. Ferry range requirements approached 10,000 kilometers. Weapons payload would accommodate nuclear gravity bombs and early-generation cruise missiles. The program encountered three simultaneous and irreducible obstacles. China possessed no variable geometry wing manufacturing capability at the scale required for a bomber-class airframe. Mastering swing-wing geometry had taken both the United States and Soviet Union a decade each, with full industrial resources committed. Available Chinese turbofan engines produced insufficient thrust for the required speed-range combination. A Mach 2.5 aircraft needs an engine China simply did not have. And the strategic case for a penetrating manned bomber eroded steadily as Soviet ICBM and LBM force posture matured through the 1980s. Ballistic missiles were demonstrably more survivable against terminal air defenses than any manned aircraft. The H-8 was cancelled without a flyable prototype. The H-20 stealth wing concept emerged approximately 2 decades later as the replacement rationale built on a completely different aerodynamic and survivability philosophy. In January 2018, Fujian Aircraft Corporation released a promotional video containing a brief silhouette of a tailless flying wing aircraft, the first public confirmation that China's next-generation strategic bomber program existed. Analysts identified the profile as consistent with a design scaled between the American B-2A Spirit and B-21 Raider, a blended flying wing body configuration optimized for reduced radar cross-section from all aspect angles, with inlet geometry consistent with radar-absorbent structural shaping. The H-20 designation was confirmed in subsequent Chinese state media commentary. No prototype has been publicly shown. The 2018 silhouette remains the most detailed open-source evidence of the configuration. Propulsion is assessed as 4 engines, likely WS-10C derivatives or a new design, embedded within the wing structure using inlet shaping consistent with low observable requirements. Unrefueled range from open-source analysis, 8,000 to 10,000 kilometers, sufficient to reach Guam, Diego Garcia, and portions of the continental United States from Chinese interior bases on internal fuel. Estimated payload, approximately 10,000 kilograms, accommodating nuclear and precision conventional weapons in an internal bay. The H-20 would provide China with a strategic bomber capable of genuine penetration of layered air defense systems, the capability absent from every H-6 variant in the entire lineage. No confirmed first flight has been announced as of mid-2024. Chinese defense industry sources cited in state media have indicated operational capability before 2030. If that timeline is met, the H-20 will represent the single largest shift in Chinese air power since the H-6 first flew in 1968. In 1953, the Soviet Union transferred 10 Tupolev Tu-4 Bull bombers to the People's Liberation Army Air Force, reverse-engineered copies of the American B-29 Superfortress, built from airframes recovered after emergency landings in Soviet territory during the Second World War. Designated H-4 in Chinese service, several were converted for long-range photographic and signals reconnaissance by 1958. 4 Shvetsov ASH-73TK radial engines gave the aircraft a range exceeding 5,400 kilometers, sufficient to monitor Taiwanese and South Korean airspace from mainland bases. The aircraft carried no defensive armament worth mentioning by Western standards, twin 23mm cannon turrets, useless against jet interceptors. Crews flew unescorted along the Taiwan Strait, photographing nationalist airfields and naval movements. At least 2 aircraft were lost to Republic of China Air Force F-86 Sabres between 1958 and 1962. Exact figures were never disclosed by Beijing. The program established the foundational doctrine, reconnaissance flights as routine, expendable, and politically deniable. By 1965, the remaining H-4 fleet was relegated to nuclear test sampling duties over Lop Nur, its reconnaissance role absorbed by faster, jet-powered successors. The aircraft itself never received a dedicated successor. It was simply the starting point. By 1968, China required a tactical reconnaissance platform faster than propeller-driven bombers and survivable over contested airspace. The HZ-5 answered this, a dedicated reconnaissance conversion of the H-5, itself a license-built copy of the Soviet Ilyushin Il-28 Beagle. 2 Klimov Yai-K-1 turbojets, each producing 26.5 kilonewtons of thrust, pushed the aircraft to 902 kilometers per hour at altitude with an operational ceiling of 12,500 meters. The bomb bay was replaced with a camera bay housing up to 5 cameras day, night, and panoramic configurations, alongside flare dispensers for nighttime photography. Range was modest, roughly 2,400 kilometers, limiting missions to border regions, the Sino-Soviet frontier, the Sino-Vietnamese border, and the Taiwan Strait. The HZ-5 saw direct combat employment during the 1979 Sino-Vietnamese War, flying low-altitude photo reconnaissance sorties ahead of ground offensives, though Vietnamese air defenses, equipped with Soviet-supplied SA-2 batteries, forced several aircraft to abort missions under fire. Production totaled fewer than 50 airframes. By the mid-1980s, the type was obsolete against modern radar-guided surface-to-air missiles, but it remained in PLA-AF reserve units into the early 1990s, a slow aircraft doing a job that increasingly demanded speed. The JZ-6 addressed a different problem: reconnaissance at speeds that gave surface-to-air missile crews no time to react. Derived from the J-6, China's license-built MiG-19, the JZ-6 entered PLA-AF service around 1973. The aircraft retained the J-6's 2 Wopen 6 turbojets and Mach 1.45 top speed, but removed its cannon armament in favor of a ventral camera pod containing oblique and vertical cameras for low-altitude strip photography. Operational altitude for reconnaissance runs was typically under 100 meters, a profile chosen specifically to defeat radar tracking by Soviet-era surface-to-air missile systems along China's northern border. The trade-off was severe. At that altitude and speed, fuel burn left only minutes over target, and pilot workload was extreme, with multiple JZ-6 losses attributed to controlled flight into terrain during training. No combat losses were publicly documented, though the type flew border surveillance missions against Soviet forces during the heightened tensions following the 1969 Zhenbao Island clashes. Approximately 200 airframes were converted from existing J-6 stock rather than built new, a budget-driven decision reflecting the PLAAF's broader posture during the period, numerically large, technologically constrained, and dependent on modifying existing inventory rather than developing purpose-built platforms. The WZ-5 represented China's first operational unmanned reconnaissance aircraft and one of the earliest fielded by any air force outside the United States and Israel. Developed from the airframe of the J-6/MiG-19, with the cockpit and life support systems stripped and replaced by an autopilot, camera bay, and recovery parachute system. The WZ-5 entered service around 1981 under the Nanjing Aeronautical Institute's Changhong-1 program. Launched from a wheeled ground trolley using rocket-assisted takeoff, the drone cruised at altitudes up to 17,500 meters, beyond the engagement envelope of most contemporary surface-to-air missile systems, before returning for parachute recovery and camera film retrieval. Endurance was limited to roughly 2.5 hours. The PLA used WZ-5 drones for high-altitude border surveillance along the Sino-Vietnamese frontier through the 1980s and reportedly exported variants to North Korea and possibly Egypt. The aircraft carried no real-time data downlink. Intelligence value depended entirely on successful recovery of physical film, a significant operational limitation against an adversary capable of intercepting or destroying the drone before landing. Production numbers remain classified, though Western estimates place the fleet at fewer than 100 units across its operational life. The Y-8X marked China's entry into long-range maritime surveillance, addressing a glaring gap as PLA Navy operations extended beyond coastal waters. Based on the Y-8 itself, a license-derived copy of the Soviet Antonov An-12 transport, the Y-8X entered service in 1985. Fitted with a Lytton search radar in an enlarged nose radome, magnetic anomaly, detection boom, and observation blisters along the fuselage sides. 4 GNWJ 6 turboprop engines, each rated at 3,150 kilowatts, gave the aircraft a range of approximately 5,600 kilometers and an endurance exceeding 10 hours, sufficient to patrol the South China Sea and monitor foreign naval transits through the Bashi Channel. Crew complement reached 14, including dedicated radar and sensor operators. The Y-8X was not stealthy, not fast, and carried no defensive systems. Its survivability depended entirely on operating in airspace where interception was politically costly for the opposing party. Approximately a dozen aircraft were built, a small fleet reflecting both budget constraints and the PLA Navy's limited blue water ambitions during the period. The type remained in service into the 2000s, gradually relegated to secondary patrol duties, as newer Y-8 and Y-9 variants assumed primary maritime surveillance roles. The JZ-8F brought the Hainan incident's central aircraft type to its reconnaissance configuration. derived from the J-82 interceptor, the same airframe family flown by Wang Wei during the April 2001 collision. The JZ-8F entered limited service around 1996, carrying a centerline reconnaissance pod equipped with panoramic and oblique cameras plus infrared line scan equipment for night operations. Twin Wopen 13, a turbojets, gave the aircraft a top speed of Mach 2.2 and a service ceiling above 20,000 meters, allowing reconnaissance runs at altitudes that placed it above the effective envelope of most tactical surface-to-air missile systems of the era, though not beyond modern long-range systems like the S-300. The aircraft retained full air-to-air missile compatibility, a deliberate design choice reflecting the PLAAF's assumption that reconnaissance aircraft might need to fight their way home. Production was limited, fewer than 30 conversions, as the PLAAF increasingly shifted reconnaissance taskings toward podded systems on multi-role fighters like the J-8-2ACT and later J-11 variants, which offered greater flexibility without dedicating a separate airframe type. The JZ-8F nonetheless represented a transitional doctrine: high-speed, high-altitude manned penetration reconnaissance, a concept shortly superseded by standoff and unmanned alternatives. The Y-8J represented China's first attempt at an indigenous airborne early warning platform and an instructive failure. Developed in the 1990s with British technical assistance, the Y-8J mounted a Racal Skymaster maritime surveillance radar in a non-rotating dorsal fairing, a configuration that provided surface search and limited air search capability, but lacked the 360-degree rotating radome architecture of true AWACS platforms like the American E-3 Sentry. Entering limited PLA Navy service around 1999, the Y-8J served primarily as a maritime patrol and command and control testbed rather than a fleet air defense asset. 4 WJ-6 turboprops provided an endurance of approximately 10 hours. Crew numbered around 12, including radar operators and tactical controllers, the first Chinese aircraft to integrate this kind of airborne command function. Only a handful of airframes were built, reportedly around 4. The program's significance lies less in its operational record, which was modest, and more in what it taught Chinese industry: that radar coverage gaps from a fixed-array configuration were unacceptable for fleet defense. That lesson directly informed the rotodome design adopted for the later KJ-200 and KJ-500. The Y-8J was the necessary, costly prototype that came before the real solution. The Y-8G shifted China's reconnaissance focus from imagery to the electromagnetic spectrum. Entering service in the mid-2000s, the aircraft is externally distinguished by large cheek fairings on either side of the forward fuselage, housing electronic intelligence and signals intelligence antenna arrays, alongside a ventral canoe fairing for additional sensors. Built on the Y-8 transport airframe with 4 WJ-6 turboprops, the Y-8G's mission profile involves long-duration loitering along contested boundaries, the East China Sea, the Taiwan Strait, and the South China Sea, passively intercepting radar emissions, communications traffic, and missile telemetry from foreign military assets. Unlike imagery-based reconnaissance, electronic intelligence collection requires no overflight of denied territory. The aircraft can operate entirely within international airspace while characterizing the electronic order of battle of nearby forces. This made the Y-8G considerably less politically provocative than earlier penetration reconnaissance aircraft, while arguably providing more actionable intelligence, radar frequencies and waveforms that inform electronic warfare planning against specific adversary systems. Approximately a dozen Y-8G aircraft are believed to be in PLA service, frequently tracked by Japanese and Taiwanese air defense networks operating near the Miyako Strait and the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The KJ-200, part of the so-called Gaoxin High-New Special Mission Aircraft series, gave China its first credible mid-tier airborne early warning platform. First flown around 2001 and entering service by 2006, the KJ-200 is built on the stretched Y-8F 600 airframe and equipped with a distinctive balance beam, active electronically scanned array radar, two long fixed antennas mounted above and below the fuselage in a configuration resembling Sweden's Erie system, rather than a rotating rotodome. This arrangement provides side-looking coverage with reduced drag compared to a rotodome, at the cost of requiring the aircraft to maneuver for full 360-degree coverage. Crew complement is approximately 8, with WJ-6C turboprop engines providing roughly 9 hours of endurance. The KJ-200 functions as a tactical A, E, W and C asset, feeding target data to fighter aircraft and surface-to-air missile batteries via secure data link, a capability the PLAAF had previously lacked entirely. Approximately 10 to 12 aircraft were produced before production shifted toward the larger Y-9-based KJ-500. One KJ-200 was lost in a fatal crash in June 2011 near Anhui Province, killing 5 crew members, attributed to engine icing during a training flight. A reminder that the platform's complexity carried real operational risk. The GX-8, also designated Y-9JB, extended China's electronic intelligence collection to strategic range and altitude. Built on the Y-9 transport, itself an enlarged, re-engined evolution of the Y-8 with 4 WJ-6C turboprops, producing greater thrust and a redesigned cockpit. The GX-8 entered service around 2012, with a substantially enlarged ventral fairing running nearly the length of the fuselage, housing synthetic aperture radar and signals intelligence collection arrays. Unlike the Y-8G's passive electronic spectrum focus, the GX-8's radar payload allows active imaging of ground and maritime targets through cloud cover and at night, complementing satellite reconnaissance assets that operate on predictable orbital schedules. The aircraft's range extended over the Y-8 baseline by the Y-9's improved fuel capacity, allows missions covering the entire first island chain from mainland bases without forward deployment. GX-8 aircraft have been repeatedly tracked operating near Taiwan and in the South China Sea, often alongside KJ-500 and Y-8G aircraft in coordinated multi-platform reconnaissance packages, a deliberate shift toward networked, simultaneous collection across imagery, signals, and radar domains rather than relying on any single aircraft type to provide a complete intelligence picture. The KJ-500 solved the coverage problem the KJ-200 could not. Entering service around 2014, the aircraft is built on the Y-9 airframe and mounts a fixed, non-rotating rotodome containing 3 active, electronically scanned array radar panels arranged to provide genuine 360-degree coverage without mechanical rotation, eliminating the maintenance burden and radar cross-section penalties of a spinning rotodome while matching its coverage. This places the KJ-500 in a similar conceptual category to the US Navy's E-2D Hawkeye, though on a larger four-engine airframe with correspondingly greater range and crew capacity, approximately 5 mission specialists. The aircraft can detect and track both aircraft and ships, cueing PLA fighters and surface-to-air missile systems, and has become the PLA-AF and PLA Navy's primary fleet air defense and battle management asset. Production has been substantial relative to prior AEW types. Estimates place the operational fleet above 20 aircraft by the mid-2020s, a scale that allows continuous coverage rotations over the South China Sea and Taiwan Strait, something the 4-aircraft Y-8J fleet could never have sustained. The KJ-500 represents the maturation point of China's airborne early warning lineage. 2 decades after the Y-8J's limited fixed-array experiment, full radar coverage without rotation was finally achieved. The KQ-200 addressed the least visible but arguably most consequential reconnaissance gap in the PLA Navy's inventory: persistent anti-submarine search. Entering service around 2017, also part of the Gauxin family and built on the Y-9 airframe, the KQ-200 is distinguished by a prominent magnetic anomaly detector boom extending from the tail and multiple sonobuoy dispensers along the rear fuselage, alongside surface search radar in a ventral fairing. The aircraft's mission profile, low altitude, low speed patrol patterns over choke points including the Bashi Channel, the Miyako Strait, and the Taiwan Strait, directly addresses the operating routes used by US and Allied submarines transiting into the South and East China Seas. This is reconnaissance in its most literal military sense: detection of an adversary's most survivable strategic asset. Unlike fixed-wing maritime patrol aircraft from Western navies, which often integrate with networks of seabed hydrophone arrays, the KQ-200's standalone sensor suite suggests China's underwater surveillance network remains less mature, though satellite imagery has shown expanding seabed array construction near Hainan Island's submarine base. The KQ-200 fleet, estimated at over 20 aircraft, represents a sustained PLA Navy investment in a capability area where China has historically lagged considerably behind the United States and Japan. The BZK-005, codenamed Giant Eagle, marked China's shift toward long-endurance unmanned reconnaissance with a design lineage clearly influenced by the US RQ-4, Global Hawk, and Israeli Heron, though smaller than the former. Developed by Harbin Aircraft and entering service around 2008, the BZK-005 has a wingspan of approximately 20 meters, a single turbojet or turbofan engine, and an endurance reported at up to 40 hours, with an operational ceiling near 12,000 meters. The aircraft carries electro-optical and synthetic aperture radar sensors with satellite data link relay, enabling beyond line-of-sight control and real-time intelligence transmission, a capability the parachute recovery WZ-5 of the 1980s entirely lacked. BZK-005 drones have been repeatedly detected operating near the Senkaku/Diaoyu Islands since at least 2013, prompting Japan Air Self-Defense Force fighter scrambles on multiple occasions, and have transited the Miyako Strait into the Pacific as part of broader PLA exercises. Unlike manned reconnaissance aircraft, the loss of a BZK-005 carries minimal political cost and no risk to PLA personnel, a calculus that has made the type a preferred tool for probing contested airspace and testing adversary response times, normalizing PLA presence in areas where manned overflight would carry far greater diplomatic weight. The WZ-7 Saw Dragon represents China's most direct conceptual answer to the RQ-4 Global Hawk, a high-altitude, long-endurance unmanned platform intended for strategic reconnaissance at standoff range. First publicly revealed around 2011 and entering operational service by approximately 2015, the WZ-7's most distinctive feature is its joined wing configuration, a forward-swept main wing connected to a smaller rear wing via vertical struts, forming a diamond-shaped planform that reduces structural weight while maintaining the wingspan, approximately 25 meters, needed for high-altitude flight. Operating ceiling is reported near 18,000 meters with an endurance around 10 hours, considerably less than the Global Hawk's 30-plus hours, reflecting a smaller single-engine design rather than the American platform's twin-engine, larger airframe. The WZ-7 carries synthetic aperture radar and electro-optical sensors for wide-area surveillance. Satellite imagery has shown WZ-7 deployments to airbases in Xinjiang, near the disputed border with India, and to Hainan Island for South China Sea operations. The aircraft's endurance limitations mean it functions less as a persistent overwatch asset and more as a rapid response strategic reconnaissance tool, deployable to a crisis region and capable of covering large areas quickly, even if it cannot loiter indefinitely. The TB-001, manufactured by Sichuan Tengden, entered service around 2019 as a twin-engine, medium-altitude, long-endurance unmanned aircraft, combining reconnaissance and strike roles, a deliberate departure from the single-mission electronic intelligence and airborne early warning philosophy of earlier Chinese reconnaissance platforms. Its twin tail booms and pusher-puller engine configuration, each driving a propeller, distinguish it visually from the single-engine, single-tail designs common to most medium UAVs, including the US MQ-9 Reaper. Endurance is reported at up to 35 hours, with a payload capacity allowing simultaneous carriage of electro-optical and infrared sensors, synthetic aperture radar, and precision-guided munitions on underwing hardpoints. The TB-001 has been repeatedly detected operating in the airspace surrounding Taiwan since 2022, frequently as part of larger PLA incursion packages alongside fighters, bombers, and airborne early warning aircraft. Its presence in these formations suggests a battle management or strike coordination role rather than pure intelligence collection. Unlike the BZK-005 or WZ-7, which represent dedicated intelligence gathering investments, the TB-001 reflects a broader trend in Chinese unmanned aviation. Platforms designed from inception for dual reconnaissance strike employment, collapsing the traditional distinction between the aircraft that finds a target and the aircraft that destroys it. The WZ-8 represents the most radical departure in the entire lineage, a rocket-powered, air-launched reconnaissance drone unveiled publicly for the first time during China's October 2021 military parade, commemorating the 70th anniversary of the Korean War armistice. Carried aloft and released from a modified H-6 bomber, the WZ-8 ignites a rocket or rocket ramjet propulsion system to accelerate to speeds estimated above Mach 6. Climbing to altitudes reportedly exceeding 30,000 meters, placing it conceptually alongside the American D-21 drone of the 1960s and 70s, a Mach 3+ reconnaissance vehicle launched from SR-71 and B-52 aircraft to overfly denied airspace at speeds no interceptor could match. At these speeds and altitudes, the WZ-8 would be effectively unreachable by current air defense systems, capable of high-resolution imaging of fixed, high-value targets, naval bases, airfields, command facilities, before either returning for recovery or, per some assessments, expending itself entirely. Limited public information exists regarding sensor payload, guidance or operational basing, and no confirmed operational deployment has been independently verified as of 2025. The WZ-8 nonetheless signals a strategic intent, reconnaissance platforms designed explicitly to defeat denial-based air defense through sheer kinematic performance rather than stealth or standoff distance. The Z-5 was Harbin's license-built copy of the Soviet Mil-Me-4, with production beginning in 1958 at the Harbin Aircraft Manufacturing Corporation. Powered by a single AEsh-82 V-piston radial engine producing 1,700 horsepower, it carried up to 16 troops or 1,600 kilograms of cargo with a cruise speed of 160 kilometers per hour and a range of 426 kilometers. It became the backbone of PLA Army aviation through the 1960s and 1970s, used for transport, anti-submarine patrol in naval variants, and limited combat support along the Sino-Soviet border. More than 545 units were produced before the line closed in 1979. The piston engine left it severely underpowered at altitude, a critical flaw on the Tibetan Plateau and during the 1979 border conflict with Vietnam, where high-altitude lift performance determined troop insertion viability. Formal retirement was not completed until the late 1980s, with some airframes lingering in training roles into the 1990s. The Z-5 program established China's first indigenous helicopter manufacturing base, but it offered no combat capability comparable to contemporary Western attack or utility platforms. Its successor would not arrive for over a decade, leaving a capability gap during a period of active border conflict. The Z-6 was Harbin's attempt at an indigenous medium transport helicopter powered by domestically produced turboshaft engines intended to replace the piston-engined Z-5. Development began in 1966, with the airframe based loosely on the Z-5's fuselage, but fitted with two WZ-5 turboshafts, a reverse-engineered derivative of the Soviet TV-2117. The program targeted a payload of 2,000 kilograms and a cruise speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, figures that would have placed it ahead of contemporary Soviet medium-lift designs in the region. 3 prototypes were built and flown beginning in 1969, but persistent engine reliability failures, rotor transmission vibration, and the broader industrial disruption of the Cultural Revolution prevented certification. Flight testing dragged on for a decade without resolution. The program was formally cancelled in 1979 after 13 years and 0 production units delivered. The Z-6's failure left the PLA without a turbine-powered medium helicopter at the exact moment the Sino-Vietnamese border war exposed the inadequacy of the Z-5 fleet. China's leadership concluded that indigenous turboshaft development could not meet near-term operational needs, opening the door to Western licensing negotiations in the early 1980s. The Z-8 entered service in 1989 as a license-derived adaptation of the French aerospatiale SA-321 Super Frelon, acquired by China in 1975, alongside a technology transfer agreement. Built by Changhai Aircraft Industries, the Z-8 retained the Super Frelon's 3-engine configuration using 3 WZ-6 turboshafts, producing a combined 4,950 horsepower, enabling a maximum takeoff weight of 13,800 kilograms and a payload of 27 personnel, or 4,000 kilograms of slung cargo. Range reached 830 kilometers with auxiliary fuel. The triple-engine arrangement provided redundancy valued for overwater operations, but added weight and maintenance burden compared to twin-engine competitors. Early production was slow, with fewer than 20 units delivered by the mid-1990s due to limited domestic turboshaft manufacturing capacity. The Z-8 became the PLA Navy's primary ship-based heavy transport and anti-submarine platform, operating from Type 071 amphibious ships and replenishment vessels. It saw extensive use in disaster relief, most notably during the 2008 Sichuan earthquake, where its lift capacity proved critical in mountainous terrain inaccessible to smaller helicopters. The airframe's age and weight penalty would later drive a complete re-engineering effort, but the baseline Z-8 remained in frontline service for over 3 decades. The Z-9 entered Chinese service in 1992 as a license-built variant of the Eurocopter AS-365N Dauphin, manufactured by Harbin under an agreement signed in 1980. The initial Z-9 used imported Turbomeca Ariel 1 C1 engines, each producing 710 shaft horsepower, giving a cruise speed of 260 kilometers per hour and a range of 1,000 kilometers. Early units were assembled from imported kits, with full domestic airframe production achieved by the mid-1990s, though the engines remained a foreign dependency. The Fenestron tail rotor design reduced noise signature and improved safety in confined landing zones, a feature inherited directly from the Dauphin lineage. The Z-9 served primarily as a light utility and liaison platform for Army aviation regiments, with armed variants beginning trials in the late 1990s. Production exceeded 250 units across all variants by the 2010s. The program demonstrated China's capacity to absorb Western rotorcraft technology through licensed manufacturing, but continued reliance on turbomeca engines became a strategic vulnerability after the European Union arms embargo, imposed following the 1989 Tiananmen Square crackdown, restricted future technology transfers. This forced development of an indigenous turboshaft, the WZ-8C, for all later production batches. The Mi-171 and its predecessors, the Mi-8 and Mi-17, represent China's largest single source of foreign-built rotary wing airframes, with procurement beginning in the early 1990s and continuing through multiple contracts into the 2010s. Powered by twin Klimov TV3117 VM turboshafts producing 2,000 horsepower each, the Mi-171 carries up to 4,000 kilograms internally, or 36 troops, with a maximum speed of 250 kilometers per hour and a service ceiling of 6,000 meters. China imported more than 280 units across variants, making it the single largest helicopter type in PLA inventory by raw numbers for over 2 decades. The aircraft's rugged design, high-altitude performance and simple maintenance profile made it indispensable for operations on the Tibetan Plateau, where indigenous Z-9 and early Z-8 variants struggled with lift degradation. Russian-sourced Mi-171s formed the backbone of PLA disaster response, deployed extensively during the 2008 Sichuan earthquake and the 2010 Yushu earthquake. The dependence on Russian airframes and spare parts, however, exposed China to supply disruptions tied to bilateral relations and Russian export priorities, particularly after 2014. This reliance directly informed the performance requirements set for the indigenous Z-20, intended to eliminate the need for further Mi-17 family purchases. The Z-11 entered production in 1994 as a license-based derivative of the Eurocopter AS-350 Écureuil, developed by Harbin for light reconnaissance, training, and utility roles. The baseline Z-11 used a single turbomeca Ariel 1 E2 engine producing 730 horsepower, giving a maximum speed of 245 kilometers per hour, a range of 600 kilometers, and a payload of 5 personnel, or 700 kilograms. Following the 1989 EU arms embargo, later production shifted to the domestically developed WZ-8D turboshaft, reducing foreign dependency. The Z-11 became the standard light helicopter for PLA Army aviation flight schools and reconnaissance squadrons, with over 200 units produced by the early 2010s. An armed variant, the Z-11W, introduced a chin-mounted sensor turret and provisions for rocket pods and anti-tank guided missiles, intended for light attack and forward observation supporting the WZ-10. A further militarized development, the Z-11WB, added a roof-mounted millimeter-wave radar for target acquisition in degraded visibility. Despite its light payload, the Z-11 family filled a critical gap in low-cost reconnaissance and training, freeing more expensive Z-9 and WZ-10 airframes for frontline combat tasking. Civilian variants, marketed as the EC-120 derivative HC-120, achieved limited export success in Africa and Southeast Asia. The Z-9WA, fielded in 2007, was the first armed derivative of the Z-9 family optimized for the anti-armor role, fitted with a chin-mounted electro-optical sensor turret, a 23mm cannon pod, and 4 hardpoints for HJ-8 or HJ-9 anti-tank guided missiles with ranges of 4 to 5.5 kilometers. Powered by twin WZ-8C turboshafts, the indigenous replacement for the embargoed Ariel engines, the Z-9WA reached a maximum speed of 305 kilometers per hour, faster than most contemporary attack helicopters, though at the cost of payload capacity. Armor protection remained minimal compared to dedicated attack designs, reflecting its origin as a light utility airframe rather than a purpose-built gunship. The Z-9WA entered PLA Army Aviation Brigades as an interim attack capability, while the heavier WZ-10 program completed development, a stopgap role it filled for nearly 5 years. Its compact size allowed operations from confined forward airstrips and ship decks unsuitable for the WZ-10. Approximately 30 units were produced before production shifted toward dedicated attack types. Analysts noted the Z-9WA's vulnerability to ground fire given its lack of self-sealing fuel tanks and limited cockpit armor, a trade-off accepted in exchange for rapid fielding during a period when China possessed no operational dedicated attack helicopter. The WZ-10 entered operational service in 2012 after a development program beginning in the late 1990s under the Project 941 designation, becoming China's first purpose-built dedicated attack helicopter. Powered by twin WZ-9 turboshafts producing 1,200 horsepower each, later replaced by the more powerful WZ-16 in upgraded batches, the WZ-10 carries a 23mm cannon, up to 8 HJ-10 anti-tank missiles with a range of 10 kilometers, and TY-90 air-to-air missiles for self-defense against enemy rotorcraft. Its tandem seat configuration, narrow fuselage, and stepped cockpit closely mirror the layout of the AH-64 Apache, though armor protection and engine power remain below Western equivalents. Early production was constrained by chronic engine shortages, with fewer than 30 units delivered by 2015, despite a program timeline stretching back over 15 years. The WZ-10 represented a deliberate strategic choice to prioritize anti-armor lethality over survivability, accepting higher vulnerability to man portable air defense systems in exchange for a heavier missile load than contemporaries like the Russian Kal-52. By 2020, total production exceeded 200 units across multiple brigades, with the type forming the core of PLA ground attack aviation, though questions persisted regarding its combat survivability against modern integrated air defenses. The WZ-19 entered service in 2012 as a tandem-seat reconnaissance and light attack derivative of the Z-9 airframe, developed in parallel with the WZ-10 to provide a lighter, cheaper complement to the dedicated attack type. Powered by twin WZ-8D turboshafts producing 850 horsepower each, the WZ-19 retained much of the Z-9's airframe, but added a chin-mounted gimbaled sensor turret, stub wings for 4 hardpoints, and cockpit armor plating. Armament includes HJ-9 anti-tank missiles, TY-90 air-to-air missiles, and 57mm rocket pods, with a maximum speed of 280 km per hour. Its lower cost and shared logistics chain with the Z-9 made it attractive for rapid fleet expansion, with production exceeding 150 units by 2018. The WZ-19 functioned as a scout attack platform, designating targets for the heavier WZ-10 while retaining independent strike capability against lightly armored targets. Some analysts characterized the parallel WZ-10/WZ-19 procurement as duplicative, arguing resources should have concentrated on a single attack type. Others argued the mixed fleet provided cost-effective mass, allowing the WZ-10 to be reserved for high-threat anti-armor missions. The debate over specialized versus general-purpose attack rotorcraft remained unresolved within PLA doctrine through the following decade. The Z-11WB, fielded around 2011, represented the most heavily militarized development of the Z-11 Light helicopter family, adding a roof-mounted millimeter-wave fire control radar derived from the system fitted to the WZ-10. This enabled target acquisition in fog, smoke, and darkness without reliance on the electro-optical turret alone. Retaining the WZ-8D turboshaft engine producing 730 horsepower, the Z-11WB carried 4 hardpoints for TY-90 air-to-air missiles or 57mm rocket pods with a maximum speed of 257 km per hour and a combat radius of approximately 200 km. Its small radar cross-section and low acoustic signature made it suited to ambush tactics against enemy transport helicopters and lightly defended ground positions. Production numbers remained modest, estimated under 50 units, reflecting its role as a niche scout attack platform rather than a mainline type. The Z-11WB's radar integration represented a significant electronics achievement for a light helicopter class, placing sensor capability ahead of many larger contemporaries in the PLA inventory at the time of its introduction. Critics noted that its limited payload restricted sustained engagement capability and that its survivability against dedicated air defense systems remained unproven. The type nonetheless demonstrated China's growing willingness to push advanced sensor packages down to lighter, more numerous platforms rather than concentrating them on fewer high-end airframes. The Z-8 AEW, first observed in 2012 aboard the PLA Navy carrier Liaoning, adapted the Z-8 heavy transport airframe into China's first ship-based airborne early warning helicopter, addressing a critical gap in carrier air defense radar coverage below the horizon. The aircraft replaced the Z-8's rear cargo ramp with a retractable active electronically scanned array radar, housed in a rotating dome, reportedly providing detection ranges exceeding 250 kilometers against low-flying aircraft and anti-ship cruise missiles. Powered by the same 3WZ6 turboshafts as the baseline Z-8, the AEW variant traded cargo capacity for radar processing equipment and a crew of mission operators, reducing its endurance to approximately 2.5 hours on station. Fewer than 10 units were believed to be in service by 2018, reflecting both the limited size of China's carrier fleet and the complexity of the radar integration. The Z-8 AEW filled the gap left by the absence of fixed-wing carrier-based early warning aircraft, a capability the US Navy had fielded with the E-2 Hawkeye since 1964. Its rotary wing platform imposed inherent limitations in altitude and endurance compared to fixed-wing equivalents, a trade-off accepted as an interim solution pending development of catapult-capable carriers able to operate larger, early warning aircraft. The Z-18 entered service around 2014 as a comprehensive redesign of the Z-8 airframe, addressing the weight and power deficiencies that had limited the original design since 1989. The redesign incorporated a new 5-bladed composite rotor, retractable landing gear, and 3 uprated WZ6C turboshaft engines producing a combined 5,700 horsepower, increasing maximum takeoff weight to 14,200 kilograms while improving high-altitude performance, a direct response to Tibetan Plateau operational requirements that had plagued earlier Z-8 variants. The Z-18F variant specialized in anti-submarine warfare, carrying dipping sonar and torpedoes from Type 071 and Type 075 amphibious assault ships. The Z-18J served as an early warning platform alongside the Z-8 AEW, while the Z-18A provided assault transport for 27 troops. Production scaled gradually, with estimates suggesting over 50 units across variants by 2020, operating primarily from PLA Navy amphibious vessels. The Z-18 program demonstrated China's capacity for deep structural redesign of an existing airframe rather than wholesale replacement, a cost-driven approach contrasted with the clean sheet development path taken for the Z-20. Whether incremental modernization of legacy designs or new airframe development offered better long-term value remained a recurring debate within PLA procurement circles throughout the 2000s. The Z-15, a joint development between China's AVIC and Airbus helicopters based on the EC-175/H-175 commercial design, completed its first flight in 2010, with military-configured variants entering limited PLA service around 2013. Powered by twin Pratt and Whitney Canada PT6C-67E turboshafts producing 1,776 horsepower each in the civilian baseline, military variants transitioned to the domestically produced WZ-16 engine to avoid future export restrictions. The airframe carries up to 16 troops or 2,000 kilograms of cargo with a maximum speed of 275 kilometers per hour and a range of 850 kilometers. The Z-15's medium lift category filled a gap between the light Z-9 and heavy Z-8/Z-18 intended for utility transport, medical evacuation, and naval logistics roles. Military procurement remained limited, with fewer than 20 units confirmed in PLA service by 2020, as the type competed for resources against the higher priority Z-20 program, targeting similar mission profiles. The joint development arrangement with Airbus drew scrutiny in Europe over technology transfer concerns, particularly regarding engine and avionics integration pathways. The Z-15's modest military adoption reflected a broader pattern. Commercially derived platforms struggled to compete against indigenous designs once domestic alternatives matured, even when the commercial design offered earlier availability. The Z-8L, unveiled around 2021, represented a further heavy lift evolution of the Z-18 airframe, optimized specifically for high-altitude plateau operations, following operational experience gained during the 2020 Sino-Indian border standoff in the Galwan Valley. The Z-8L retained the Z-18's 5-bladed rotor and WWZ 6C engine arrangement, but incorporated structural reinforcements and revised internal fuel arrangements to extend payload capacity at altitudes exceeding 4,500 meters, where air density reductions had historically degraded lift performance across the entire Z-8 lineage since 1989. Maximum payload at altitude reportedly approached 4,000 kilograms, a significant improvement over baseline Z-18 figures in equivalent conditions. The variant entered limited production for PLA Army aviation units stationed in Tibet and Xinjiang, supplementing Mi-171 fleets that had previously borne the burden of high-altitude logistics. The Z-8L's development underscored a persistent strategic vulnerability. Despite 3 decades of Z-8 derivatives, high-altitude lift capacity remained a recurring engineering challenge rather than a solved problem. Some observers questioned whether continued investment in the Z-8 lineage represented diminishing returns compared to accelerating Z-20 production, which had been designed from inception with plateau performance as a primary requirement, rather than a retrofitted solution. The Z-20 entered operational service in 2019 as China's first clean-sheet medium utility helicopter design, broadly comparable in size and configuration to the American UH-60 Black Hawk, though Chinese officials denied direct copying despite visible similarities in fuselage shape and tail rotor placement. Powered by twin domestically developed WZ-10 turboshafts, producing 1,600 horsepower each, the Z-20 carries 12 to 14 troops or 5,000 kilograms externally, with a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour and a service ceiling enabling sustained operations above 4,500 meters, directly addressing the plateau performance gap that had constrained the Z-8 and Z-9 families for decades. Naval and special mission variants followed rapidly, including the Z-20F anti-submarine variant for Type 054A frigates and Type 075 amphibious ships. Production scaled aggressively, with estimates suggesting over 300 units delivered by 2023, the fastest ramp-up of any Chinese rotorcraft program. The Z-20 was designed explicitly to end reliance on Russian Mi-17 imports, a dependency exposed as strategically untenable after 2014. Its indigenous engine, avionics and rotor system represented the first fully domestic medium helicopter architecture in PLA history, though some Western analysts noted persistent questions regarding engine reliability and digital flight control maturity compared to decades-proven Western equivalents. The Z-20F, the naval anti-submarine variant of the Z-20 family, entered fleet trials around 2021, equipped with a folding main rotor and tail for shipboard storage, a dipping sonar system, sonobuoy dispensers, and hardpoints for lightweight torpedoes and anti-ship missiles. Operating from Type 052D destroyers, Type 054A frigates, and Type 075 amphibious assault ships, the Z-20F was intended to replace the aging Z-9C in the anti-submarine role, offering significantly greater range and sensor payload at a maximum speed of 300 km per hour and an operational radius exceeding 200 km from its host vessel. Its twin WZ-10 turboshafts mirrored the land-based Z-20, simplifying logistics across PLA Army, Navy, and Air Force operators for the first time in Chinese rotorcraft history. Early deployments focused on the South China Sea and East China Sea, regions where submarine detection gaps had been identified as a persistent vulnerability against both regional navies and potential blue water adversaries. The Z-20F's introduction marked the convergence point of 3 decades of disparate helicopter development lines: Z-8 heavy lift, Z-9 light utility, and imported Me-17 medium transport into a single modular family. A consolidation strategy mirroring decades later the multi-service commonality goals the US military had pursued with the Black Hawk family since the 1970s. The AQM-34L Firebee airframes recovered in Chinese territory through the late 1960s and early 1970s presented engineers at the 611th Institute in Chengdu and Northwestern Polytechnical University in Xi'an with a coherent design philosophy rather than a set of blueprints. Chinese engineers had the hardware. The reconstruction process took the better part of a decade. The result, designated the Changkong-1 or WZ-5, entered operational service with the People's Liberation Army Air Force in 1981. The platform retained the Firebee's turbojet propulsion concept, but was rebuilt using domestically sourced components and modified to carry Chinese-designed optical and signals intelligence payloads. Wingspan measured 9.76 meters. Maximum flight altitude reached approximately 17,500 meters. Launch was performed from a ground vehicle using solid-fuel rocket boosters. Recovery used a parachute system with helicopter extraction of the returned airframe. The primary mission was strategic photographic reconnaissance over Taiwan, Soviet positions along the northern border, and contested frontier territories in the west. An estimated 66 airframes were produced across several sub-variants before the type was phased out in the early 2000s. The WZ-5 established something more important than a single capability. It demonstrated that Chinese institutions could absorb a foreign design and produce a functional, operational reconnaissance system at scale from reverse-engineered foundations. The ASN Technology Group, a commercial spin-off of Northwestern Polytechnical University in Xi'an, developed China's first entirely indigenous short-range tactical drone outside the strategic reconnaissance framework of the WZ-5. The ASN-104, which entered service with PLA ground force units in 1983, was a small piston-engine platform designed for daytime optical reconnaissance at ranges up to 60 kilometers and altitudes of 800 to 1,000 meters. Wingspan measured approximately 4.3 meters. Maximum takeoff weight was 40 kilograms. Launch was catapult-assisted. Recovery was parachute-based. The sensor suite consisted of a single, downward-looking camera with film canister return. No real-time data link was incorporated in the baseline variant. Flight endurance reached roughly 2 hours at cruise speeds of 150 kilometers per hour. The system operated at the divisional level and represented the first attempt by the PLA to integrate UAV intelligence into combined arms operations rather than strategic-level missions. Production numbers remained low and the ASN-104 was never exported. Its significance was doctrinal rather than technical. The ASN-104 established a dedicated ground forces UAV acquisition path separate from the Air Force's WZ-5 program, creating an institutional divergence between the two branches that would persist throughout the first 3 decades of Chinese drone development and produce the parallel competing families that followed. The ASN-105 extended the design philosophy of the ASN-104 with meaningful performance improvements while retaining the same basic airframe architecture. ASN Technology Group funded development partially through academic budget allocations and partially through early PLA procurement contracts, a civil-military funding hybrid that China would later formalize into national policy. Maximum takeoff weight increased to 140 kilograms. Range extended to 100 kilometers. The camera payload was upgraded to include a near-infrared capability for limited twilight operation. Wingspan grew to 6.2 meters. The propulsion system shifted to a more reliable rotary engine producing 17 horsepower. Most significantly, the ASN-105 introduced a rudimentary real-time analog video downlink, transmitting low-resolution imagery to a ground station at ranges of up to 30 kilometers, making it the first Chinese tactical drone with any live observation capability. Endurance reached approximately 4 hours. The type was used in PLA ground force exercises throughout the late 1980s and early 1990s, providing intelligence planners with direct experience managing drone-fed imagery in a training environment before any operational combat requirement materialized. The ASN-105 served through the mid-1990s, was exported in small numbers to Pakistan and laid the technical groundwork for the substantially more capable ASN-206, whose design it informed at virtually every system level. The ASN-206 represented a categorical step forward from its predecessors and became the most widely deployed Chinese tactical drone of the 1990s. Entering PLA service in 1994, it introduced a twin-boom pusher configuration that would define the ASN family's visual identity for the next 2 decades. Maximum takeoff weight reached 222 kilograms. Wingspan measured 6 meters. The propulsion system used a Hirth 2-cylinder piston engine producing 37 horsepower, giving an endurance of approximately 8 hours and a range of 150 kilometers. The sensor package included a stabilized electro-optical and infrared turret with real-time digital downlink, a significant step beyond the analog system of the ASN-105. The ground control station could operate the ASN-206 at a range of 60 kilometers under direct data link control, with extended range available through a relay aircraft flying between the drone and the ground station. Multiple subvariants were produced. The ASN-2 ASN-206A carried a dedicated electronic intelligence payload for signals collection. The ASN-206B was optimized for artillery targeting and fire correction, and a third variant carried a laser designator for terminal guidance of precision-guided munitions. The People's Liberation Army fielded the type across multiple group armies including the 38th, 54th, and 39th. Pakistan and several other export customers acquired the ASN-206, and it remained in Chinese reserve inventories into the early 2010s. The ASN-207 was developed in the late 1990s as a direct response to operational limitations identified during PLA exercises using the ASN-206. The primary complaint from field commanders was range. The ASN-206's 150-kilometer operational radius was insufficient for modern corps-level and theater-level intelligence requirements, particularly as the PLA began planning seriously for contingencies across the Taiwan Strait. ASN Technology Group's solution was to scale the twin boom pusher architecture up substantially. The ASN-207 increased wingspan to 10 meters, raised maximum takeoff weight to 650 kilograms, and introduced a turbocharged piston engine that extended endurance to approximately 18 hours. Operational radius increased to 600 kilometers under autonomous navigation with GPS waypoint guidance. The sensor suite was upgraded to carry a multi-spectral camera package, a synthetic aperture radar capable of ground-moving target indication, and an electronic intelligence collection receiver operating across a broad frequency range. A satellite data link system was incorporated for beyond line-of-sight operations, the first in the ASN product line. The type entered service with PLA Ground Forces and 2nd Artillery Corps units in 2003 and participated in multiple large-scale military exercises between 2004 and 2008. It was exported to Pakistan, where it was observed operating in the federally administered tribal areas for counterinsurgency surveillance missions beginning around 2009. ASN Technology Group introduced the ASN-209 as a departure from the twin boom pusher formula that had characterized the previous 4 generations of ASN products. The airframe adopted a conventional tractor configuration with a single main fuselage boom and a V-tail arrangement, drawing influence from Israeli Heron-class designs that Chinese engineers had studied closely during the late 1990s technology transfer relationship between Beijing and Tel Aviv. Maximum takeoff weight reached 320 kilograms with a 50-kilogram payload capacity. Endurance extended to approximately 16 hours, wingspan measured 10.6 meters. Propulsion used a Rotax 914 turbocharged engine or a Chinese equivalent producing 115 horsepower. The sensor suite was fully modular, accepting electro-optical, infrared, synthetic aperture radar, or electronic intelligence payloads interchangeably through a standardized belly-mounting interface, a design choice that significantly reduced the logistical burden for customers operating multiple mission variants from a single airframe fleet. Navigation combined GPS and inertial systems with an enhanced inertial measurement unit providing resistance to GPS jamming environments. The ASN-209 entered PLA service in 2007 and was subsequently observed deployed along the Sino-Indian border in Xinjiang and Tibet. Export contracts were established with Pakistan. A naval variant with corrosion-resistant coatings and shipboard recovery provisions was evaluated but not formally adopted into PLA Navy service. The BZK-005 developed jointly by Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics and Hongdu Aviation Industry Group, addressed a capability gap that neither the ASN series nor the WZ-5 could fill: persistent maritime surveillance at extended range over open ocean. The platform entered PLA Navy and PLA Air Force service in 2011, specifically optimized for operations over the South China Sea, East China Sea, and Western Pacific. With a wingspan of approximately 25 meters and maximum takeoff weight of 1,250 kilograms, the BZK-005 operates at altitudes up to 8,000 meters with an endurance exceeding 40 hours. Propulsion is provided by a turbocharged piston engine with an auxiliary fuel system. The sensor suite includes a synthetic aperture radar with inverse SAR capability for ship classification at range, an electro-optical and infrared ball turret, and an automatic identification system receiver for maritime traffic correlation. A satellite data link provides communication at ranges far beyond line of sight. The BZK-005 has been observed conducting regular patrol missions over disputed features in the South China Sea, has been detected approaching Taiwan's air defense identification zone on multiple occasions since 2017, and has conducted sorties shadowing U.S. Navy carrier strike group movements in the Philippine Sea, making it the primary instrument of Chinese maritime awareness in contested waters outside the first island chain. The Xianglong, or Saw Dragon, represented AVIC's attempt to build a Chinese equivalent to the Northrop Grumman Global Hawk, a high-altitude, long-endurance reconnaissance platform capable of sustained operations at the edge of contested airspace without a fighter escort. Development began at AVIC's Chengdu Aircraft Design Institute in the late 1990s. The aircraft was first photographed at the Chengdu testing facility in 2007 and made a publicly acknowledged flight in 2012. The design employed a joined wing configuration in which rear-swept outer wings connect at their tips to forward-swept canards, a structural approach that distributes aerodynamic loads in a way that achieves very high aspect ratio and low induced drag without the structural weight penalty of a conventional high-span wing of equivalent area. Estimated wingspan reaches 24.9 meters. Estimated maximum altitude exceeds 18,000 meters. The sensor payload is classified, but assessed to include a large aperture synthetic aperture radar and a signals intelligence collection system housed in a dorsal spine fairing. Propulsion uses a single turbofan engine installed in a ventral intake, likely a WS-11 or equivalent class. Full operational status has not been publicly confirmed, and the Xianglong program has maintained a classification level significantly higher than comparable export-oriented platforms, suggesting a mission profile the PLA considers sensitive enough to withhold from open documentation. The China Aerospace Science and Technology Corporation's Kaihong, or Rainbow series, began in the 1980s with basic target drones for training air defense gunners and evolved rapidly once the program absorbed lessons from the Gulf War and studied Israeli export platforms. The CH-3, which entered flight testing in 2006 and began appearing in export catalogues by 2010, was the first armed Chinese drone to reach foreign customers. Its design resembles the American Predator at the general level, a turboprop tractor configuration, an inverted V-tail, and a belly-mounted sensor turret. Maximum takeoff weight is 640 kilograms. Wingspan measures 8 meters. Endurance reaches approximately 12 hours. Payload capacity is 180 kilograms, carried on 2 underwing hardpoints. Approved weapon options include the HJ-10 anti-tank guided missile, the AR-1 laser guided missile, and the FT-5 and FT-7 precision-guided small-diameter bombs. The CH-3 was sold to Nigeria and a small number of African state customers. Nigerian military spokesmen attributed several strikes against Boko Haram positions in northeastern Nigeria in 2015 and 2016 to drone-delivered munitions consistent with CH-3 capabilities, making it one of the earliest documented uses of a Chinese-manufactured drone in active counter-insurgency operations. The type was rapidly superseded by the larger CH-4, but it established China's position as a credible armed drone exporter before heavier systems were ready to ship. The Winglong 1, developed by AVIC's Chengdu Aircraft Design Institute and first flown in 2007 before entering initial service in 2008, became China's flagship armed export drone, and the platform most widely associated with Beijing's expansion into international UAV markets. The design closely mirrors the general proportions of the American MQ-1 Predator, though Chinese engineers cited Israeli Heron variants as a closer technical reference in program documentation. Maximum takeoff weight is 1,150 kilograms. Wingspan measures 14 meters. Endurance reaches 20 hours at a cruise speed of 150 to 180 kilometers per hour. Service ceiling is 5,000 meters. The weapons suite includes 2 underwing hardpoints capable of carrying the AR-1 laser-guided missile, the LD-10 anti-radiation missile for radar suppression, the FT-9 precision bomb, and the AKD-10 air-to-ground missile. Combat use has been documented across multiple theaters. The United Arab Emirates operated Winglong 1 platforms in Libya and Yemen. Saudi-operated examples struck Houthi targets repeatedly between 2015 and 2021. Egypt deployed the type against positions in the Sinai. The Winglong 1 was exported to at least 14 countries including Pakistan, Kazakhstan, Turkmenistan, Serbia, Myanmar, Nigeria, and Ethiopia, making it the most geographically distributed armed drone China has produced and the export platform that first demonstrated the global reach of the Chinese unmanned arms market. The CH-4, developed by CASC and first publicly revealed at the 2014 Zhuhai Air Show, is the platform that most directly challenged American MQ-9 Reaper dominance in the global armed drone market. With a maximum takeoff weight of 1,330 kilograms and a wingspan of 18 meters, the CH-4 sits in a performance class broadly comparable to the Reaper, while being offered at approximately $1 to $4 million per unit, a fraction of the Reaper's $16 million base cost. Endurance is rated at 30 to 40 hours. Service ceiling reaches 8,000 meters. The sensor suite includes a triple-mode electro-optical, infrared, and laser designator turret mounted beneath the nose. Weapons capacity reaches 345 kilograms across 4 hardpoints, accommodating AR-1 missiles, Blue Arrow 7 laser-guided missiles, or FT-9 precision bombs. 2 subvariants exist, the CH-4A optimized for reconnaissance with reduced weapon provisions, and the CH-4B with the full 4 hardpoint strike configuration. Export customers include Iraq, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the United Arab Emirates, Ethiopia, and Myanmar. In Iraq, CH-4B platforms were documented in strikes against ISIL positions in Anbar province and during the Mosul campaign between 2015 and 2017. the first Chinese-produced armed drone to accumulate a documented combat record in a high-intensity counterinsurgency environment. The CH-5 completed CASC's transition from Predator class to Reaper class performance and beyond. First flown in late 2015 and publicly revealed at the 2016 Zhuhai Air Show, the platform is the largest propeller-driven combat drone China has produced. Maximum takeoff weight is 3,300 kilograms. Wingspan reaches 21 meters. Endurance is rated at 60 hours, though operational endurance in customer configurations is estimated at 40 to 50 hours due to sensor and weapons system power loads. Service ceiling is 7,500 meters. The weapons system is the CH-5's most significant advance over prior Kaihong designs. The platform carries up to 16 AR-1 missiles across 8 underwing hardpoints, giving a single airframe the equivalent strike capacity of a small manned aircraft strike package. CASC also integrated a larger electro-optical and infrared sensor ball, a satellite communication system with higher bandwidth than the CH-4, and a ground-moving target indicator radar as standard equipment rather than an optional upgrade. Export customers include Saudi Arabia, Myanmar, Ethiopia, and at least one undisclosed Middle Eastern state. A 60-hour endurance rating, if achieved under operational weapon and sensor loads, would allow a single crew rotation to provide continuous coverage over a target area for more than 2 days without handoff, a capability exceeding what most customer air forces could provide with manned platforms at comparable cost per flight hour. The Winglong 2, first flown in February 2017 and formally unveiled at that year's Zhuhai Air Show, addressed every significant performance deficit identified during first-generation Winglong 1 operations and represented Aviki's direct competitive response to the market pressure created by CASC's CH-4 and CH-5. Maximum takeoff weight increased to 4,200 kilograms, nearly 4 times the original Winglong figure. Wingspan grew to 20.5 meters. Endurance reached 32 hours. Service ceiling extended to 9,000 meters. Payload capacity increased to 480 kilograms across 6 underwing hardpoints. The propulsion system uses a turboprop engine producing approximately 950 shaft horsepower, giving the Winglong 2 a maximum speed of 370 kilometers per hour, a meaningful tactical advantage for time-sensitive targeting over slower propeller-driven alternatives. The sensor suite incorporated a chin-mounted multi-axis electro-optical and infrared turret, an optionally installed synthetic aperture radar, and a satellite communication system enabling beyond line-of-sight operations from a remote ground station. Export customers include Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Egypt, Pakistan, and Serbia. UAE-operated Winglong 2 platforms have been documented conducting strikes in Libya against forces aligned with the Tripoli-based Government of National Accord during the 2019 to 2020 conflict, the most extensively documented combat record accumulated by any single Chinese export drone platform. The GJ-11, known internally as the Legion or Sharp Sword, represents the most significant step China has taken toward a stealth combat drone, capable of penetrating defended airspace without fighter escort or electronic suppression support. Developed by Hongdu Aviation Industry Group in partnership with Aviki's 611th Institute, the aircraft conducted its first publicly confirmed flight in November 2013 at the Yanliang Test Facility in Shanxi Province. The airframe is a tailless flying wing of approximately 14-meter wingspan and 10-meter length. bearing clear structural similarities to both the American X-47B demonstrator and the European Neuron, though the GJ-11 was developed on a parallel rather than derivative path. Propulsion uses a single medium bypass turbofan engine installed in a dorsally mounted intake to reduce radar return from the engine face. The exhaust system uses a flattened, shielded nozzle to suppress infrared signature from the rear quadrant. Internal weapons bays are incorporated to preserve the low observable profile when operating in contested airspace. No production figures or formal PLA induction dates have been confirmed publicly, but the GJ-11 appeared at the 2019 National Day Military Parade in Beijing in a configuration suggesting continued program investment rather than cancellation. Analysts assess the type as transitional between a technology demonstrator and an operational standard, with full combat deployment potentially a decade or more from its initial flight. AVIC unveiled the Cloud Shadow, designated Yunying in Chinese, at the 2018 Zhuhai Air Show as its answer to the requirement for a high-altitude, high-speed reconnaissance and precision strike drone capable of operating above the threat envelope of most man-portable air defense systems and light surface-to-air missile batteries. Unlike the propeller-driven platforms that dominated China's export catalogue, the Cloud Shadow is jet-powered, driven by a single turbofan engine in a body-conforming intake that gives the airframe a maximum speed of approximately 620 kilometers per hour and a service ceiling of 13,000 meters. Maximum takeoff weight is 2,800 kilograms. Wingspan measures 20 meters. The design incorporates a cranked delta wing with a moderate radar cross-section reduction treatment, though it is not characterized as low observable in the same category as the GJ-11. Payload capacity reaches 400 kilograms, carried in an internal centerline bay or on 4 underwing pylons. The sensor package includes a long-range electro-optical system, a ground-moving target indicator radar, and satellite connectivity. Ethiopia became the confirmed first export customer using Cloud Shadow platforms during its civil conflict in the Tigray region between 2020 and 2022. With multiple strikes attributed to the type by open-source analysts monitoring satellite imagery and local reporting from the theater. One of the few cases in which a Chinese jet combat drone has accumulated a documented operational record. The WZ-8 made its public debut at China's 71st anniversary military parade in Beijing on October 1, 2019, carried under the wing of a Xi'an H-6M bomber in a configuration that immediately drew comparison to the American D-21 reconnaissance drone of the Vietnam era. Like the D-21, the WZ-8 is a rocket-powered air-launched reconnaissance vehicle designed to overfly defended airspace at speeds that make interception by conventional fighters effectively impossible. Estimated maximum speed exceeds Mach 3 at cruise altitude. Operational ceiling is assessed above 30,000 meters. The airframe is approximately 10 meters long, with a delta wing plan form and twin ventral stabilizers. Propulsion is provided by a solid-fuel rocket motor, or a combined rocket ramjet system, ignited after separation from the H-6M launch aircraft at altitude. Recovery method has not been publicly confirmed. Analysts have assessed both parachute recovery for airframe reuse and expendable single-mission profiles, depending on operational priority. The sensor suite is assessed as optical and possibly radar-based wide-area imaging capable of capturing high-resolution imagery of fixed installations and fleet dispositions under defended conditions. The primary strategic purpose is unambiguous: penetrate the intelligence collection access denied by layered air defense networks around Taiwan, Guam, and US Navy strike group operating areas in the Pacific, and return data before a conflict begins in earnest. The CH-6 represents CASC's most aggressive departure from the propeller-driven medium-altitude, long-endurance formula that built the Kai-Hong brand across 15 years of development. Unveiled at the 2019 Zhuhai Air Show, the platform is a twin-engine jet-powered system designed for high-altitude strike and long-range reconnaissance at speeds and altitudes beyond the reach of most theater-level air defense networks. The airframe uses two turbofan engines mounted in overwing nacelles on a swept-wing configuration with a conventional tail arrangement. Maximum takeoff weight is approximately 7,000 kilograms. Service ceiling is rated at 15,000 meters. Maximum speed is estimated at 700 to 800 kilometers per hour. Endurance is specified at 20 hours. Weapon payload capacity exceeds 1,000 kilograms, enabling integration of larger, precision-guided munitions and standoff weapons that cannot be accommodated on slower, lower-flying platforms. The CH-6 can also function as a high-altitude communications relay node due to its ceiling and endurance combination. Whether the design incorporates signature reduction features consistent with the contested airspace penetration role remains unconfirmed in open sources. No confirmed export customer had been publicly identified as of the early 2020s, but CASC's decision to develop a platform at this performance level signals a strategic assessment that the operational theaters available to the CH-4 and CH-5 will eventually close as air defense technology proliferates among potential adversaries. CASC unveiled the CH-7 Flying Wing Combat Drone at the 2018 Zhuhai Air Show in model form, a disclosure that was unusual in Chinese practice, where operational systems typically appear publicly only after demonstrated flight capability has been established. The reveal appeared calculated to announce a strategic intent, rather than celebrate an engineering achievement. The airframe is a tailless, cranked kite flying wing of approximately 22-meter wingspan, bearing close visual similarity to both the Northrop Grumman X-47B and the Dassault Neuron demonstrators, though CASC describes the design lineage as independent. Maximum takeoff weight is specified at 13,000 kilograms. Estimated range reaches 12,000 kilometers. Payload capacity is specified at 2,000 kilograms, carried in internal weapons bays to preserve the low observable geometry across the full mission profile. The propulsion system uses a single high-bypass turbofan with an S-duct inlet to shield the engine face from forward radar illumination. Operational altitude is specified at 14,000 meters. The design incorporates radar-absorbing material coatings and edge alignment treatments on all panel joins. CASC describes the CH-7 as a high-altitude, high-speed, stealth-capable system intended for independent strike operations in contested airspace without fighter escort. As of 2023, first flight had not been publicly confirmed, placing the CH-7 in a category of announced ambition rather than demonstrated capability, a distinction that separates it clearly from the flying GJ-11 program running in parallel. AVIC's Guizhou Aircraft Industry Corporation unveiled the WJ-700 at the 2019 Zhuhai Air Show, presenting a platform occupying a design space between a conventional combat drone and a high-speed strike vehicle. The airframe uses a single turbojet engine in a ventral inlet configuration, a swept delta wing, and a twin-tail arrangement, giving a maximum speed of approximately 700 kilometers per hour at a service ceiling of 13,000 meters. Maximum takeoff weight is listed at 3,000 kilograms. Endurance is rated at 20 hours under cruise conditions. The platform is designed for what Avik describes as a penetrating eye, SR, and strike roll, entering defended airspace at high altitude and speed, collecting intelligence and delivering precision-guided munitions against time-sensitive targets before exiting the defended zone without direct fighter escort throughout the mission. Payload capacity reaches 600 kilograms across internal and external mounting points. The WJ-700 competed in development timeline with the Cloud Shadow and the CH-6, and all three platforms share overlapping stated performance envelopes, a pattern suggesting that Chinese defense acquisition in this period ran parallel competitive programs rather than selecting a single development solution early and concentrating resources. Export marketing began in 2020 with an emphasis on counter-terrorism and border security applications for customers without access to fighter-delivered precision strike capability. No confirmed operational user had been publicly identified as of the early 2020s. The TB-001, marketed commercially as the twin-tailed Scorpion by Tengden Technology of Chengdu, entered the Chinese drone competition from a background that distinguished it fundamentally from the established state-owned enterprise competitors. Tengden is a privately funded company with no institutional heritage in the CASC, AVIC or ASN family trees, and the TB-001 reflects that outsider design perspective in its structural choices. The airframe uses a twin-boom pusher configuration with twin vertical tails and a central payload pod suspended between the booms, maximizing weapons carriage volume without increasing the wingspan penalty imposed by a larger fuselage. Maximum takeoff weight is approximately 2,800 kilograms. Wingspan reaches 20 meters. Endurance is rated at 35 hours. Service ceiling is 9,000 meters. Payload capacity reaches 1,000 kilograms across 6 weapon hardpoints, the highest weapons to maximum takeoff weight ratio of any Chinese propeller-driven drone at the time of its introduction. The sensor suite includes a multi-gimbal electro-optical and infrared system, a synthetic aperture radar, and provisions for an electronic warfare pod. First flight was conducted in 2019, with the system entering initial service evaluation in 2020. Pakistan has been the most frequently cited prospective customer, and the TB-001 represents the first credible challenge from a private Chinese aerospace company to the armed drone market previously held entirely by state enterprises. Guizhou Aircraft Industry Corporation facility, and the photographs prompted immediate analytical attention for a single reason. The platform is enormous. Twin fuselage booms of an estimated 15 to 18 meters each connect to a central wing section spanning approximately 40 to 45 meters, making the Divine Eagle potentially the largest airframe in the Chinese unmanned inventory by wingspan, and approaching the dimensions of manned large-body intelligence-gathering aircraft. The design configuration resembles a dramatically scaled-up twin-boom layout derived conceptually from BZK-005 proportions, but operating in a size class comparable to the Northrop Grumman E-8 Joint Stars. The mission is assessed by Western analysts as airborne early warning and long-range surveillance, with the twin fuselage sections providing internal volume for phased array radar apertures capable of tracking airborne and surface contacts at ranges of several hundred kilometers across a wide sector. No propulsion system has been publicly confirmed. Whether the Divine Eagle has achieved sustained flight status, entered extended testing, or been placed in development hold has not been officially disclosed by the PLA. The platform's apparent radar aperture scale is specifically consistent with a mission profile oriented toward tracking carrier strike groups and providing targeting data for over-the-horizon anti-ship weapons. AVIC unveiled the Winglong 3 at the 2022 Zhuhai Air Show, completing a decade-long product line evolution from the original Winglong's 1,150 kilogram maximum takeoff weight to an airframe that crosses into a categorically different performance class. Maximum takeoff weight for the Winglong 3 reaches 6,000 kilograms in the baseline figure, with some AVIC marketing materials citing configurations approaching 6,800 kilograms. Wingspan is approximately 24 meters. Endurance is specified at 40 hours. Service ceiling extends to 9,000 meters. Payload capacity reaches 2,000 kilograms across multiple hardpoints, enabling integration of large anti-ship missiles, standoff cruise weapons, and area suppression munitions that cannot be accommodated by any prior Winglong variant. The propulsion system uses a turboprop engine in the 1,000 to 1,200 shaft horsepower class, giving a cruise speed of 300 kilometers per hour and a dash speed exceeding 400 kilometers per hour. The sensor package is fully modular, with provisions for a maritime patrol radar, an air-to-surface targeting system, and an electronic intelligence collection suite installed simultaneously. The Winglong 3's payload and endurance specifications, if achieved under operational weapon and sensor loads, position it closer to a manned medium strike aircraft than to the reconnaissance-focused origins of the Winglong program. Saudi Arabia and the UAE have been cited as the leading prospective first customers. The Type 59 transformed the People's Liberation Army from an infantry-heavy force into a mechanized army capable of conducting modern armored operations. More than 10,000 examples would eventually be produced, making it one of the most numerous tanks ever built and establishing the foundation of China's entire post-war tank industry. Development began after China secured a license to manufacture the Soviet T-54A. Production started at Factory 617 in Baotou during the late 1950s. Although initially assembled using Soviet technical assistance, Chinese industry gradually localized manufacturing processes until the vehicle could be produced independently. The result was designated Type 59. The tank weighed approximately 36 tons and carried a 100mm rifled main gun supported by coaxial and hull-mounted machine guns. Armor protection reached roughly 200 millimeters on the turret front. Power came from a 520 horsepower diesel engine, allowing road speeds of approximately 50 kilometers per hour. For its era, the design was effective. Problems emerged as anti-tank weapons evolved. The Type 59 lacked laser rangefinders, modern fire control systems, thermal sights, and advanced armor. Accuracy deteriorated significantly at long range compared with newer Western and Soviet tanks. Despite these shortcomings, the vehicle served as the backbone of Chinese armored forces for decades. It also became the basis for nearly every major Chinese tank program that followed. The tank itself was not revolutionary. Its industrial consequences were. The Type 59. I represented China's first serious attempt to modernize an aging armored fleet without replacing it entirely. Rather than develop an entirely new vehicle, engineers focused on correcting the most critical shortcomings exposed by 2 decades of technological change. Combat analysis from the Middle East and observations of modern armored warfare demonstrated a growing problem. Tank guns were becoming more lethal, engagement ranges were increasing, fire control systems were improving rapidly. The original Type 59 risked obsolescence. The Type 59I addressed these concerns through incremental modernization. The most significant improvement was the installation of a laser rangefinder mounted above the gun barrel. This dramatically improved first-round hit probability compared with the optical estimation methods used previously. Additional upgrades included improved communications equipment, revised stabilization systems, and enhanced targeting capabilities. Armor protection remained broadly similar to the original design. The vehicle retained its 100mm gun and diesel power plant. Weight increased only slightly, preserving mobility characteristics already familiar to Chinese armored units. The modernization reflected broader realities inside China's defense industry. During the 1970s, resources for entirely new tank programs remained limited. Upgrading existing platforms offered a faster and more economical path toward maintaining combat effectiveness. The Type 59. I never matched contemporary Western tanks such as the American M60A3 or German Leopard 1A4. That was not its purpose. Instead, it served as a bridge between first-generation Soviet-derived designs and the more sophisticated tanks China hoped to build in the future. The Type 59-2 marked a decisive break from Soviet gun design philosophy. For the first time, a Chinese tank adopted a weapon heavily influenced by Western technology rather than Soviet precedent. The catalyst emerged from battlefield observations during the Arab-Israeli conflicts. Chinese analysts closely examined the performance of NATO-standard 105mm guns, particularly the British L7. The weapon demonstrated superior armor penetration, ammunition, flexibility, and long-range effectiveness compared with many contemporary Soviet systems. Chinese engineers subsequently adapted the concept into domestic production. The Type 59-2 replaced the original 100mm gun with a licensed derivative of the 105mm L7. This single modification significantly increased combat capability. New ammunition types became available, including armor-piercing, fin-stabilized, discarding sabot rounds and high-explosive anti-tank projectiles capable of defeating more advanced armor. Additional improvements included smoke grenade launchers, upgraded optics, and refined fire control equipment. The vehicle retained its basic hull and turret architecture, limiting costs while extending operational relevance. Even with these upgrades, the tank remained constrained by its Cold War origins. Armor protection lagged behind modern standards, and the lack of composite armor left crews vulnerable to increasingly powerful anti-tank guided missiles. Nevertheless, the Type 59-2 became one of the most important modernization programs in Chinese armored history. It demonstrated China's willingness to incorporate foreign technology pragmatically, regardless of ideological origin. That approach would increasingly define Chinese tank development throughout the following decades. The Type 62 existed because not every battlefield could support a main battle tank. China's southern provinces presented severe mobility challenges: dense forests, mountainous terrain, narrow roads, and weak bridges limited the deployment of heavier armored vehicles such as the Type 59. Military planners required a lighter tank capable of operating where conventional armored formations could not. The result was the Type 62. Development began during the late 1950s as a reduced-weight derivative of the Type 59. Engineers removed armor, reduced dimensions, and installed a smaller 85mm gun. Combat weight fell to approximately 21 tons, nearly half that of many contemporary main battle tanks. Mobility improved significantly, allowing operations across difficult terrain inaccessible to heavier vehicles. The compromise was survivability. Armor protection was thin even by the standards of its era. In many areas, the vehicle could be penetrated by heavy machine gun fire, artillery fragments, or light anti-tank weapons. Against modern armoured opponents, the Type 62 possessed little chance of survival. Combat experience reinforced these concerns. During border conflicts with Vietnam, crews encountered increasingly capable anti-tank systems that exposed the tank's vulnerabilities. Losses demonstrated the limitations inherent in prioritizing mobility over protection. Yet the vehicle fulfilled its intended mission. Thousands entered service and operated effectively in reconnaissance, infantry support, and expeditionary roles. The Type 62 proved that strategic geography could shape tank design as much as enemy armor. The Type 63 was designed around a specific military problem. China possessed thousands of kilometers of coastline, numerous major rivers, and a strategic requirement for large-scale amphibious operations. Conventional tanks could cross water only with extensive preparation. The People's Liberation Army wanted armored forces capable of fighting immediately after landing. The Type 63 provided that capability. Derived from earlier Soviet amphibious concepts but substantially redesigned, the vehicle featured a boat-shaped hull optimized for flotation. Twin water jets propelled the tank through water, while a raised bow vane improved stability during amphibious movement. Unlike many amphibious vehicles that sacrificed firepower, the Type 63 mounted an 85mm gun, capable of supporting assault operations after reaching shore. Combat weight remained relatively low at approximately 18 tons. A diesel engine generated sufficient power for respectable mobility on land and in water. However, survivability remained limited. Thin armor protected against small arms fire and shell fragments, but offered little resistance to dedicated anti-tank weapons. The vehicle became a key component of Chinese amphibious doctrine throughout the Cold War. Large numbers entered service with marine and coastal units responsible for potential operations across river systems and maritime approaches. Technological advances eventually reduced its effectiveness. Improved anti-tank missiles and modern surveillance systems made lightly armored amphibious tanks increasingly vulnerable. Even so, the Type 63 established a specialized capability that would remain central to Chinese operational planning for decades. The Type 63A represented the realization that amphibious warfare was becoming more demanding rather than less. The original Type 63 remained useful for river crossings and coastal operations, but modern landing forces required greater firepower, improved electronics, and the ability to engage contemporary armored threats. Chinese engineers responded with a comprehensive redesign. Although externally similar to earlier models, the Type 63A incorporated extensive modifications. The most important change was the installation of a fully stabilized 105mm rifled gun capable of firing conventional tank ammunition, as well as gun-launched anti-tank guided missiles. This transformed the vehicle from a lightly armed amphibious platform into a credible armored fighting system. A new fire control suite introduced laser range-finding, ballistic computation, and stabilized targeting. Amphibious performance also improved. Redesigned water-jet propulsion systems increased swimming speed to approximately 28 kilometers per hour, making the Type 63A one of the fastest amphibious tanks ever fielded. Protection remained limited compared with main battle tanks, but armor enhancements improved survivability against lighter threats. Mobility on land also benefited from a more powerful engine and revised suspension components. The vehicle entered service during a period of growing emphasis on expeditionary and amphibious operations. Particular attention focused on scenarios involving contested coastal landings and island seizure operations. Unlike its predecessor, the Type 63A was designed not merely to survive an amphibious assault, it was designed to fight immediately after one. The Type 69 entered service because the Type 59 was no longer sufficient. During the late 1960s, Chinese planners faced an uncomfortable reality. Soviet tank technology continued to advance while China's domestic industry struggled to produce a genuine successor to the Type 59. Border clashes along the Ussuri River and the broader deterioration of Sino-Soviet relations intensified pressure to modernize. A new tank was required. The result was the Type 69. Development began as an ambitious attempt to create a substantially improved vehicle rather than another incremental upgrade. Engineers introduced a new 100mm smoothbore gun derived partly from studies of captured Soviet equipment, including technology associated with the T-62. Infrared night vision systems, improved communications equipment, and revised automotive components were also incorporated. The project encountered significant difficulties. Manufacturing quality varied. The new gun failed to achieve the expected performance improvements. Reliability issues emerged during testing and early service. As a result, production remained limited, and many vehicles were later modified or supplemented by improved variants. Combat deployment revealed mixed results. Exported Type 69 tanks participated in the Iran-Iraq War and later conflicts throughout the Middle East. Performance proved adequate against older armored vehicles, but increasingly questionable against modern main battle tanks, equipped with advanced fire control systems and superior armor. The Type 69 never became the transformative design originally envisioned. Instead, it exposed the technological challenges China still needed to overcome. The Type 69 too achieved what the original Type 69 could not. Rather than pursuing radical innovation, Chinese engineers focused on practical modernization. Lessons learned from the shortcomings of the Type 69 guided the redesign. The result was a more mature, reliable and exportable tank that became one of China's most successful armored vehicles of the Cold War era. The most important improvement involved fire control capability. A laser rangefinder replaced less accurate ranging methods, dramatically improving long-range engagement performance. New ballistic computers increased first-round hit probability, while enhanced optics improved target acquisition under battlefield conditions. The vehicle retained a 100mm main gun, but employed more effective ammunition and supporting systems. Additional upgrades included improved communications equipment, revised smoke grenade launchers, and more dependable automotive components. Although armor protection remained based on conventional steel construction, battlefield survivability improved through operational enhancements rather than major structural redesign. The Type 69 too became China's primary export tank during the 1980s. Large numbers were sold to Iraq, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Thailand, and several African and Middle Eastern nations. Iraqi-operated examples saw extensive combat during the Iran-Iraq War and later during Operation Desert Storm. These conflicts revealed both strengths and weaknesses. Against older armoured vehicles, the tank performed reasonably well. Against advanced coalition tanks equipped with thermal sights, composite armour and superior fire control systems, its limitations became unmistakable. Yet the Type 69-2 achieved a strategic objective beyond battlefield performance. It established China as a significant exporter of armoured vehicles. The Type 79 marked China's first serious attempt to integrate Western technology into a domestic tank on a large scale. By the early 1980s, Chinese military planners understood that improvements to optics, targeting systems, and battlefield awareness often mattered as much as armour thickness or gun caliber. The Type 79 embodied this realization, although its origins remained rooted in the Type 59 and Type 69 lineage. The vehicle incorporated technologies that reflected a broader shift toward international cooperation and modernization. The primary armament became a 105mm rifled gun derived from the British L7 family. This significantly improved armour penetration and ammunition compatibility. Equally important were the supporting systems, advanced laser rangefinders, digital fire control components, improved stabilization equipment, and more capable night fighting devices transformed engagement effectiveness. A revised diesel engine maintained acceptable mobility despite increased weight. Additional smoke grenade launchers and upgraded communications equipment improved survivability and command coordination. Armour remained largely conventional steel, but localized enhancements provided better protection than earlier generations. The Type 79 entered service during a period of substantial military reform. Chinese armoured doctrine increasingly emphasized accuracy, mobility, and battlefield information rather than simply massing large numbers of tanks. The vehicle reflected those priorities. Production numbers remained relatively modest compared with the Type 59 family. Nevertheless, the tank represented a critical technological bridge. It allowed Chinese engineers to gain experience with modern subsystems before embarking on entirely new tank programs. The future of Chinese armour would not be built from copies alone. The Type 79 helped prove that. The Type 80 was the first Chinese tank designed from the outset to break free from the constraints of the Type 59 lineage. Although previous vehicles had introduced new weapons, optics, and electronics, they still relied heavily on architecture inherited from Soviet designs of the 1950s. The Type 80 represented a structural departure. Chinese engineers developed a new chassis, revised suspension system, and improved automotive layout, intended to support future modernization rather than merely accommodate it. The tank mounted a 105mm rifled gun derived from the proven L7 family. A modernized fire control system incorporated a laser rangefinder and ballistic computer, increasing engagement accuracy against moving targets. Improved stabilization allowed more effective firing while maneuvering. Night fighting capability also expanded through upgraded optical systems. The most visible change appeared below the turret. 6 large road wheels replaced the earlier 5-wheel configuration common to previous Chinese tanks. Combined with a more powerful diesel engine producing approximately 730 horsepower, mobility improved significantly. The redesigned chassis also offered greater growth potential for future armour and electronics packages. Protection remained based largely on steel armour rather than composite construction. Against contemporary Soviet and NATO tanks, survivability remained a concern. Nevertheless, the Type 80 was never intended as the final answer. Its significance lay elsewhere. For the first time, Chinese industry possessed a domestically engineered platform capable of supporting successive generations of modernization. Nearly every major Chinese tank developed afterward would benefit from lessons learned during the Type 80 program. The Type 85 emerged from a changing defense market. During the 1980s, China sought not only to modernize its own military, but also to expand its position in the international arms trade. Many developing nations required affordable armored vehicles capable of confronting regional threats without the expense associated with advanced Western or Soviet tanks. The Type 85 was designed to fill that niche. Built upon technologies developed through the Type 80 program, the tank incorporated numerous improvements while maintaining export affordability. The primary armament remained a 105mm rifled gun compatible with NATO's standard ammunition. Fire control systems included laser range finding and computerized ballistic calculations, significantly improving combat effectiveness. Compared with earlier Chinese exports, several variants were developed. Some incorporated enhanced armor packages, others experimented with alternative power plants and transmission systems. The vehicle's modular approach allowed customization according to customer requirements and budget constraints. The Type 85 also became an important technology demonstrator. Development work conducted on export variants contributed directly to future Chinese domestic programs. Engineers gained experience integrating improved armor configurations, upgraded fire control systems, and more powerful engines. Although the tank never became the principal main battle tank of the People's Liberation Army, its influence extended far beyond production numbers. Export customers provided valuable operational feedback while generating revenue for further research and development. In many respects, the Type 85 functioned as a bridge between China's legacy armored industry and its emerging role as a global defense supplier. Its commercial success helped finance technological advancement. The Type 88A was designed to replace aging Type 59 formations without waiting for a revolutionary new tank to appear. Chinese military planners faced a difficult balance. Existing armored units required modernization immediately, yet truly, next-generation tanks remained years away from operational service. The Type 88A offered a practical solution. It combined the new Type 80 chassis with upgraded weapons and electronics to create a capable interim main battle tank. The vehicle mounted a 105mm rifled gun supported by a computerized fire control system and laser rangefinder. These improvements significantly increased first-shot accuracy compared with older Chinese tanks. Stabilization systems enabled more effective firing during movement, while improved optics enhanced battlefield awareness. The hull incorporated a modernized automotive layout and a diesel engine generating approximately 730 horsepower. Mobility exceeded that of previous Chinese tanks, particularly during cross-country operations. Reliability also improved through refinements in manufacturing quality and maintenance accessibility. Armor protection remained conventional by international standards. While stronger than earlier Chinese designs, it lacked the composite armor increasingly common among advanced Soviet and Western tanks. Survivability therefore depended heavily upon tactical employment and crew proficiency. The Type 88A entered service during a transitional period in armored warfare. Precision-guided weapons, advanced optics, and computerized targeting systems were beginning to reshape battlefield dynamics. The tank reflected this shift. Firepower and information processing received increasing emphasis alongside traditional armor protection. It was not China's most advanced tank. It was the tank that prepared the force for what came next. The Type 88B represented refinement rather than revolution. Experience gained from operating the Type 88A revealed opportunities for improvement, particularly in target acquisition, fire control efficiency, and battlefield survivability. Rather than redesign the vehicle entirely, Chinese engineers pursued incremental enhancements intended to maximize the effectiveness of an already capable platform. The tank retained its 105mm rifled gun but received improvements to ammunition, compatibility and targeting systems. Upgraded ballistic computers processed firing solutions more rapidly, while revised optics improved observation capability under adverse conditions. Communication systems also benefited from modernization, enhancing coordination between armored formations. Mobility remained broadly similar to the Type 88A. The proven diesel engine and suspension system continued to provide reliable performance across diverse terrain. Maintenance requirements remained manageable, an important consideration for large-scale deployment throughout the People's Liberation Army. Protection improvements focused on localized armor enhancements and survivability measures rather than dramatic increases in weight. Smoke grenade launchers and defensive systems received upgrades intended to complicate enemy targeting and improve crew survival during combat engagements. The Type 88B entered service at a time when tank warfare was being re-evaluated globally. The Gulf War demonstrated the importance of thermal imaging, advanced fire control systems, and superior situational awareness. Chinese analysts studied these lessons carefully. While the Type 88B could not fully match the most advanced Western tanks, it moved Chinese armored forces closer to contemporary standards. The tank's contribution was evolutionary. Sometimes evolution matters more than spectacle. The Type 88C was the closest China came to producing a genuine third-generation tank before the arrival of the Type 96 and Type 99 families. Unlike earlier members of the Type 88 series, the Type 88C incorporated technologies specifically intended to confront modern armored threats rather than simply improve existing capabilities. It served as both an operational vehicle and a stepping stone toward the future of Chinese tank design. The most significant development was the introduction of a 125mm smoothbore gun inspired by contemporary Soviet practice. The larger weapon dramatically increased armor penetration and aligned Chinese tank armament with emerging international standards. An autoloader reduced crew requirements while maintaining a high rate of fire. Armor protection also improved substantially. Enhanced composite armor packages increased resistance against kinetic energy penetrators and shaped charge munitions. Combined with a more powerful diesel engine producing approximately 800 horsepower, the vehicle achieved a balance between firepower, protection, and mobility that earlier Chinese tanks had struggled to attain. Modern fire control systems integrated laser range finding, computerized ballistic calculation, and stabilized sights. These improvements increased combat effectiveness during day and night operations. Although production remained limited, the technological importance of the Type 88C was considerable. Many systems developed or refined during the program would directly influence future main battle tanks. The design also formed the basis for export variants marketed internationally. The Type 88C was not the destination. It was the final prototype stage before China's armored industry entered a new era entirely. The Type 90 never entered large-scale service, yet its influence can be found in nearly every modern Chinese main battle tank. Development began during the late 1980s as Chinese engineers attempted to leap beyond the evolutionary improvements represented by the Type 80 and Type 88 series. Previous tanks had modernized existing concepts. The Type 90 sought to establish an entirely new technological baseline. The objective was straightforward: create a vehicle capable of approaching contemporary Soviet and Western standards in firepower, protection, and mobility. The prototype introduced a welded turret structure designed to accommodate composite armor packages. A 125mm smoothbore cannon became the primary armament, supported by an autoloader that reduced crew requirements to 3. This represented a significant departure from earlier Chinese tank layouts. Engineers also experimented with more advanced fire control systems, improved stabilization equipment, and modern battlefield communications. Particular attention was devoted to survivability. Composite armor technologies and internal layout changes reflected growing awareness of emerging anti-tank threats. The project faced limitations: economic constraints, technological gaps, and rapid changes in global armored warfare. Complicated development. Several design features remained immature, while others required substantial refinement before operational deployment could be considered. As a result, the Type 90 remained primarily a technology demonstrator. Its legacy was profound. The vehicle served as the engineering bridge connecting China's second-generation tanks to the third-generation systems that would soon define the People's Liberation Army's armored forces. The Type 96 became the first Chinese tank produced in sufficient numbers to modernize the People's Liberation Army on a national scale. Previous advanced programs had demonstrated technological potential but remained limited by production costs and industrial capacity. The Type 96 solved a different problem. It delivered modern capabilities in quantities large enough to transform China's armored force structure. Built upon lessons from the Type 90 development effort, the tank incorporated a 125mm smoothbore cannon paired with an autoloader. This allowed a 3-man crew while maintaining a high sustained rate of fire. Modern armor-piercing fin-stabilized discarding sabot rounds significantly increased lethality against contemporary armored threats. The fire control system represented a substantial improvement over earlier generations. Laser, range-finding, ballistic computation, stabilized sights, and night-fighting equipment enhanced engagement effectiveness across varied battlefield conditions. Composite armor packages provided greater protection than previous Chinese tanks, though survivability still lagged behind some Western contemporaries. Mobility came from a diesel engine generating approximately 730 horsepower. While not exceptional, the power plant delivered reliable operational performance and supported large-scale deployment. The Type 96 entered service during a period of rapid military modernization. Large production runs replaced thousands of aging Type 59 derivatives throughout armored formations. The tank quickly became the backbone of China's mechanized forces. Its greatest achievement was not technological superiority. It was making modernization affordable enough to occur at scale. The Type 96A emerged because battlefield survivability had become increasingly dependent on protection rather than numbers. By the early 21st century, anti-tank guided missiles, advanced kinetic energy penetrators, and precision engagement systems posed threats that older armor configurations struggled to defeat. Chinese planners concluded that improvements in firepower alone were insufficient. The Type 96A therefore focused heavily on survivability enhancements. The most visible change involved the turret. Large modular composite armor packages dramatically increased protection against both kinetic and chemical energy threats. Additional armor sections appeared across vulnerable frontal areas, creating a substantially more resilient fighting vehicle than the original Type 96. The tank retained its 125mm smoothbore gun and autoloader, but received upgraded fire control equipment. Thermal imaging systems improved night fighting capability, while modern ballistic computers enhanced first-round hit probability. Digital communications systems further improved battlefield coordination. Engine performance also improved through refinements to the powertrain. Although heavier than its predecessor, the vehicle maintained competitive mobility characteristics across diverse terrain. The Type 96A gained international attention through participation in competitive armored events, including the Russian-hosted tank biathlon competitions. These appearances highlighted both strengths and weaknesses. The vehicle demonstrated respectable mobility and firepower, but occasionally revealed mechanical limitations under extreme operating conditions. Within Chinese service, however, the Type 96A proved highly successful. It provided a practical balance of cost, protection, and combat capability suitable for large-scale deployment. For many years, it represented the standard against which newer Chinese tanks would be measured. The Type 96B reflected an increasingly important reality of modern armored warfare. Mobility was becoming a decisive combat multiplier. While protection and firepower remained essential, the ability to reposition rapidly, exploit battlefield opportunities, and sustain operational tempo received growing emphasis. The Type 96B was designed around these priorities. Externally similar to the Type 96A, the vehicle incorporated substantial internal upgrades. A more powerful engine reportedly producing approximately 1,000 horsepower, dramatically improved acceleration and cross-country mobility. Suspension enhancements increased stability during high-speed maneuvering, while transmission improvements supported greater operational reliability. The tank retained the proven 125mm smoothbore gun and autoloader arrangement. However, upgraded fire control systems, thermal imaging equipment, and digital networking capabilities improved target engagement efficiency and battlefield awareness. The Type 96B became widely known through repeated participation in international tank competitions. Chinese crews demonstrated notable improvements in speed, gunnery, and vehicle handling compared with earlier appearances. These events provided valuable opportunities to test equipment under demanding operational conditions. Protection remained broadly comparable to the Type 96A, relying upon composite armor and modular enhancements. The emphasis instead focused on maximizing battlefield agility without sacrificing core combat capability. The Type 96B did not replace the Type 96A entirely. Rather, it represented the most refined evolution of the Type 96 family. It was the culmination of nearly 2 decades of continuous improvement. The Type 98 was built to answer a strategic question. Could China produce a tank capable of competing directly with the world's most advanced armored vehicles? Unlike the Type 96, which emphasized affordability and large-scale production, the Type 98 prioritized technological advancement. Development drew heavily upon lessons from the Type 90 program, while incorporating a range of new systems intended to close the capability gap between Chinese tanks and leading foreign designs. The vehicle featured a newly designed welded turret protected by advanced composite armor, a 125mm smoothbore gun with autoloader, provided firepower comparable to contemporary Russian designs. Modernized stabilization systems improved firing performance while moving, while sophisticated fire control equipment increased long-range engagement effectiveness. Particular attention was devoted to battlefield awareness. Improved sensors, thermal imaging equipment, and digital communications reflected the growing importance of information superiority in armored combat. Mobility also benefited from a more powerful engine and revised automotive systems. Only a limited number of Type 98 tanks were produced. The vehicle functioned primarily as a pre-production platform intended to validate technologies for future operational service. Several systems remained developmental while others required refinement before mass deployment. Yet the significance of the Type 98 extended beyond production numbers. It represented China's first genuine attempt to field a tank designed from the beginning as a peer competitor, rather than an affordable alternative. The next vehicle would determine whether that ambition had been achieved. The Type 99 altered the balance of Chinese armored development. For decades, Chinese tanks had largely followed international trends established elsewhere. The Type 99 represented the first operational Chinese main battle tank, designed with the explicit objective of matching leading foreign systems rather than merely approaching them. Production numbers would remain limited compared with the Type 96 family, but capability became the primary consideration. The tank combined a 125mm smoothbore cannon with an autoloader, advanced fire control systems, thermal imaging equipment, and modern digital communications. Composite armor formed the basis of protection, supplemented by explosive reactive armor modules that significantly improved resistance against anti-tank weapons. Together, these features produced a vehicle considerably more survivable than previous Chinese tanks. Mobility also received substantial attention. A 1,500 horsepower diesel engine delivered a favorable power-to-weight ratio despite the vehicle's increased mass. High operational speed and strong acceleration enhanced battlefield maneuverability and tactical flexibility. One of the most discussed aspects of the Type 99 involved its defensive electronics. Various reports described laser-based countermeasure systems intended to interfere with enemy observation and targeting devices. While details remained limited, the concept reflected China's growing interest in integrating electronic warfare capabilities into armored platforms. Production remained relatively modest due to cost and complexity. The tank instead equipped elite units tasked with serving as the spearhead of armored modernization. The Type 99 demonstrated that China's tank industry had finally entered the technological front rank. The Type 99A represented the maturity of China's third-generation tank development effort. Although often described as a simple upgrade, the vehicle incorporated enough changes to be considered a substantially new design. Engineers revisited nearly every major subsystem. Protection increased, electronics improved, mobility evolved. The objective was not merely modernization, it was optimization. The turret adopted a revised geometry intended to maximize the effectiveness of composite armor and modular protection packages. Additional armor modules improved resistance against both kinetic penetrators and shape-charge munitions. Survivability enhancements extended beyond armor alone, incorporating advanced defensive systems and improved internal arrangements. The primary weapon remained a 125mm smoothbore cannon, supported by an autoloader. Fire control systems, however, received extensive upgrades. Advanced thermal sights, digital networking equipment, and modern battlefield management systems improved target acquisition, situational awareness, and command coordination. A powerful engine estimated at approximately 1,500 horsepower maintained high mobility despite increased weight. Improved suspension components enhanced performance across difficult terrain and supported sustained operational maneuver. The Type 99A also reflected broader changes in military doctrine. Modern armored warfare increasingly depended upon information dominance, sensor integration, and networked operations. The vehicle was designed to function as part of a larger digital combat system rather than as an isolated weapons platform. It remains the most advanced operational tank fielded by China. The journey that began with the Type 59 had reached a remarkably different destination. The Type 15 exists because geography still matters. While many modern armies concentrated on heavier main battle tanks, Chinese planners identified operational environments where weight itself became a limitation. Mountainous regions, high-altitude plateaus, narrow roads, and weak infrastructure restricted the deployment of large, armored vehicles. The answer was not another main battle tank. It was a modern light tank. The Type 15 weighs approximately 33 to 36 tons depending on configuration. This significantly reduces logistical burdens while improving strategic mobility. A powerful diesel engine generates around 1,000 horsepower, producing excellent power-to-weight performance and allowing rapid maneuver across challenging terrain. The vehicle mounts a fully stabilized 105mm rifled gun capable of firing modern armor-piercing ammunition and guided projectiles. Advanced thermal sights, digital fire control systems, and battlefield networking equipment provide combat effectiveness comparable to much larger vehicles. Protection relies upon modular armor packages that can be adjusted according to mission requirements. While incapable of matching the survivability of heavier main battle tanks, the Type 15 compensates through mobility, situational awareness, and deployment flexibility. Particular emphasis has been placed on operations in high-altitude environments such as the Tibetan Plateau. Reports indicate the tank was specifically optimized for conditions that degrade the performance of heavier armored vehicles. The Type 15 demonstrates that technological progress does not eliminate geography. Sometimes it reinforces its importance. The ZTD-05 was designed for one mission above all others: getting armored firepower from sea to shore as quickly as possible. Although technically categorized as an amphibious assault vehicle rather than a traditional tank, its operational role places it firmly within the evolution of Chinese armored warfare. Developed alongside the broader Type 05 amphibious vehicle family, the ZTD-05 addressed requirements associated with large-scale amphibious operations. The vehicle mounts a 105mm rifled gun capable of firing conventional ammunition and guided missiles. This provides sufficient firepower to engage fortified positions, armored vehicles, and defensive strongpoints during landing operations. Advanced fire control systems enable accurate engagement both on land and during amphibious movement. The most remarkable feature is mobility in water. A planing hull design combined with powerful water jets allows speeds exceeding 25 kilometers per hour while swimming, substantially faster than most armored amphibious vehicles ever produced. Once ashore, a diesel engine supports effective maneuver across varied terrain. Armor protection remains lighter than that of conventional main battle tanks. This reflects unavoidable engineering compromises associated with amphibious performance. Survivability, therefore, depends heavily upon speed, tactical coordination, and operational momentum. The ZTD-05 occupies a unique position within Chinese military planning. It reflects sustained investment in specialized capabilities associated with expeditionary and coastal operations. No previous Chinese armored vehicle could move from ship to battlefield so quickly. The MBT-2000 demonstrated that China's armored industry had become a global competitor rather than merely a domestic supplier. Developed through cooperation between China and Pakistan, the project combined technologies from several earlier Chinese programs into an export-oriented main battle tank designed for affordability and combat effectiveness. The resulting vehicle became known internationally through multiple designations, including MBT-2000 and Al-Khalid. The tank employed a 125mm smoothbore cannon with autoloader, providing firepower comparable to many contemporary main battle tanks. Composite armor enhanced survivability, while modern fire control systems incorporated laser range finding, thermal imaging, and computerized ballistic calculations. Mobility received particular attention. A high-output diesel engine delivered strong acceleration and operational flexibility across diverse terrain. Engineers emphasized ease of maintenance and export practicality, recognizing the logistical realities faced by many prospective customers. The design achieved significant export success. Pakistan became the primary operator, while additional variants were marketed internationally. The project provided valuable experience in collaborative development, export support, and long-term international defense partnerships. Technologically, the MBT-2000 occupied an important position between the Type 96 family and more advanced systems. It was not China's most sophisticated tank. Instead, it balanced performance, cost, and export appeal. Its success confirmed that Chinese armored vehicles could compete beyond domestic requirements and establish a lasting presence in global defense markets. The VT-4 represents the culmination of decades of export-oriented tank development. Where earlier Chinese export tanks often reflected compromises between affordability and capability, the VT-4 sought to provide near frontline performance for international customers unable or unwilling to acquire the most expensive Western systems. It effectively became the export counterpart to many technologies developed for China's modern armored forces. The vehicle mounts a 125mm smoothbore cannon supported by an autoloader and advanced ammunition options. Modern thermal imaging systems, digital fire control equipment, hunter-killer targeting capability, and battlefield networking functions significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Protection relies upon modular composite armor and explosive reactive armor packages. These can be tailored according to customer requirements and threat assessments. Additional survivability measures include modern defensive systems and improved internal compartment arrangements. A powerful engine producing approximately 1,300 horsepower provides high mobility despite substantial protection levels. The tank maintains strong cross-country performance while preserving strategic flexibility. The VT-4 achieved notable export success. Customers have included nations in Asia, Africa, and the Middle East seeking modern armored capabilities without the procurement restrictions often associated with Western suppliers. Operational deployments have further enhanced the platform's international visibility. More than any previous Chinese export tank, the VT-4 reflects confidence. It is not marketed as an affordable alternative. It is marketed as a modern main battle tank in its own right.